So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the final part of the story, what if Naruto went back in time with additional powers. You guys are honestly mind-blowing, I never thought I would get this much recognition and support from you all. I thank you all for showing this love and support to the video. Since this is the end of the story, be sure to look out for polls on the channel where you can choose what story you want to hear next. I love you all. If you guys enjoy this what if and want more, comment down below to let me know. The comments on videos really help me out a lot. They motivate me to upload more frequently, so please do comment down below. Before I start, please do support for more awesome contents and leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And share this video with your friends and also check out the descriptions and check out the playlists. With that out of the way, let's start. Chapter 16 Chunin Exams Preparations. Naruto yawned as he woke up. The previous night there had been a thunderstorm, for some reason he always slept a bit deeper when there was one. He didn't really know why, but he found storms to be very relaxing. Blearily he looked at his surroundings, on his stomach, curled in a little ball of fur was his first mate, Caillou. Now this confused him. While it wasn't unusual for Caillou to sleep with him, since they mated she did so every night, but it was odd to see her do so in her fox form. The other bit of confusion assaulting his sleep-addled mind was the fact he felt a warm body pressed up against him. Lazily he glanced over and came face to face with the cute side of a slumbering Haku who was curled around his arm and using his shoulder for a pillow. Now in the past his instincts would have been to freak out, but he had grown more used to situations like this since it wasn't uncommon for one of the other ladies in his life to come over really early in the morning and cuddle up next to him. Tenten did it frequently. This wouldn't be too much of a problem, except twice she had done it sans clothes and had a habit of play with his morning wood. In her sleep at least he thought she was asleep still, those early morning nosebleeds sucked. As he began to wake up his memories came back to him. Haku had a bit of a fear of thunderstorms. He remembered when she came into his room last night shivering slightly and pleadingly asked him if she could stay with him. Apparently such storms brought up bad memories and nightmares from her childhood. Naruto didn't have the heart to turn her away, nor would he have any of the others, so he let her sleep next to him. He had to chuckle slightly, she turned out to be as much a cuddle bug as Tenten, Caillou, Hinata and Hanabi were, though Sakura and Ino also seemed to enjoy the pastime as well. Leaning back into his pillows he decided to just lay there and enjoy the moment. It had been a week since they had returned to Konoha. Zabuza and Haku didn't take long to fit in quite well with the rest of the village ninja. Zabuza had a couple of good friends in Kakashi and Asuma, and the three often drank together and swapped old mission stories. He was still a cynical bastard and more than a little sadistic in training. Haku got along famously with all the other girls, especially Sakura, Hinata and Hanabi. Ino helped her get some clothes, with a healthy contribution from Naruto's personal account, so she now had a full wardrobe and had been utterly shocked as to how rich Naruto truly was. Tenten had found a rival in Haku for marksmanship and both seemed to enjoy it. Tenten had been overwhelmed with the halberd, Ifrit. First she stared at Naruto teary-eyed and then proceeded to try and extract his tonsils with her tongue. Ino's reaction to getting the Raijin was very similar and both girls were seen the next day, proudly wearing their engagement rings on chains around their necks. Naruto had planned on waiting a bit longer but decided to hell with it especially when some of the other young ninja were trying to get the girls' attention, which made Naruto feel a bit possessive much to the secret thrill of the girls. To help Tenten and Ino with their weapons he had given them a couple of jutsu scrolls he had made up and sent shadow clones to them every day to help them train for the Chunin exams. As soon as he was able to make some more element chakra cores, he'd have to think about making Haku a weapon. The problem with that was that she didn't seem to really use much aside from Senbon, and she was perfect for ranged fighting, so what kind of weapon should he make aside from giving it an ice element? His first thought was some kind of nunchaku, but that didn't seem her style and the things were hard as hell to master. The best idea he could come up with was a bolo whip with 3 small morning stars on the tip that could channel wind, water and or ice if need be. One thing he was certain of, if he did create the weapon he'd name it Shiva. Preparations for the Chunin exams had been going smoothly. Though several things had been bothering Naruto. The first was the fact Emo team had gotten much more secretive and reclusive over the past week. That sent alarm bells off in Naruto's head. He wasn't stupid and he was pretty sure the little bastard was planning something. For now though he'd let the little prick think he was fooling everyone and when he thinks it's safe to make his move Naruto would make his. Depending on what the uchiha pull though would foretell his health status afterwards. If he tried something against one of his fiancées he wouldn't make it out of the forest alive. Naruto was tired of dealing with the arrogant prick. To help Sarutobi better defend himself, on the off chance Orochimaru either didn't show in the forest or got away from Naruto, he gave the old man a Hiraishin kunai to summon him if needed, some special seal tags to give his kunai some added punch, and a special set of 3 double-ended kunai with seals on them for disruption and destruction on them. They would destroy anything summoned by the impure world resurrection jutsu. Naruto had created them in his previous timeline as a counter to the jutsu. Unfortunately it got tested when the snake summoned his mother, father and sarutobi to fight him in Oto. It was one of the main reasons Oto was wiped off the map the last time. Since then Naruto had kept a small set of them on him at all time with his Hiraishin kunai, just in case of emergencies. Haku stirred next to him letting out a sleepy moan. "Good morning, Haku-chan, did you sleep well last night?" Naruto asked with a small smile. She cuddled up to him a bit more, a small blush on her cheeks. "Why yes, Naruto-kun, thank you for letting me sleep here," she answered a bit shyly. Naruto gave her a light chuckle and a quick peck on the lips before getting up from bed. Kaio, not wanting to be left out, returned to human form and got a morning kiss before Naruto went to the shower to get ready for the day, leaving two happy females behind. Dressed once again in his full shinobi gear of a black trench coat, boots, mesh tank top and black cargo pants, Naruto began his trek toward the Hokage Tower. He still had some time before he needed to be there, so he was taking his time walking while running over plans and whatnot in his mind. As he was doing this he passed a familiar dango stand, in which a familiar purple hair special jounin poked her head out and grinned when she spotted him. "Foxy-kun," came a loud excited squeal. Naruto looked up confused. "Waumph," and was promptly bowled over by a hyperactive snake mistress. Most of the people about were silently amused with the whole situation. Kakashi, Kurenai, Zabuza and Asuma watched the whole thing from the dango stand highly amused. It was no secret that one Anko Mitarashi had gained a huge crush on her savior, the man that freed her from Orochimaru's cursed seal. Nor was it a secret that Ino and Tenten had told her to go for it and that they approved of her, which would mean the other girls would too. Naruto found himself looking into the mischievously sparkling brown eyes of Anko Mitarashi as she pinned him to the ground after nailing him with a flying tackle, which he was sure she learned from Tenten, who did the same thing. He was glad to note that she seemed to be in much higher spirits now that the blasted cursed seal the Hebe team forced upon her was gone. He did flush slightly when he noticed their position and even noticed that Anko seemed to be blushing a bit also. "Hi Anko-chan, how are you doing?" Naruto asked lamely. "You're so cute when you get flustered," Anko purred. "I never got to properly thank you for what you did for me," she said softly in his ear. "Huh? You mean removing the cursed seal? That was no by MMPH." Naruto was cut off as Anko planted an Icha Paradise class lip lock on him. "Anko-chan likes me too." Naruto thought a bit surprised. "Oh well, I suppose there are worse things and she is nice once you get past her quirks. Kaio-chan is going to have a field day with this one." Naruto had long since resigned himself to the fact that whether he liked it or not, he attracted females, especially those that were in need of someone like him. He remembered Anko from a few missions in his previous timeline. Once you got past her mask, she was really a nice if not lonely young woman who needed someone in her life to help ease her pain. Naruto honestly had no problems with that, and he did enjoy their bantering and flirting matches. He also knew she would be good for his other ladies. Anko moaned a bit and practically melted on the spot when Naruto returned her kiss. She had honestly thought it was going to freak him out, but had to do it just once if for nothing more than to let him know how much she appreciated what he did for her. "Anko-chan," Naruto whispered in her ear. "I wasn't aware that you felt this way, but if you truly want to try a relationship with me, I am willing to try so long as my other ladies agree to it. Even if they don't, I will be your friend and help ease your pain." It was softly spoken and no one other than Anko, Kurenai, Asuma, Kakashi and Zabuza heard it. Anko looked at the young man as he gingerly lifted them up to a standing position, her usual playful mask falling to show her genuine feelings. Kurenai had a few tears in her eyes. Naruto would be good for her friend, he would care for her. He was after all the only man she knew who could have multiple women in his life and still be a complete gentleman. "Do you really mean that?" Anko asked softly. Naruto gave her his customary foxy grin. "I wouldn't have said it if I didn't. Two of your ladies, Ino-chan and Tenten-chan, they told me to go for it, that they approved of me. It was the first time someone other than Kurenai-chan or Hokage-sama has ever approved of me, so I hoped that." She trailed off, not used to have these sorts of emotions going through her. "I understand. Why don't you go talk to the others? I believe they are at my home having lunch. I have an appointment with the Hokage right now, but I'll be back later. I'll see you all then, and we can talk things over," he said. Anko nodded and gave him another kiss, a bit more innocent and shy than the first. She smiled at him and dashed off towards his compound. "That was a real nice thing you did for her, kiddo," Asuma said, walking up with Kurenai. Naruto shrugged. "Everyone deserves a chance at happiness. If I am what she wants, who am I to deny her that chance? Besides, we have similar pasts, we can understand each other and help the other's pain, and that's all that really matters in the end." Kurenai bowed. "Thank you, Naruto-san, she truly does have feelings for you. Thank you for giving her this chance." Naruto just smiled. Think nothing of it, Kurenai-sensei. I promise you that I will watch over and protect her. I need to go now, I have an appointment to keep. Naruto said and vanished once again in a swirl of fire. Asuma shook his head. I sometimes wonder just what this village did to deserve him. By all rights he could have razed this place to the ground and no one could stop him. Most deserve it for the way he was treated. Yet he comes back from that hell he called a future to give us all a second chance. He truly is an amazing young man. That he is. Kurenai agreed. And I for one am glad he came back and chose to forgive rather than seek revenge. This village is much better off now that he is here and the girls he's with, Hinata especially, they are all so happy. I have no doubt in my mind that bleak future we saw in the memory jutsu will cease to exist thanks to Naruto. Naruto appeared in the Hokage's office via his usual fire shunshin. Sarutobi was reading his favorite book while his clones went about signing and stamping documents. Naruto shook his head, bemused that almost all of the males he knew were perverts. Seriously, the books wouldn't be so bad if they weren't overflowing with mindless smut. That said, the plotlines between the smut weren't so bad. Seriously, are all the adults around here perverts and weirdos? Oh well, at least nothing freaky like guy reading Icha Paradise has happened. I shudder to think of your bushy brows reaction. Naruto thought with a slight shudder. On the other side of Konoha, Guy Mido, the beautiful green beast at least in his own mind of Konoha, let out a loud sneeze. Bless you, Guy-sensei. Lee said excitedly. Why thank you, Lee. My flames of youth must be so strong today that someone is speaking of me. Guy said happily. Of course. Your flames of youth always shine brightly, Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. And cue the man hug and mentally scaring Jinjutsu. Unfortunately for Niji, he hadn't been paying attention to the situation, so he looked right at them with his byakugan activated and ended up spasming on the ground with foam coming out of his mouth. Tenten groaned to herself and wished her Naruto was here. At least it wouldn't be so bad if he was. There were days she liked her team and thought of them as brothers, then there were days like today where she trying to think of a place to hide the bodies. Naruto and Sarutobi sweat dropped at the sound of a distant frustrated scream, followed by the bellow of youth. Which was of course followed up by two flaming green projectiles, impacting into the side of the Hokage monument. You know, Jiji, I think Tenten-chan just beat your record, Naruto observed dryly. Sarutobi sighed in exasperation. Well, Guy and Lee do have that effect on people. Though from the looks of it she used that weapon you made for her a bit overkill perhaps. The old man sweat dropped again as both Guy and Lee peeled themselves out of the mountain and started yelling about burning flames of youth. Neither seemed to be harmed in the slightest. I think it's time the doctors up their doses, the meds aren't working anymore. Naruto said still in a dry tone before taking a sip of tea. The old man wanted to weep. Why him? Why did his village have to be so damn weird? He just wanted one normal person. Was that too much to ask? Naruto caught on to the old man's thoughts. You know, Gramps, you can wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which one gets filled first. Sarutobi hung his head, tears comically streaming down his face. You really know how to crush an old man's hopes. This coming from an ancient pervert that was sensei to a super pervert, a chronic drunkard and gambler with age denial problems, and a screw-loosed pedophile with an unhealthy obsession for young men and bloodlines. Naruto grumbled to himself. Speaking of which. Have you gotten any word from Tsunade and Jiraiya yet? Naruto asked. Sarutobi regained his composure. Yes, they will be here sometime within the month between the preliminaries and finals. Apparently Jiraiya had already planned on being in town during that time, but Tsunade was less than pleased. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Tell that old bat if she doesn't show up, then being displeased with the situation will be the last of her troubles. She's a friggin' adult, she needs to act like one and stop running from her damn problems. Sarutobi cringed. No way in hell was he telling her that she'd break every bone in his body, temperamental that she was. Still, he couldn't fault Naruto's logic. Both his students had a tendency to not act their ages, while the others one, well, he was just screwed in the head. I'll be sure to pass along your message. Sarutobi said. Forget it. Naruto sighed. I'm trying to keep you alive, not kill you sooner. At least things are going as well as expected. Sarutobi nodded and watched as Naruto felt out with his senses. Naruto didn't detect any hidden devices or ninja near, but to be safe, he went through several odd hand seals and a silent jutsu, placing a barrier of total privacy. Now to make a more official report. Naruto muttered. I have some concerns with the Uchiha. He's been acting far more secretive and reclusive than before, and he has been avoiding me to the best of his abilities. I haven't actually tried to tail him yet, but I know something is off. You can't fool a fox. I'm just warning you, if it comes to it, I will eliminate him in the forest of death. Sarutobi sighed. Are you certain there is no other way? Perhaps he's just intimidated by you? Jai-san, one of the things I always liked about you was your willingness to forgive and see the good in everyone. I have tried to model myself after that aspect. But I will not allow any dangers to this village to live. I won't repeat your mistake with Orochimaru, no offense. If the uchiha has so much as breaths in a way that makes him seem more suspicious than usual, he dead. I cannot show mercy to those who cannot be redeemed. Naruto said. I wish you weren't so adamant about it, but seeing as what you previously went through, I cannot fault you either, and I do to this day regret not killing Orochimaru when I had the chance. So my boy, what is your plan? The elderly Hokage asked. Same as before, I will deal with threats in the forest. The ladies have all been warned what to watch out for, and Kaio-chan will be acting as your personal guard. I haven't told them that I think I'll be the target this time. I'd rather not worry them over something I can handle myself. To be honest, it's anyone's game at this point, especially if the Hibi team doesn't show, but I'm pretty sure he will. A bit simplistic, but given the amount of risk it would present to make a large-scale or more obvious plan, I can agree. This way Orochimaru will have a false sense of security and come after you on your own terms. Sarutobi mused. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I want the pedophile to try his luck so I can terminate him. Naruto glanced out the window and looked at the sun. He estimated it was about noon, and he had something else to do. I'd hate to cut this short, Jai-san, but I got some business to take care of. Naruto said, getting up. Sarutobi arched an eyebrow. Oh? Your lady's got you on a tight leash already? He grinned, causing Naruto to face fall painfully into the floor. Naruto got back up. No. Hirojiji, damn you, Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza are all the same. If you must know, I need to go speak to, or rather look in on, one of my subordinates. A subordinate who? I wasn't aware you had people working for you. Sarutobi asked. Naruto just gave him a feral grin as his eyes flashed crimson for a moment. Ichibi no Shukaku. Was his only answer before vanishing. The elderly man shuddered a bit. Sometimes I forget that he's essentially the new Kyuubi. Oh well, where was I? He wondered as he picked back up his wonderful orange book of smutty goodness. Unlike the previous timeline, Naruto didn't have anyone with him as he silently watched Kankuro and Temari from his perch on a nearby building, his trench coat fluttering slightly in the wind. His senses noted that Gaara was close and also watching them, but unaware of his own presence. Sure enough, like clockwork, Konohamaru and his two friends Mogi and Yuden came running into the alley while playing happily, and just like last time the kid ran into Kankuro. Boy, you little shit, that hurt. Kankuro growled. Temari sighed, irritated at her brother's lack of tact. Stop it, Kankuro, we don't need any trouble. Be quiet, Temari, the only one in trouble around here is the brat. Kankuro sneered as he hoisted Konohamaru up by his scarf. Mogi and Yuden cowered in fear behind him. Let go of me or you'll be sorry. My Nai-chan will beat the shit out of you. Konohamaru said, referring to Naruto, whom had befriended the boy like he did the first time. I'd like to see him try it, shrimp. Kankuro growled and prepared to bop the kid a good one. Or he would have, had the cold metal blade of a sword not suddenly become pressed to his neck. Would you now? Naruto said from behind him. I'd suggest you let the Hokage's grandson go unless you want to fuck up our treaty. He leaked out a bit of killing intent, just enough to let Kankuro know he was screwed if he tried something. Besides, I think your friend over there is displeased. He added. Kankuro dropped Konohamaru out of fear as his sister seemed more interested in studying the new guy behind him, if her slight blush was any indication. That was until he mentioned Gaara and they felt their little brother's killing intent. Konohamaru, Mogi and Yuden wisely scurried off before all hell broke loose. That's more like it, no need for undue unpleasantness. Naruto purred sinisterly as he sheathed Beowulf and stepped out in front of them. Gaara appeared on the tree branch next to them, hanging upside down. He looked as sleep-deprived as Naruto remembered, and the barely held sanity was still gleaming in his bloodthirsty eyes. Kankuro, you disgrace our village. Gaara monotoned. But that kid, he. Silence or I'll kill you. Gaara snapped, leaking out his killing intent. Temari idly noticed the blonde stranger wasn't affected in the slightest, in fact he looked unimpressed. While she had to admit he was one hell of a looker, surely he wouldn't be so foolish as to go against Gaara, he'd die. Gaara vanished in a swirl of sand and reappeared next to them. He studied Naruto for a moment, wondering why his mother was showing fear of this young man. He could feel the fear from his prisoner, and that alone made him wary. Tsubaku no Gaara, at your service, might I know your name? He asked. Naruto Uzumaki, it's a pleasure, I'm sure. Naruto greeted back. Indeed, I look forward to facing you in the exams. Gaara said, leaking more killing intent. As do I. Naruto said, brushing off the killing intent. Gaara narrowed his eyes. Who are you really, Uzumaki? Why does mother fear you? The wind caught Naruto's coat again, causing his tail to become visible. Naruto flashed a feral predatory grin, showing his fangs, and let his eyes flash crimson for a moment before turning and walking away. He stopped after a few steps and turned his head back slightly. I will see you all at the exams, but be warned, you needlessly kill any Konohinin and I'll destroy you. Naruto snarled the last part, blasting his own killing intent and demonic bloodlust before vanishing in a swirl of fire. Gaara shuddered. That bloodlust had made his own feel like a trickle in comparison. His mother had gone dead silent, but he could feel the fear and delusional insanity coming from Shukaku. Kankuro was about ready to throw up. Just what the hell was that guy? Temari couldn't decide whether to be scared or turned on, and like any other female he's seen, it wanted to touch that tail knot. That, she'd admit it out loud. Naruto then went to Ichiraku's for a quick lunch. He hadn't wanted to use those scare tactics, but he knew the only way Gaara would change was for it to happen like last time. Shukaku had too much control of him right now, and to fight in the middle of the village would have been stupid at best. Still, he'd have to do something about him before the finals. Thanking Amaterasu for the ramen, he paid for his meal and began wandering the village, ignoring the lessened amounts of hated stares being thrown at him. It was better now than it used to be, but you'd think the morons would get the point. Ah well. He let himself be semi-lost to his inner musings. Then there was the situation with the team. He'd have to tread carefully until the second exam, then he'd be able to eliminate the prick with no witnesses along with the pedophile. Still many things had changed this time around, so there was no guarantee that the exams will follow the previous timeline. That didn't really matter much to him though. A challenge is good. It was no fun knowing everything that was going to happen and when it would happen. Deciding to see if Zabuza was around, he walked into the Jounin Anbu training grounds. He didn't see or sense the browless Zanbato wielder, but he did catch a rather sickly-sounding cough. He frowned and thought. Where have I heard that before? Oh yeah, Ejekyo-san, the proctor for the preliminary tournament. Perhaps I can keep him alive this time. Yugao-san was deeply upset with his death last time and nearly died in the invasion because of it. Besides, I can't turn my back on a fellow Kenjutsu master. He thought. As he neared the coughing, he saw not just Hai but Yugao Akaniko Anbu sitting next to him, patting him on the back as he coughed. Naruto frowned as Haidt hacked up a clot of blood. "Excuse me, Nico-san, might I be of some help?" Naruto asked, walking up. "Huh? The Hanyu kid. I wonder if he could help." Haidt-kun. Nico wondered. She never had any problems with Naruto as a child. In fact, she had been one of the few who watched over him with Kakashi and Yamato. "Yes, please. He is having another bad fit. He has a sickness that came from a poison he was exposed to during the last ninja war," Nico said as Haidt weakly looked up. I presume?" Naruto asked with a frown. Haidt nodded and hacked again. Omnigan, Naruto intoned. However, this time he noticed something odd about his Dijutsu. He could still feel all of its usual visual functions, but now he was seeing things at 360 degrees, and he could see Nico and Haidt's Tenketsu points, aside from their chakra coils, which was odd since his eyes weren't supposed to have the Byakugan's abilities to see Tenketsu or 360 degrees. Somehow they had evolved slightly but remained mostly the same, though he silently vowed that if they gained the Sharingan's copy ability, he'd gouge the bastards out himself. Haidt and Nico watched in awe as the veins on the sides of Naruto's eyes bulged out like the Byakugan's would, but his eyes, retina and whites fused into a solid mass of black before cycling through several colors and stopping on a deep purple lavender mixture. Both had heard of this Dijutsu. Naruto was the first carrier of it, and it was said to rival both Sharingan and Byakugan in just side abilities alone. The fact that it could shatter any Genjutsu, even Mangekyou Sharingan-based ones, was surprising, since the legendary Tsukuyomi was said to be unbeatable. Naruto used his new functions and X-ray vision to search through Haidt's body. His body seemed fine until he looked into Haidt's lungs. Naruto let out a slight curse. He knew of this disease. Iwa made it for chemical warfare. It entered the body via either a poisoned weapon or breathed in as a gas. It was essentially a type of lung cancer mutation that slowly and painfully ate away at the victim's lungs if breathed in, or their vital organs if introduced via the bloodstream. The disease actually ate chakra, so any attempts with medical jutsu would only cause it to spread. It also ate on the victim's chakra, making them grow frail and weak. However, the disease had one glaring weakness: yakai. Demonic chakra, if used in a healing jutsu, would force the disease to do something interesting. It would reverse its effects and regenerate the victim. Naruto had discovered this when the Tsuchikage in the previous timeline had stabbed him with a poisoned blade in hopes of weakening him enough to steal his Omnigan. Instead, his yakai caused the disease to mutate and boost his already accelerated healing factor. For a normal human like Haidt, it would likely give him a new Kekkei Genkai that would make him immune to disease, sickness, poison and venom, and add a slightly accelerated healing ability, nowhere near his own, but for Haidt, it would help greatly in his recovery. Well, Iwa created a nasty little cancer-like virus, didn't they? It's completely immune to chakra treatments and medical jutsu, and I doubt an herbal remedy can be found. Haidt and Nico looked disappointed. However, this particular little nasty has one interesting weakness. What is it? Nico asked hopefully. Naruto grinned. The idiots that created it didn't take yakai or demonic chakra into account. I can convert my yokai into a demonic medical chakra, which is part of the reason I heal so fast myself, aside from demonic healing factors. I can't get rid of the virus but I can mutate it into something beneficial. When my yokai gets absorbed into it, it will force the disease to mutate and reverse its original purpose. Instead of harming you, it will begin to heal you and reverse the damages done on a cellular level in essence. It will become a new bloodline that will give you immunity to disease, sickness, poison and venoms, with a slightly accelerated healing, not near my level, but beyond what a normal human would have. So, Hyde-san, would you like to be rid of your problem and gain your own Kekkei Genkai? What's hack the price? Hyde asked nervously. Naruto just smiled. How about a good spar once you get back in top form? Sound good enough to you? Hyde just nodded, too shocked to say a word. The so-called demon brat was granting him a second chance at life with full health and a modest bloodline limit of his own. Silently the man swore that the next person that called him a demon brat, he'd introduce them to his dance of the crescent moon. Yugao was just as speechless but not to surprise given what he had done for Anko a while back. No one had been able to remove that damnable curse seal, yet he did it and asked for nothing in return. Naruto began going through a length of hand seals. Just sit back and relax. This will burn a little, more like feeling a hot towel on your chest, and it will take about a week for your condition to fully reverse, but the cough and weak feeling you have will be gone as soon as I'm done. Naruto said as a soft ruby glow surrounded his hands. Naruto placed a hand on Hayate's forehead and then on the center of his chest. Yugao watched as her fiancé was bathed in a ruby red glow that radiated a comforting warmth. So warm, Hayate gasped in shock. Naruto remained silent as he watched the disease with his Omnigan. As predicted, it began to mutate and alter. What he didn't count on though was that it would fuse into Hayate so quickly or for the damage to already start healing, but he figured his yokai was speeding things up a bit since it had regenerative abilities that surpassed Tsunade's mystical palm jutsu. A few moments later, Hayate's lungs were restored to full health with no sign of ever being damaged, and the former disease was now infused to Hayate's body. Within a week he'd be in top form. Hayate was speechless. He could feel the damage being reversed, his weakness seemed to melt away as his chakra levels returned to what they were before the sickness began draining them. For the first time in many years he felt strong again, he felt good, healthy. Naruto pulled his hands back and the ruby glow faded as his Omnigan deactivated. That should do it, Omph. Naruto huffed out as Yugao tackled him. Thank you. Thank you, Naruto Dono. You have saved two of my most precious people. I can never thank you enough. Yugao cried happily. Hayate just shook his head with a light chuckle, reveling in how good he felt. It was no problem, Hayate-san is a fellow shinobi and we look out for our own. And Anko-chan should never have had to suffer from that damnable seal the pedophile put on her. Naruto chuckled. Besides, it goes against my nindo to ignore a person in need. Yugao lifted her mask and pecked Naruto on the cheek, making him flush slightly, and Hayate chuckled at how easily embarrassed the young Hanyu was. He then noticed Naruto's swords. Naruto Dono, he began. Please, just call me Naruto, no need for formalities, but if you insist, Sen is fine. Naruto said as Yugao walked back over to Hayate and cuddled up next to him. Right, Naruto-san, I see that you are a swordsman. Hayate motioned to his swords. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I specialize in dual katana, zanbato and scythe fighting styles. My style is called mystical dragon style. It uses a combination of kendo, sword dances and samurai sword styles. Call it a clan style. It works pretty well in tandem with my Oni Ryu Kentojutsu style. I have heard you, yourself are a master of the dance of the crescent moon Kenjutsu style. Hayate nods. Yes, my style uses clone illusions to confuse a foe by attacking from all directions. I have incorporated shadow clones to take it a step further, it is quite useful. Naruto chuckled. Got to love the versatility of the shadow clone. Still, I wouldn't mind learning a few of your sword dances in return. Might I ask you element affinity? Higher with a modest secondary of water. Hayate stated confused. Interesting, I'm not sure he could do it without a high level in both affinities, but combining fire and water would make fusion jutsu for steam. I'll have to try that out. Still, I can offer him a few special attacks in exchange for learning a bit of crescent moon. Naruto mused. I have a few kenjutsu attacks I can teach you in exchange of lessons in crescent moon style after the upcoming exams, of course. Naruto offered. That got Hayate's interest. Special attacks? He asked. Yeah, your Nadachi can channel chakra, right? Yes. Well, I developed kenjutsu attacks that use element affinity chakra for ranged and close combat attacks. Naruto drew Griever and channeled fire chakra into it as he turned towards a training dummy. Blaze cutter. He barked and struck. Both Jounin and Anbu gawked as the training dummy was not only severed in two, but burned to ash within seconds from a crescent blade of fire. Naruto turned and sheathed his blade. I also have a water-based attack called Aqualance. I can teach you how to channel your elements into your sword and keep them there with little to no chakra drain as well to enhance your weapon's combat capabilities. I'm sure you can imagine what a flame cutter combined with a shadow clone crescent moon strike," Naruto stated. "Dance of the blazing moon," Hayate muttered as his mind went through the possibilities such an attack added to his arsenal would make him one of the best kenjutsu masters in Fire Country. "I would be honored to teach you about the crescent moon style in thanks for helping me." "Nice name, it definitely fits. I'll give you a hint if you want to try to experiment a bit," Naruto said, and both ninja gave him their total and complete attention. Almost all Jounin level ninja have mastered or become adept in their chakra element and its manipulations. It's one of the requirements to become a Jounin to at least be adept in their affinity. So when I learned my element I experimented using an advanced form of chakra control with my swords. Originally I created a move I called cross slash by channeling chakra into my blades, molding it to mimic the blades, and pushing it out as I struck making a X-shaped blade of chakra. To add an element, just add another layer of chakra with your affinity in it to cover your blade with fire, lightning act. Then to use a ranged version just push the second molded layer out from your blade as you are striking, simple as that. Oh, it works with kunai and shuriken too if you want to add a bit more bite to their attacks without wasting a large amount of chakra on a jutsu," Naruto explained. "I'll catch up to you after the exams to learn a bit of your crescent moon style. Good luck with your experiments until then," he added and walked off leaving a stunned duo. "Shit. Why didn't I think of something like that?" Yugao nearly yelled. Similar things were done when explosive tags were attached to kunai. You channeled a bit of your chakra into the kunai and tag, threw it, and then focused it with a tiger seal and the command word boom to make it explode. This was essentially advancement on a basic academy ability. Naruto arrived back at his compound, he glanced at the sign as he entered. He'd have to change it from Kazama Uzumaki to Namikaze Uzumaki in the future. He was pretty satisfied with the day's events, especially with Hayate. He'd not only been able to aid a comrade in need but would eventually be able to add another kenjutsu style to his list and incorporate it with his own. If all went well he'd also be able to take bits from the kenjutsu style and work on a new special taijutsu ninjutsu attacks combining Hiraishin, element-based Rasengan and shadow clones. As he walked into his home his ears were met with the cry of "Naru-kun." "Hamph," was all he got out before being pounced on and tackled. Crash, bang, boom, marrow. Again. And where the hell did the cat come from? Naruto thought, slightly dazed as he looked up to see Tenten straddling him with a rather shit-eating grin on her face. Glancing to the side he noticed the rest of his ladies, including Anko, watching on rather amused. "Told you he'd fall for it." Caillou chuckled. Anko grumbled but handed over Tenryo and smirked, watching Tenten was how she got the idea to tackle him. It was fun. "Hello ladies, Tenten-chan, you're going to break my spine one of these days, you know," he said as she helped him up with a giggle as his bones popped back into place. "I take it you ladies came for dinner?" They nodded. "Damn right," Haku-chan said, "you were making grilled beef with fried noodles and veggies with steamed pork buns and homemade strawberry and chocolate mochi tonight," Ino exclaimed. Which meant most of the girls came for the mochi, particularly Sakura, who was trying not to drool since he put fresh cut strawberries and a thick fudge sauce in the center of his homemade ones. He had promised Haku and Caillou that he would make them since Haku wanted to try them. He chuckled. "It's a good thing I keep food well stocked around here." Zabuza poked his head out from his room. "Yo, where's the beef?" Enko snickered. "Well, Foxy-kun, if you ever get tired of being a ninja you could always open a restaurant." "I noticed," Naruto answered dryly. "Well, might as well get cookin' shadow clone jutsu." 5 clones appeared. "Alright boys, let's get to work." "Right boss." 4 of the answered while the 5th was flirting with Anko. Obviously the clones had minds of their own, though it was amusing to see Naruto's inner pervert even if it still wasn't the level that Kakashi or Jiraiya was. That said, Anko seemed to be enjoying herself until Naruto dragged his irate clone away by its tail while cursing under his breath about troublesome perverted clones. In the end the clone was dispelled when it snuck back out of the kitchen and back over to Anko, trying to sneak up behind her to cop a feel. It got its feel, and it took Anko several seconds to realize her breasts were being groped by the perverted clone and not Naruto. Slightly disappointed yet amused she swatted the clone upside the head, much to the other girl's amusement, and his cursed as it vanished. 2 seconds later the sound of Naruto doing a face plant in the kitchen was heard along with a string of colorful curses that caused even Caillou to flush slightly. All in all it was just your typical night in the home of one Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 17 Chunin Exams, the Path to Change. See Lart's Gravity X 200. Naruto said as he placed a seal field around him that produced 200 times normal gravity. It was a localized Fuinjutsu that his father had worked on before his death to offer a full body workout rather than just arms and legs. Though even with his power, moving in such a pressurized environment was difficult to say the least. For him it acted like a limiter for his inhuman physical strength and demonic speed. Naruto had spent his first week and part of the second making damn well sure his ladies were more than prepared to enter the Chunin exams. Sakura had finished her little pet project of thousands of cherry blossom petals infused with her chakra. Naruto found he could barely drill through a barrier of them with a Rasengan unless he added yokai to it. Each petal was like a mini razor-sharp blade and damn near indestructible. She kept them in a small sewn-in pouch on the back of her red jacket vest. Naruto himself had modified them so that the pouch acted like a storage scroll, meaning her pouch was a small subspace pocket. All she needed to do was add a bit of her chakra to it by simply flaring it, and the pouch would open, and she would have thousands of pink, white and red petal-shaped blades at her command. What really creeped Naruto out though was it kind of made her into a female Gaara in the sense that the petals would act on their own and keep her protected when out. She could make a petal clone, and the really shocking thing was her version of Gaara's sand coffin and desert funeral. Hers was called Petal Pillar and Blossom Blizzard, girly names, but the effects spoke for themselves where Gaara's desert funeral crushed, Sakura's Blossom Blizzard literally turned her opponent into ground meat. The only problem was it was draining on her chakra and took all of her inhuman control to use. Hinata had created a new Byakugan attack, 8 trigrams Gatling thrust. It used a combination of her tonfa and chakra blades emitted from them in varying levels. She could either use it to shut off all Tenketsu with low-powered chakra spikes, rip internal organs pressure points nerve clusters with a medium-powered chakra blade, or the worst was the high-powered one with ice called 8 trigrams Icy Gatling Burst. This not only caused major damage, but slowly froze the opponent, and if she chose to. At the end of the combo she could shatter her enemy into so many little pieces of frozen flesh. Idly Naruto wondered if Kaiuchan's and his own sadistic side hadn't been wearing off on his ladies. Ino and Tenten had gotten more proficient with their weapons. Tenten could use a fair number of fire, earth and magma-based jutsu with Ifrit, including 2 of his own creations, Pyro Pillar and Magma Spiker. Ino had gotten a good handle on Kenjutsu as he had left her with some of the basic kata for his style, and she'd even created her own attack called Blitz Burn, which use burning senbon to impale the target and then add a bit of electroshock therapy via lightning bolt from Raijin into the burning metal needles. Even Haku had learned a couple of jutsu from him, 2 more of his own creations, Frost Dragon Barrage and his ultimate ice jutsu Absolute Zero. It took up 3/4 of her chakra, but the move rarely missed and always was an instant kill. Still, for her it was a desperation move or trump card. Still, she carried soldier pills to help. She also carried some special smoke pellets, or rather mist pellets. Another of Naruto's creations, it was a pellet containing hidden mist jutsu within it, but with a bit more water added in. With it Haku could easily perform her 1000 ice needle and demonic ice mirror anywhere from the moisture contained within the mist. Even Zabuza carried some of them to save his chakra. Naruto wasn't sure whether to be proud of his ladies or scared of them. In the previous timeline none of them, not even Hinata, had shown such latent skill and ability. Caillou had told him that it was he that gave them the drive to improve and fight so that they would be worthy. Naruto was a bit touched at that because even if they didn't want to be ninja, he'd still love them and felt they were more than worthy. Then again, once he had grown up the last time, he had also gained a great sense of modesty, which most considered a good thing, though he hadn't realized that until Caillou had told him. At the moment, however, Naruto was preparing to train himself. He'd slacked off on his own training. This usually wasn't too much of a problem, since his taijutsu and kinjutsu was so ingrained into him they were like second natures to him. Then again, he did train both at least once a day for 4 hours to keep his skills sharp. Still, he wanted to have a good spar to ensure his ninjutsu was still up to snuff, meaning he'd have to use low-powered versions. "Boy, you sure about this, kid?" Zabuza asked next to Kakashi. Naruto nodded as he bounced from foot to foot and loosened himself up. "Yeah, I want you two to come at me like you're trying to kill me," he said. "Isn't it a bit dangerous with all that weight on though?" Kakashi asked, a bit worried. Naruto gave them a devilish smirk. "Oh yeah, that's what makes it so fun." Zabuza laughed. "I'm really starting to like you, a brat after my own heart." He wouldn't kill him, but a chance to rough him up a bit and some payback for beating the crap out of him when they met was just too good to pass up. What neither Jounin knew was that even with 200 times gravity on him, he could still muster Jounin level speeds. The main reason for this was so he could go all out and not risk killing his sensei and friend with the gravity seals acting as limiters, though it would put them about dead even in strength and speed. "Alright, less talk, more action, let's rock," Naruto said, settling into a stance. "I have a couple new tricks I want to try out." Naruto's grin made them shudder. They knew the young Hanyu had been working on his ranged attacks lately, mainly his bullet Rasengan. High-release Phoenix Fire Flower Jutsu. Kakashi barked and shot a barrage of tennis ball-sized fireballs at Naruto. Earth Release Earth Encampment Wall Jutsu. Naruto counted and raised a wall of rock to block the strikes. Zabuza took this opportunity to get behind him and start his attack, one of Naruto's own signature moves. Demonic spin out. Zabuza called out as he became a bladed human top of death. Zabuza hit his target only for said target to turn into a puff of smoke and caused him to run right into the wall of rock, stopping his spinning painfully. It stunned the man, but only for a few seconds before he ripped his blade out of the rock and began his attack again. Naruto dodged to the side as Zabuza struck and lashed out with his foot in a reverse roundhouse kick. Zabuza blocked, and Naruto was forced to dodge a water fang bullet from Kakashi. Naruto returned the favor with a barrage of drilling air bullets, one almost hitting Kakashi, causing the man to curse a bit. "Kakashi-sensei, go ahead and use your sharingan, I don't really care if you copy a few of my jutsu, it's not like I wouldn't teach them to you if you'd asked," Naruto said and blocked Kubikiri Haucho with one of his tri-pronged kunai. In truth, Naruto knew the sharingan would put Kakashi on a more challenging level for him. While he wasn't very fond of the troublesome Dijutsu, Kakashi was the only one he would willingly let copy his jutsu with it. Helped that Kakashi had taught him both Chidori and Rikiri in payment for the Hiraishin and Bullet Rasengan that he had taught him, all in all a fair trade in Naruto's opinion, though he doubted he'd use them, but he could experiment with them. Kakashi lifted his headband revealing his sharingan, the three tomo swirling around his pupil. Thanks to his training with both Naruto and the advanced chakra control exercises he'd been doing, the Dijutsu didn't pull nearly as much of his chakra as it used to. Though Kakashi never openly said it, he was deeply honored that his sensei's son trusted him enough to use his personal and now labeled clan jutsus with his sharingan out. Then again, Kakashi was considered a member of Naruto's clan in all but blood, hence the real reason for teaching Naruto Chidori and Rikiri. Might as well keep it all in the family, right? Crimson Mist Cutter. Zabuza barked as he sent a red blade of chakra-infused mist at Naruto. Naruto dropped down and lashed out with a foot sweep, catching Zabuza off balance. Kakashi went through a load of hand seals. Lightning release Volt Dragon Missile. A stray bolt of lightning managed to catch the side of Naruto's leg, causing him to grunt in a bit of pain, but not lose the string of seals he was going through himself. Dark release Black Fang Shot. Naruto thrust his hands out and several bolts of black and purple energy shot from his hands. Kakashi cursed and dodged as the tree next to him was hit, it turned jet black and then turned to dust. "Well shit, must have put more chakra in that one than I thought," Naruto mumbled, causing the two jounin to sweat drop. A sparring match with Naruto was damn dangerous. The simple fact of the matter was that while none of them were trying to kill each other, maybe tossing ninjutsu around like they had been might be a tad much, especially with some of the ones Naruto could do. Hell, the last time he and Kakashi decided to trade ninjutsu back and forth for training, Naruto ended up doing a nasty combo of his own personal jutsu. He had flooded the training ground and then made large bolts of lightning crash down, electrifying the whole damn area. The two had spent several hours on top of a large rock, waiting for the electrical charge to die off. At least Kakashi got some good reading in though. Perhaps now would be a good time to quit before someone got seriously hurt. "It's getting late, why don't we quit for the day? Besides, I can't use any of my real big jutsu or actual strategies, since neither of you are actual enemies, and I don't want another training ground 22 incident," Naruto said with a slight chuckle as he released his gravity seals. "No shit, the place was burned to a crisp," Zabuza deadpanned. "Then there was Area 16, that place had enough electrical charge to run Konoha for a couple of years easy." Kakashi gave a sheepish eye smile. "We do get a bit carried away, though I can't really take credit for Area 16, we were both at fault for 22. The Fire Dragon Missile and Flowing Magma River jutsus tend to cause a lot of damage." Naruto crossed his arms. "Oi, it's not like you haven't torn a place up using that new combo jutsu you came up with. The Seeking Shark Vortex jutsu is a nasty piece of work. It leveled Area 4 and nearly drowned both of us." "Hey, yeah, well." Zabuza chuckled. Haku had been so pissed since that had been her favorite training area. "Anyway, I'm heading home to get some dinner and get to sleep, the exam starts tomorrow and I want to be fully alert," Naruto stated. The other two nodded in agreement and hoped things went according to plan, though in the ninja world, things rarely went that way. They could always hope for the best and that Area 44 was still in one piece by the time Naruto was finished there. "It's a good thing my Taijutsu hasn't suffered any. Still, I can't help but worry that something is off, more so than usual. I guess I'll just worry about it when it happens," Naruto mused silently. Naruto got up early the next morning, clad in nothing but his boxers. He watched as the first visages of the sun rising in the sky painted their colors across the usually azure sky. Today was the day where everything starts up again, but with all the changes he was sure that some things would be much different this time around. The previous night before they went to sleep, Naruto had talked to Kaio about his Omnigan and its sudden changes. She had explained that it wasn't so much as an evolution as he had finally unlocked its final ability. In truth, she had always intended for the Omnigan to be similar to the byakugan, but with a few extras added in. To Naruto, that was a relief, as he didn't have to worry about it gaining sharingan copy abilities. He just didn't like the thought of stealing other people's hard work, enemies perhaps but not allies. "Are you ready for this, Naruto-kun?" Caillou asked as she walked up next to him in her nightshirt. "Yeah, just make sure to keep a close eye on Gigi. The last thing we need is for some kind of sneak attack. If you need me though, just use our link," Naruto said. Caillou nodded and stretched up to give him a light kiss. He gave her a small smile and went to his closet to grab his clothes and gear for the exams. He pulled out a black trench coat with red and orange flames coming up from the bottom and his usual symbols placed on it. He then pulled out a pair of boots, a pair of fingerless gloves, 3 rolls of black wrappings and his belts, pouches and swords. After putting on his usual black cargo pants and the boots, he secured his dual equipment pouches on his legs. He took the largest roll of wrappings and put it around his lower torso. No sense in ruining another shirt when he was sure things were going to get wild in the forest, and he had several copies of this trench coat. He then took the other rolls and placed them in one of his belt pouches next to his equipment scroll. The gloves went in next to the rolls just in case he needed them. Putting on his utility belts and attaching his swords, he finished it off by putting on his trench coat, once again, one without sleeves. He had made sure he had his special equipment scroll and had double-checked his equipment. He had enough medical gear to do anything he might need to, along with rations, soldier pills, food pills, antidotes and extra kunai, shuriken and explosive tags. His special seal tags, calligraphy tools and some ink were also stored in his scroll. It was essentially a good-sized sealing scroll that had other sealing scrolls sealed in it with various tools and supplies, even some spare clothing. He referred to it as his master scroll, since only his blood and unique chakra could open it. Ayubi wasted no time getting dressed. She put on all black Anbu-style outfit that Sarutobi had provided her, including her own black fox mask with red highlights. This would help her blend in without raising much suspicion. She had also summoned her personal weapons via fox. They were called Punishment and Judgment. At first glance they look strange, but in truth they are tonfa custom designed to have scimitar-like blades on the ends that would usually be the blunted clubbing ends. The tonfa blade could separate near the handles and extend into a moderate length of chain for ranged attacks. They were forged of the demonic alloys adamant and black mithril. Naruto had been rather surprised with them himself. For such awkward-looking weapons, Caillou was quite deadly with them. "Well, let's get this show on the road," Naruto said. Caillou gave him another kiss and flame-ported to Sarutobi's office. Naruto let out a sigh and walked out of his room. He told Haku and Zabuza that he'd see them later and headed out to meet Sakura and Emo team. It didn't take long for Naruto to meet up with his teammates, Sakura slightly blushing at Naruto's attire, while Sasuke scoffed at it. No real surprise there. Naruto led them to the academy fully intent on making sure things were differently. This time around, though Ibiki had wanted to change the written test a bit for Naruto, it was later decided to leave it as his so no suspicions were raised. Not that Naruto cared. Unlike last time, he was more than intelligent enough to take a simple test, and using his Omnigan would be, in his opinion, a rip-off and a waste of energy. As they made their way to the second floor, Naruto was greeted to a familiar scene from his past, only this time Neji wasn't scowling. Tenten had Ifrit strapped to her back and Rock Lee well was Lee. Sakura noticed right off that there was a genjutsu placed and glanced over at her fiancé. He merely nodded and the two began to walk towards the stairs. Sasuke, however, was determined to make an ass out of himself no matter the timeline or changes. "Boy!" Sasuke bellowed imperiously as he began to strut towards the Chunin. "Why don't you two draw wap?" Naruto stopped the arrogant little prick speech with a Haruno-class brain duster to the back of the head and proceeded to drag the irate Uchiha off while grumbling curses to himself with an amused Sakura in his wake. Everyone else watched the scene highly amused and a bit confused. Only the smarter genin there actually caught on to follow Naruto, while the others turned back to trying to convince the two disguised Chunin to let them through. Said Chunin were impressed with the blonde Hanyu smarts, with the genjutsu still in place. The weaker and unready genin wouldn't make it to the next phase of the exam, making it easier and much less troublesome in the long run, not to mention save their lives if they would have gotten into the forest. After getting to room 301 and ditching the irate Emo, Naruto took to silently and covertly observing his surroundings. As expected, Kabuto Yakushi was waiting over on the far wall next to the sound gen, and Naruto noticed that the female of the team didn't really look happy to be there, or rather she seemed wary of her teammates. "Well, that's new, or is it? I never really noticed her the last time. If I didn't know better, I'd almost swear she didn't want to be here, or rather with those two. Perhaps I will help her if I feel she can become trustworthy," Naruto mused silently. A moment later the sound Kunoichi looked up and locked eyes with him. He just gave her a calm and friendly smile, causing her to flush and look away. As his attention returned to other things he covertly kept an eye on her and noticed she kept throwing him almost shy glances, still blushing. Her teammates completely ignoring her existence it seemed. The team from Sand was there eyeing him warily, he just gave them a small smile and wave utterly confusing them. The rain, waterfall, mist, stone and cloud teams were either minding their own business or trying to intimidate others with what they thought was killing intent. Naruto chose to ignore this. He frowned slightly when he caught sight of the grass team, the female looking at him for a moment, blushing and then talking to her teammates again. Naruto mentally frowned at that. It meant the Hibi team hasn't hid himself amongst them yet. He sure as hell couldn't smell snake from anyone other than Kabuto, though the sound genin had a very faint scent of snake on them. The rest of the rookie 9 and Team Guy made their way into the room. Tenten, Ino and Hinata pausing long enough to give their fiancé a peck on the cheek before going over to Sakura to chat. Niji, Lee, Shikamaru, Chaoji, Shino and Kiba however came over to Naruto to catch up. As he quietly talked to his friends he continued his silent observations and was happy to see they were as well. As Naruto tossed Akamaru a puppy treat and began talking to Kiba about pranks and their uses in trap setting, Kabuto approached Sasuke to try and start up a conversation since the rookie genin weren't acting all hyper like he had thought they would. To the silver hair boy's annoyance, only Sasuke was interested in his nin info cards, the others just kept talking silently, minding their own businesses and seemingly ignoring the others in the room. The small effect of having a smarter Naruto as their friend in this timeline allowed them to be a bit smarter as well, except Shikamaru who was smart period, but all knew that information wasn't just given freely and they instantly became wary of Kabuto. Naruto mentally smirked when Ibiki showed up early with the other Chunin proctors. Haku was amongst them and Naruto could smell Zabuza hiding in the shadows. Ibiki then ordered them to sit down, shut up and began going through his whole intimidation thing to weed out the weak groups and give a hint to what they were supposed to do. In all honesty the test proceeded much like it had the last time, though this time around Naruto answered all his questions at a moderate pace and with relative ease, even slightly nudging Hinata to let her copy off of him. She did so using her byakugan covertly. As soon as he finished he silently observed how the others did it was the same as last time. Nice to see some things didn't change. Gaara is still using his third eye with sand, Tenten and Lee are using mirrors, Sakura is smart enough to do it on her own Hulks, like she actually let Ino use her mind-body transfer jutsu this time. Shikamaru is using his shadow imitation jutsu to help Chaoji. Niji is using his byakugan like Hinata can't see the team this time around now. We just have to wait for Ibiki-san to freak out the rest of the morons here and wait for Anko to arrive, Naruto thought as Hinata gently grabbed his hand. He just gave her a kind smile, but otherwise kept his mouth shut. As the test ended and the dreaded 10th question came up, Naruto still held his silence. This time it was more to save the teams that would have otherwise quit and gone into what was going to be a deadly situation they weren't ready for. Naruto did arch an eyebrow though when the Kunoichi from Kusa raised her hand and quit, thus eliminating the team from grass. Though in their place a team from Kumo seemed to stay, which meant there were 2 Kumo teams instead on one like there had been last time. This was fine with Naruto, Kusa had been allies in the previous timeline and if he could avoid pointless deaths then it was all the better. Finally Ibiki passed the group leaving a total of 26 teams. Naruto couldn't remember the exact number that passed the previous time but just shrugged it off unless they were his friends, they were of no consequence to him. Though he did do a mental countdown and right on one a familiar figure crashed through the window without a banner this time and revealed themselves to be Anko, who gave a flirty wink to Naruto. 26 teams, damn Ibiki you're losing your touch. Anko exclaimed. The early Anko. Ibiki deadpanned. Ah, details now then maggots, I'm the proctor for the second part of the exam, Anko Mitarashi. So get your asses up and follow me, we're heading out for training area 44. She said and no one moved except Naruto and his friends. Her eyebrow developed a slight tick. That wasn't a suggestion move it. She bellowed causing the other genin to practically jump out of their skins. Naruto told Sakura and the team to go ahead of him while he used the restroom. Once inside and sure that no other presences were about, Naruto took out one of his Hiraishin kunai and slit his palm open. He then withdrew a string of complicated hand seals and slammed his hand down on the ground. A small puddle of blood from his now healed hand began to bulge and grow as chakra was fed into it. A moment later stood an exact duplicate of Naruto. This was a special clone technique he'd created in his other life, it was called a blood clone. It held the same capabilities of a shadow clone but couldn't be dispelled unless a killing blow was delivered. It held most of Naruto's physical capabilities and about a tail's worth of chakra, which by Biju standards was equal to an elite jounin. As with Shadow Clone, a blood clone transferred all the things it learned back to its creator. It also held all the creator's memories and personality, up to the point of creation, as well as their chakra signature. It was also perfect for faking one's death or being in some place while the original was busy elsewhere. This was because, even if killed, it didn't just poof out of existence, it turned into a corpse that would last exactly 24 hours before melting into a mass of blood. It was a jutsu he'd never share with just anyone though, using it to create just one clone was more dangerous, that using shadow clones as the chakra cost was far more severe. Anything with a lower power level than Nibi no Nekomanta would die from trying it, meaning it was an S-class demonic kinjutsu. There were some drawbacks however, it did not contain the level of senses or power that Naruto did, and to hold itself together, it required a constant but low chakra drain from the stores put within it. Battling caused these to drain much faster, and it could not replenish its stores. Once they were gone, it would simply die. If left alone, a blood clone could last several days to a week, but in combat and stress situations, it had 2 days at best if there weren't too many battles or its lack of full demon senses didn't get it killed first. Alright, I want you to follow Sakura-chan and protect her. Keep an eye of Emo Team 2, just in case. I'm heading into the forest ahead of everyone else and hunt down a certain snake pedophile. Naruto ordered. Clone Naruto saluted. Sure thing boss. I'll protect our fiancé with my life, it's a promise. They vowed proudly. Right, I'll see you later then. Don't go to the tower until I come back and switch with you. Naruto said and vanished into a pile of mud that dried up and vanished. Careful boss, I don't want to become your replacement. The clone muttered, even though such a thing would be impossible due to the clone's limitations. Naruto-kun. What took you so long? Sakura asked, concerned as Naruto appeared next to her in a swirl of burning leaves. Sorry, Sakura-chan, I was doing a last-minute equipment check. Clone Naruto lied. Sakura just nodded. Clone Naruto smirked slightly to himself. One of the gifts of being a kitsune, could lie to a political figure and get away with it. Then again, they always lie too. Sasuke glared at him and let out his usual. HNNN. DCH that time of the month. Clone Naruto mumbled. Thankfully Lord of the Brood didn't hear him. Sakura did and gave him a playful swat on the arm while holding back a giggle. Anko began going over the rules of the exam. Clone Naruto sighed slightly as he recalled his creator listening to the same thing, only this time he kept his mouth shut. He did sniff around covertly, but he could only detect the snake smell coming from the Oto Genin and Kabuto's team. Anko had lost the scent when the original Naruto removed the cursed seal from her, though not completely due to some of her jutsu, but the scent no longer held Orochimaru's taint. He could also sense a slight taint in the air, covered up by something, Jinjutsu most likely, but he couldn't pinpoint it. He cursed silently, his senses just weren't as good as his creator's. He only had about an average Inuzuka level of smell and hearing, where the real Naruto was well beyond that. As Anko finished, she began to hand out scrolls, sticking a spare heaven scroll in her trench coat. She walked up to Naruto and handed him a earth scroll. Good luck in there, Foxy-kun, you come out in one piece and I'll give you a special reward. She purred as she leaned in and kissed his cheek. The clone, unable to resist a little fun, gave her a nice little lip lock while covertly swiping the heaven scroll from her coat along with a pencil. He then gave her ass a nice little squeeze, making her restrain herself from jumping him right then and there, and making Sakura pout he never fondled her butt. She supposed it was due to her age, he had made it clear that he wanted to wait till they were older to have sex. I'll keep that in mind, Anko-chan. He whispered in her ear, causing her to shudder slightly. Hiba just watched the whole thing, drooling slight. He let out a perverted giggle, only to have Hinata swat him upside the head. Though she, Ino and Tenten also pouted at the attention their fellow sister got. Several other males and females, Tamari and the Oto Kunoichi especially, looked a bit jealous as well. The rest of the males were just amused, except for the Prince of Emos. Not a one of them had caught Naruto stealing the spare scroll or quickly using henge on the pencil to turn it into a copy of their earth scroll. Geez, some ninjas, not a damn one of them noticed that I was using that whole little show as a distraction. The clone thought dryly with a slight sweat drop. From just inside the fence, perched on the shadowed part of a tree, the original Naruto was having similar thoughts as one of the giant centipedes scuttled towards him, thinking him a quick meal. I hope they pay more attention in here, crunch. Without even looking back, Naruto back-fisted the giant insect, crushing its skull and causing it to drop to the forest floor dead. This is a dangerous place after all. He finished nonchalant, not even caring that a giant insect had tried to make a meal out of him. Other said giant insects in the area sweat dropped and got the hell away from the scary kid. Insects or no, they weren't that desperate for a meal. Naruto however took to the treetops, making sure to stay in the shadows. He had a snake to hunt. Alright brats. Anko yelled, not even knowing of the events that just took place in the forest. Each team go to your assigned gate. Remember, you all have exactly 5 days to get to the tower. A last piece of advice to each of you: don't die. Now go. she shouted as the gates opened and Genin began speeding off. A few hours into the forest found a secretly annoyed and antsy blood clone, a cautious and edgy Sakura with chakra bow in hand, and an indifferent and brooding Sasuke. Damn it all, if the boss's memory serve right, then Hibi team should have made a move by now. Then again, boss was only attacked by one rain in the last time, this time all three of the teams came after me, made me use up a good chunk of chakra too. Emo team seems to be acting a bit off, and what the hell is with that turtleneck coat, he's wearing something smells off. It's a good thing I gave him the hinged scroll. Clone Naruto thought. The rain team had ambushed them, the fools never saw what hit them, and the worst part was they had a earth scroll, which Sakura now held. Clone Naruto kept both his heaven and earth scrolls in his inside pocket of his trench coat. The fight alone had been a joke. Clone Naruto had cleaved through one with his replica Beelf, the fool had just dropped himself on him. Sakura had blown a hole in the other's chest with a well-placed chakra arrow. Sasuke got behind the last one and slammed a kunai into his skull. However, manifesting replica swords of Griever and Beelf had cost him a little over a quarter of his chakra supply. The forest was also full of scents and sounds, and without the higher level of senses his creators has, the clone was having a difficult time figuring out what sound or smell came from where or what, and it was highly distracting. The reason why the clone felt something was off was while Sakura was following the proper train of thought due to a first kill and was shaken up, but doing her best to control it. Sasuke on the other hand looked disappointed that the kill was so simple, and the clone could smell barely repressed bloodlust coming from him. Since it didn't seem to be directed at anyone in particular, though the clone just decided to divide his attention between his boss's girl, his surroundings and the emo. He just wished the boss would hurry up and get back, he wasn't supposed to go to the tower or reveal his scrolls without the original present, with Hibi team's head safely placed in a seal scroll in Kusanagi with it, which would be a present to Anko most likely. He wasn't sure why the boss wanted it, other than it was a special sword and very dangerous. Sighing, Clone Naruto signaled to Sakura to get a better view of the area. She nodded and leapt up into the shadowed parts of the tree they were next to and began scanning the area. Behind Naruto, who was scanning the area and keeping an eye on Sakura, Sasuke let a demented grin cross his features, his sharingan appearing in his eyes. Biting his thumb, he placed some of his blood on a special seal on his pants pocket, causing it to open a bit further. Reaching in, he pulled out what appeared to be a bow staff of some kind, until he pulled it apart, revealing a gleaming silver katana. It was a replica Kusanagi his new sensei had crafted for him. Granted, killing the demon wasn't a part of the plan, but his eyes and powers could always be extracted from the corpse Kukikuku. Sakura scanned the area from her perch in the treetops, her bow poised to attack. The damn forest was so damn thick though that she could see much, not to mention all the chakra signatures. At that moment she felt a familiar one spike along with one that felt so vile and evil it twisted her stomach. Problem was Naruto was beneath her right. She felt the same signature from him, so he had to be there. His shadow clones didn't give off his unique signature. She glanced down to make sure, only to have her eyes widen in pure horror. Sasuke was in mid-strike right behind her fiancé, who had noticed just a hair too late and failed to guard the attack before it landed. The sickening sound of metal cutting through flesh and bone sounded off, followed by the dull thuds of a head and body falling to the ground. Occasional splat noises were heard as large globs of blood hit the ground. Sakura let out a piercing scream as Sasuke stood over the headless corpse of Naruto, laughing in an insane and creepy manner. His sharingan blazing with bloodlust as purple chakra began venting out of him, black flame marks slowly covering his skin as the whites of his eyes turned a malicious black color. Marvelous power. Sasuke chuckled darkly. Splendid Kukukikuku, do you like it, Sakura? Do you wish to feel my power? Perhaps join your demon lover, do you, pathetic whore? He gestured with his hand, and the branch Sakura had been on broke, sending her dropping back to the ground, her bow landing a few feet near Sasuke. You bastard. She cried out, tears streaming down her face. I'll fucking kill you. Fucking monster. HNN, a monster am I? Perhaps, but I do not care. I deserve this power for all I have suffered. I am an elite at best, and no one will ever be able to say otherwise ever again. I will kill Itachi and anyone who stands in my way. Sasuke's skin turned a sickly gray pallor as a black four-point cross symbol appeared between his eyes and following the contour of his nose. His dark hair turned a grayish-purple color as a pair of fangs protruded from his upper lips. His nails lengthened into sinister-looking claws as his muscle mass grew slightly. Finally, he hunched over as a pair of grotesque gigantic hands erupted from his back, followed by a whip-like tail from his spine. Upon closer look, the hand-like appendages were some kind of freakish wings, as there was a thick membrane between the fingers. Kukukikuku, then again, why be man or monster when I can be a god? Sasuke roared with insane demonic tones in his voice. The killing intent and bloodlust that was coming off him, along with the tangible feeling of pure insanity and rage, nearly froze Sakura in her spot. That horrid vile chakra that was coming off of him oddly made her feel dirty and violated. As much as it pained her even with all the training Naruto gave her, she really doubted she could beat this thing in front of her, but she was damn sure going to try for Naruto. She silently cursed, leaving behind her special jacket with a pack of special sakura petals sewn in it would have given her an edge, but she didn't expect to need that at a simple exam. Her bow, if she could just reach it. Damn it. What do I do? Sakura thought frantically. The bastard will just copy any jutsu I use and turn it against me. If I could just get to my bow or one of Naruto-kun's swords. What happened to his swords? They are gone. Foolish whore. Fire release Phoenix Fire Flower Jutsu. Sasuke spat out a barrage of fireballs with shurikens in them. Be damn. Sakura yelped. Water release Water Encampment Wall Jutsu. The fireballs and shuriken were deflected by the wall of chakra reinforced water, only Sasuke was no longer in front of her. Sakura let out a cry of pain as Sasuke harshly swatted her with one of his wings. She slammed into a tree and poofed into a log via replacement. Sasuke cursed and was about to seek the bitch out when a kunai landed next to him with a burning tag. Aw shit. Go to hell, team, boom. Sakura snapped. The loud explosion filled the air. As the smoke and dust settled, though, a deeply burnt and splintered log lay where Sasuke should have been. You know you aren't the only one who uses that jutsu. He whispered in her ear. Sakura quickly rolled out of the way and brought up a kunai just in time to block the replica kusanagi, a few strands of her hair being cut in the process. I'm not the weak little girl I used to be, and there's no way in hell I'm going to let a spoiled, arrogant and sick little bastard like you walk all over me ever again. I'm disgusted that I ever saw anything in you. Sakura spat, leaping back. TCH, as if I'd ever touch a flat-chested, temperamental, overblown foreheaded little demon slut like you. Sasuke sneered. The sudden arctic chill settled in, and for reasons Sasuke couldn't quite explain he felt a horrid sense of dread wash over him. Shanro. Kill the gay little prick. Inner Sakura raged. Sasuke's eyes widened a bit as Sakura's chakra levels spiked higher than he thought they would, and enough killing intent was leaking out of her to instantly make him wary. Perhaps that last remark hadn't been such a smart idea. Sakura put her hands together in a ram seal. Gravity Seal X5 release. Sakura then blurred and shot forward with Jounin level speed and let loose a haymaker into a shocked Sasuke's waiting jaw with a nasty crack. Unfortunately, his cursed form gave him too much protection for her to do little more than bruise him, since she had not mastered chakra augmented strength yet and his sharingan could still follow her. She made the mistake of letting her emotions get the better of her judgment. Sasuke gave her a demented grin and slammed his fist into her gut hard. Sakura felt the wind get knocked out of her as she spat up blood and began hurtling backwards. Sasuke appeared behind her, kicking her harshly in the spine, almost breaking it. He then did a side flip and grounded her with a heel drop to her shoulder. This time bones did break and her right arm was now useless. Foolish little slut, she has no clue as to just how powerful I have become. This form grants me power beyond that of a mere Jounin Kuku. I will play with her first, then kill her before taking the demon's corpse back to Sensei to dissect. Sasuke thought sinisterly. Sakura hit the ground, letting out a pained cry. Sasuke chuckled darkly again and kicked her in the ribs to flip her onto her back, cracking at least 3 of them. She tried to stab him with the kunai in her left hand, only for him to catch her by the wrist and twist it, breaking her wrist and causing her to drop her weapon. He picked it up, eyeing it for a moment before placing it at the neckline of her top and jerking it down, exposing her. Kuku, it seems you do have some tits after all. I wonder. Should I kill you or fuck you first and then kill you, or leave you here to be something's next meal? Maybe slow death from the poison on my sword's decisions. Sasuke muttered evilly as he traced her bare skin with the tip of his kusanagi. Go screw yourself, be bastard. Sakura spat at him weakly. She could barely breathe and her body was a massive pain. Sasuke sneered and jabbed the kusanagi into her gut, smiling sickly at the pained scream she let out. Slow death it is, bitch. Just so you know, there is no cure for this poison. It slowly tortures the victim to death with pain as it slowly destroys your chakra system, then eats away at your muscles and then makes your nerves swell until they break. For now I will enjoy your torment. Sasuke said as he pulled his blade from her stomach, not bothering to wipe the blood dripping from it. And no, I don't want to die, but at least I can be with Naruto-kun again. I guess in the end I really was weak, but at least I did my best. Sakura thought through her pain as tears began to fall onto the bloody ground. Chapter 18, Chunin Exams Crossroads Past, Present and Future. 30 minutes earlier. Naruto silently traveled through the treetops, being sure to keep to the most shadowed areas, using every ounce of his stealth training and experience. His senses were working overtime, he could detect various scents and sounds from all over the forest. To his frustration, there were quite a few snake scents, none of them seemed to hold Orochimaru's unique taint about them either. Stopping for a moment in the blind side of a treetop, he paused to think. If he could hazard a guess, he'd bet on Orochimaru using a scent cloaking jutsu as well as a chakra signature cloak. But he knew the Hibi team was around, he could feel it in his gut even if his senses couldn't detect him. Perhaps some proper bait would bring the snake out of hiding or… Omnigan, Naruto whispered as his eyes cycled through colors until landing on green, the veins on the sides of his eyes throbbing outwards with chakra and blood. Everything around him became clearer and transparent, focusing more chakra his eyes turned a blue-green color, and now auras and chakra was visible to him, as well as his telescopic vision ability. Silently scanning the area, he caught sight of several summoned snakes and about 10 figures with Orochimaru's unique signature. All of them seemed to be cloaked in a thin layer of chakra that seemed to repel most senses or chakra probes. HNN mud clones, none of those are nearly powerful enough to be _OL snake eyes. Not a bad plan though, they are surrounding the area in a circle, each well hidden or henge does something easily passed off as nothing. Problem is the puppet master isn't around to pull the strings, obviously a trap, meaning the bastard is aware of my taijutsu. I should have guessed he would. Springing the trap would likely get me nowhere. If my guess is right, its purpose is to wear me down and make me an easier target. Though on the other hand, it might just get the snake to come to me. Damn it, I don't have time for this shit. I've had an off feeling all day and it's only getting worse. I need to get this done and over with so I can get back to Sakura-chan and the Prince of Emos. Scanning a bit deeper, Naruto's eyes caught sight of Gaara's team as they took out a hidden mist team for their scroll. Naruto didn't even flinch at the disturbing sight of the desert funeral and sand coffin at work. He'd seen them both many times before in his previous timeline. Moving on from that, he was barely able to make out the other Konoha teams as they were swiftly moving out of his visual range. All seemed to be doing good and moving swiftly through the forest, except his team, but he expected that since he had made sure his clone knew not to go to the tower unless an emergency came up. They were just barely within the range of his telescopic vision, making details hard to make out, but something about the Uchiha's aura unsettled him. It seemed different than before, darker. An uneasy feeling settled in the pit of his stomach, perhaps brushing off the Uchiha as little to no threat was a foolish choice on his part. Still, his clone should be able to handle the jerk if he got out of hand, or at least he hoped it could. Stranger things had happened. Just as Naruto began to scan the opposite side of him, his danger sense triggered, causing the fur on his tail to bush out slightly. Letting out a quiet curse, he shunshined away, barely missing 6 vipers with long blades protruding from their fanged mouths, impaling the tree trunk he had been next to. Naruto landed on the ground, his face set like stone as he glanced about, his Omnigan now off and relying on his normal senses. "So you've been hunting me from the start?" Naruto said to no one. "Bukukikuku, very perceptive, Naruto-kun. Your skill is just as I have heard, excellent," Orochimaru said, his voice coming from all directions at once. "Happy to be of service," Naruto said dryly. "I'll be here all week, be sure to tip your server and don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. Oh, and a sharp tongue and quick wit as well, how delicious, my little reaper." Naruto's eyes narrowed. 2 mud clones burst up from the ground, their necks extending and coiling around Naruto faster than he was seemingly able to react. The other clones and summoned snakes quickly surrounded him as Orochimaru began sprouting up from the ground like a human plant. He clapped mockingly at Naruto, a smug and superior look on his snake-like features. My Naruto-kun, you should know better than to drop your guard in such a dangerous place. You never know when something might lash out and bite you," Orochimaru said as his neck jetted out and he sunk his fangs into the young Hanyu's neck. His clones doing the same to his wrists. Naruto, however, didn't have the reaction that the snake Sannin was expecting. Rather than crying out in pain, he merely smirked. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as a spurt of yellowish fluid shot out of the wounds on his neck and wrists, followed by a cloud of purple mist. Naruto suddenly poofed into smoke and an Orochimaru mud clone appeared in its place before melting into a pile of mud. Orochimaru was impressed, a combination henge and substitution without seals at that, very advanced for one so young even if he was half demon. This however did make him more wary and a bit nervous. It seemed that he wasn't the only one playing games now. Sasu-kun's reports on his skills seemed to be vastly underestimated. I was expecting a cocky brat with too much power and not enough skill to use it properly. This situation, however, makes my plans a bit more complicated, Orochimaru thought, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He hoped his backup plans would not fail him. The killing intent laced through the air was enough to stifle most seasoned ninja, especially when both a Hanyu and a demented Sannin were leaking it in droves. Orochimaru, in a flash, cracked a smoke bomb on the forest floor, covering the whole area in smoke. As he was in cover, he quickly drew his Kusanagi sword from within himself and leapt into a tree for cover only. To have a kunai with a sizzling orange tag land next to him on the trunk. Cursing, he leapt off again for safety just in time as the tag went off, taking the tree top with it in a fiery burst. There waiting for him on the ground was his prey. Naruto stood still as the smoke began to clear from the smoke bomb, Beowulf resting at his side and Griever resting on his shoulder. 9 long furry tails the same color as his hair swaying behind him, slitted crimson glowing orbs glaring balefully at Orochimaru. Those eyes they spoke to the snake Sannin. To him they told of the ways he would die a most painful and slow death for all the sins he had committed in his lifetime. For the first time in many a year, Orochimaru felt fear as Naruto let out his full power, letting him know just what he was messing with. Not a child or even a ninja, but the half-demon avatar of the god of death Shinigami. You will find that I am not a mere rookie, Hebe team. Naruto snarled. Now then, shall you tell me just how long you've known of me and where your information came from, or shall I rip the information out of your mind with my Jagan before I send your pathetic soul to be devoured? Now, Naruto was aware that he hadn't been overly secretive with the lion's share of his powers and or abilities, but there were some things that no one but the Hokage, Kakashi and his ladies knew of, and he was positive that none of them would talk. So either Orochimaru had some sort of inside information, or he was following the same path he did in the previous timeline, which meant that he wanted to obtain his Omnigan and Hanyu body. Orochimaru suppressed the urge to shudder. However, he refused to show any fear to his prey, not if he wished to obtain his eyes and body for his own uses. He needed to stall for time so that Sasuke-kun could fulfill his part of the plan. The Sannin was no fool. He knew his little pawn wouldn't be able to resist the urge to kill the Hanyu brat, but Orochimaru anticipated that Naruto would use a clone, so he could seek him out alone. So things were still going as planned, so a little information wouldn't hurt anything for now. After all, he still had his other tricks to play. Very well, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru said sulkily as he circled him with the Kusanagi at ready. Some of my men witnessed your wonderful battle in Wave Country. It was quite the delicious report. You are a most curious specimen, and I wish to know more about you and those wonderful eyes of yours. Your jutsu are quite catching as well. Tell me, is your ability to use all elements a part of your bloodline? Naruto shrugged nonchalant. Partly, the ability does start with my demonic blood, but in order to actually use it, I had to spend a very long time training it and much sacrifice. Indeed, we are both alike in that manner, we have both sacrificed everything for power. Orochimaru grinned sickly as he licked his lips. Perhaps, but unlike you, I didn't sell my soul for it, and I learned something long ago about power. And what might that be, boy? Naruto slid into a stance, readying himself for battle. That power is nothing more than a tool, neither good nor evil, and it is never worth the sacrifice to obtain when hard work, determination and patience will get you the same results at less cost. Orochimaru laughed. You are a fool, Naruto-kun, power is everything and worth any sacrifice. Hard work, determination, those things can never truly obtain anything unless you have power to back them. Great power requires great responsibility and the will to know when and how to use it properly, otherwise it leads to destruction. You, like other humans, have let yourself become corrupted by power, delusions of grandeur and selfishness. Because of this you have hurt and destroyed many innocent lives. I will not allow you to hurt any more people. Prepare yourself, Orochimaru. Naruto growled. Spare me the useless sentiment, demon brat, you are no better than I, your hands are stained of blood just as much as mine. Orochimaru hissed, not liking a younger person judging him. My hands might be stained with blood, but none were innocents. I did what had to be done to either finish the task I was given or protect those I care for, not cold-blooded murder like you. Did I hit a sore spot, team? Don't like your own faults thrown back into your face. Naruto taunted. Orochimaru's answer was to send another barrage of snakes at him with blades jutting from their mouths. Just as Naruto was in mid-dodge, the memories of his blood clone assaulted his mind, causing him to stumble slightly. Seeing his mistake, Orochimaru sought to take advantage of it and pressed his attack. Naruto quickly defended with his swords and let out a string of curses. Of all the worst times for the team to show his true colors, it would have to be now. Damn it. I've got to get back to Sakura-chan. If the team was able to get the drop on one of my clones, then that means he's had some special training, and I doubt she's prepared for it, and my clone sensed the cursed seal just seconds before dying. I don't think she can handle him like that yet, since nothing short of an Ichibi or Elite Jounin can handle someone using the higher levels of that damned seal. Naruto thought. Ah, so, Sasuke-kun has started on his part of the plan, has he? Orochimaru asked evilly, as if reading Naruto's mind. I wonder, will he keep those females as slaves, breeding stock, or will he just kill them? Such delightful choices, don't you agree? It was the only thing the snake Sannin could think of. Naruto's skill with the sword were equal if not better than his own. If he could just make the brat lose his cool and focus, then he would make mistakes. Orochimaru smirked. He wondered how Naruto would handle his own tactics being used against him. Naruto's eyes only narrowed, seeing the trick, but having a slight bit of difficulty keeping his cool. He dodged and parried again and countered with his own blades. He had to keep his temper in check, win this fight and then get to Sakura-chan and make sure she was safe. Those Hyuga bitches would make excellent breeders with those wonderful eyes of theirs, and then perhaps good little slaves. We have special drugs to ensure their cooperation. For that matter, that girl that uses the eye, such delicious possibilities. Oh, what's the matter, Naruto-kun? You've become so quiet, no more quick-wit or sharp remarks. Does it bother you that those little girls will soon be used for much greater purposes? A demon like you should actually enjoy such a thing. Does it not set your blood ablaze with desire to control, to dominate? I can give this to you if you join me, this and much more. We could rule this world together and nothing could stop us. You could have your own mass of slaves to do your every bidding. Join me, Naruto-kun, and show this world what you truly are. Why settle for being a mere man when you could be a god? Orochimaru ranted as he prepared to try one last seal, one made special for those with demonic blood, the cursed seal of hell. Naruto could feel something stirring within him. It was right there, but not quite within reach. He wasn't sure just what it was, nor did he really care at the moment. All he knew was that it was strong, almost as if a hidden potential was beginning to surface. He just lacked the proper key to unlock it. Orochimaru, however, was enjoying his little game until Naruto let a truly demented grin cover his features, a grin that spoke much of his kitsune nature. You know what my favorite Christmas story is, Orochi-chan? Naruto asked. Orochimaru arched an eyebrow. What are your The Sannin's eyes crossed as he suddenly lost all ability to speak properly. The Nutcracker. Naruto smirked as Orochimaru staggered back holding his jewels. That's not FFF funny. Orochimaru wheezed. Kami the brat could kick hard. Naruto shrugged. Sorry you don't like my joke. Naruto reared back his fist and cold-cocked Orochimaru so hard that both his snake-like fangs, along with several other teeth and some blood shot from his mouth. The sound of his jaw cracking was audible. Perhaps you like my punchline better? Dragging himself up from the ground, he noticed that Naruto had placed his swords back in their sheaths and he could sense chakra collecting in his hand. He spat out more blood and another tooth. See, curse you, you demon brat, I'll kill you. I'm sure you would if you could. Naruto said, his voice returning to normal tones as a ball of flaming chakra began spiraling in his hand. Fire release, blazing Rasengan. Like a phantom, Naruto seemed to vanish 1 second, not even a cloud of smoke or a flash of light, pure speed. He then reappeared in front of the snake Sannin, who was actually caught completely off guard as he slammed the fiery spiraling sphere of energy into Orochimaru's left shoulder and then threw it. Orochimaru let out a howl of pain as his arm and the Kusanagi sword still held in its hand embedded in the tree 20 meters behind him. The scent of scorched flesh filled the air with its sickeningly sweet odor. Through the pain he was only able to think of one thing: escape. He had to live. His ambitions had not yet been fulfilled, and until then he couldn't die. Gathering his chakra, he used his special trick and melted into the ground, making a hasty retreat to lick his wounds and replan his attack. Naruto looked down impassively. Slither away while you can, cowardly snake. I will hunt you down soon enough, just as soon as I eliminate your little pawn. He muttered as he walked over to Orochimaru's arm and the sword. Savagely ripping the arm off, he torched it and then held the blade. The Kusanagi seemed to resist him for a moment, then he pumped his chakra into it, laced with his demonic and reaper powers. The sword accepted his power and relented control to him to do as he wished. He quickly placed the blade into his storage scroll and then took off into the treetops towards the familiar feel of the cursed seal and Sakura's now fading chakra signature. If there is so much as a scratch on her, you won't live to see nightfall, team. Naruto muttered darkly as he dashed in the direction of his team at high speed, never noticing he had shifted to his nine-tailed form. As Sakura lay there on the ground, her precious lifeblood slowly leaking from her wounds as she felt the burning poison spread through her, she could only shed tears as she waited in agony for her life to end. Her life had only just gotten so much better, only to have it now taken from her by the boy she once thought she loved. She silently vowed that if it was at all possible, she would haunt the team for the rest of his cursed life. The only comfort she could take was that she might be reunited with her Naruto-kun in death. Kuku, do you feel the burn yet, bitch? Is it starting to hurt? I must remember to thank Orochimaru-sama for his training and this delicious power. With it, I will rule this pathetic world. Sasuke ranted. This rant would have continued had the demented Uchiha not noticed something disturbing. The forest had gone deathly quiet. Nothing, not even the birds or insects, made a single noise. What is going on here? Sasuke muttered out loud as he began to scan his surroundings, his twisted sharingan taking in every detail. Then he heard it. The pounding of massive feet on the ground, a primal snarl, and he felt a tremendous bloodlust fill the air. Then no, that is impossible. He roared as he glanced to the dead corpse of Naruto. To his horror, the corpse melted into a puddle of blood. Then Naruto-kun. Sakura wheezed out weakly as she began to fight with all her might to stay conscious. Her heart leapt. He was alive. There was still a chance. Show yourself, cowardly fox trash. Sasuke roared, readying his Kusanagi. Several things happened in quick succession. There was a swift breeze that shot through the clearing. Sasuke howled in pain. A single hand-like wing that had once been attached to Sasuke's back was now tumbling across the forest floor twitching as its nerves died out, and finally the hulking form of a golden werefox appeared standing in front of the injured Sakura Haruno. The most disturbing thing though was that rather than the usual baleful crimson glow, they were solid endless black and giving off an eerie purple glow mixed with crackles of blood red. Sasuke suppressed a shudder of fear as he looked at the enraged demonic beast in front of him. The killing intent being given off was making him feel sick, and the pain from having one of his wings sliced off was more than he could have imagined. Still, he wouldn't give in, not until he killed Naruto and his brother. "What's the matter, fox freak, afraid to face me without your powers?" Sasuke taunted, though there was a tremble of fear in his voice. Naruto only narrowed his eyes before returning to humanoid form, his eyes never losing their eerie glow. "I prefer it." Naruto growled, his voice still under yokai influence. The dragon tattoo on his arm pulsed and began shifting as it released itself from its place. Naruto grasped the tattoo's tail and once more, Requiem, rest within his hand. The massive blade let out a dark glint and a pulse, as if agreeing with its master. "My little friend is thirsty for traitor's blood, yours shall quench its thirst, Guarde asshole." Naruto sneered. Sasuke swallowed hard, that blade was anything but little. "I am an Uchiha, the elite of the elite, you cannot defeat me or my new power. I refuse to lose to clan less trash like you, my sharingan will destroy you." Sasuke shouted as he readied himself for battle. "Brave words for a dead man, and for what you did to Sakura-chan you'll not leave this forest alive." Naruto barked and then vanished in a burst of pure speed. Sasuke's twisted taint-enhanced sharingan widened in shock and fear. He couldn't see or follow Naruto. He then cried out in pain once again as searing pain erupted from his back, his remaining wing falling limply to the ground as his blood pooled beneath it. Frantic, Sasuke began to swing his blade in a terrified frenzy. His form losing what little he had learned and becoming more sloppy than an armature's first sword practice. Clang. Clink. "And no, this cannot be." Sasuke yelped as his blade split in two, now useless to him. Naruto appeared next to Sakura, he looked at her and she smiled weakly up at him through her tears, barely able to keep hold of her life force. Naruto looked back over at the reason for her pain, his fists tightening to the point his knuckles popped. He planted Requiem into the ground. He could smell the Kusanagi's poison in her, and the fact that her breasts had been exposed really pissed him off now that he took the time to really look. All around the forest and even in Konoha, everyone paused at the feel of the monstrous killing intent of bloodlust that surpassed even the Kyuubis during that fateful attack. Indeed, Kyu and Sarutobi were looking out the window towards the forest of death with worried looks on their faces. She could only mutter his name and hope that everything would turn out alright in the end. Gaara and his team paused in their trek to the tower. Shukaku went totally silent and shuddered in fear. Gaara also shuddered as he felt the demon's terror. His brother and sister felt as if hell itself had arrived on Earth. Hinata, Ino, Tenten, Haku and Anko all felt it and knew what it was. Each getting a worried look on their features. The power signature their fiancé was giving off was unlike anything any of them had felt before. It was even making the skies darken and rumble with thunder. The very ground itself would tremble as if vibrating with Naruto's anger. And there at the epicenter of it all was Sasuke, rooted to his spot in pure terror as Naruto's power levels once again raised beyond human or even demon limits. But what terrified him the most was that Naruto was in human form. He had not released his Fox or Reaper form. But he was radiating more power now than he had on the bridge and wave. Naruto let out another growl and vanished once again, reappearing in front of Sasuke and burying his fist into the Uchiha's gut with a force well beyond that of what an enraged Tsunade could muster in her prime. Sasuke was launched into the tree line in terrific speeds, only to have Naruto appear behind him with his elbow extended. Sasuke howled in pain and fear as he felt his spine snap and he got launched back towards the clearing. Naruto appeared again and delivered a nasty uppercut, sending Sasuke skywards, his jaw shattered beyond repair. Naruto took a moment to grab Requiem and shot up after him like a human bullet. "Time to die, team." Sword arts impaling moon. Naruto swung his sword and a shard of energy shot up, impaling Sasuke like a spear. The Uchiha hacked up a gout of blood as Naruto finally reached his height. Mercy, I beg of why you mercy." Sasuke screamed in fright. "No mercy," Naruto snarled. Sword arts 1000 strikes. Naruto's arms and Requiem blurred as Sasuke erupted into a fountain of flesh, blood and gore. His body being reduced to nothing more than so many little quivering chunks of meat and bone. To finish the job, Naruto hurled his blade into the sky and began summoning a tremendous amount of Kai and chakra into his hands, making it look as if he was making a Dama Rasengan, but this was much more powerful. Rest in pieces, Team Final Arts Giga Buster. The blast of energy that was released completely vaporized what was left of the oh so mighty Uchiha, leaving nothing, not even ash, behind in its wake. The massive blast of energy curved skywards, splitting the clouds and then vanishing from sight with a slight twinkling light. Naruto landed back down on the ground with cat-like grace, catching his sword as it fell next to him and re-sealing it into his arm. He quickly went over to look Sakura over and heal her. He got up to her and froze as true fear crossed his features. Her skin, no longer pale white, but a grey pallor, her once pink lips now blue. Stained streaks from both tear and blood marking her flesh. Unbidden, his forehead split open revealing the Jagan of his Reaper form. It quickly scanned the body before him as the Omnigan flared to life. He could see it, barely there, but he could see it, the small mass of light that was her soul. It was a beautiful and soft pink color. It was pulsing weakly as the tendrils of chakra that helped hold a soul within a body began fading out or splitting. Her heart, it was not beating, no breaths were being taken. Her body had died. And no, not again, not again, Naruto muttered as he dropped to his knees. His mind seemed to shut down at that very moment. Realm of Souls. Shinigami and Kami looked into the viewing pool with contemplating looks on their features. This was not supposed to have happened, however there was still a chance. Minato Akarashi frowned as he gazed at his son. Kushina was holding back tears. Surely something could be done. The time has come for Naruto-kun to make a choice. Kami murmured softly. If he chooses correctly, he will be that much closer to unlocking his final gift, hence his full potential. But if he does not, neither I nor Shinigami-kun can predict what the future holds. Shinigami nodded. It is in his hands now. He has eliminated one uchiha threat, so Konoha should be mostly safe. But now he must remember who and what he is. The life of Sakura Haruno is now in his hands. Will he be lost to his memories and grief from the past, or will he use his gift and make the impossible possible? I don't understand, Shinigami-sama. Naruto is powerful, but isn't death? Minato asked. For some, yes it is. But Naruto is my avatar and by rights has power over life and death, though limited to those special to him. You see, Naruto doesn't just have great power within him, no, his true power lies in what he draws from those he loves. That allows him to break the boundaries and laws that restrict even most gods. As a Reaper, his power is to ensure the death of the wicked and defend the weak, but it is his heart that can allow a miracle to happen. All he must do is remember who and what he is. Shinigami answered. But Naru-chan knows who and what he is. How can remembering that help? Kushina asked, confused, while Minato seemed to understand. Emotion. Minato said. Kami smiled. Yes, emotion. Even we, the gods, have them, and in times of great distress, we sometimes forget ourselves and get lost in emotions. No being, no matter how powerful, is beneath that rule. Right now, Naruto-kun is being tested. He is suffering from memories past and the helplessness and grief he once felt at not being able to protect his loved ones. Now he must overcome that and realize that the future is not written in stone, that fate and destiny are what you make of them. He has always had the power to defy them. Now he must remember that and overcome his past and put it to rest. Only then will he remember his power and know what to do. Shinigami nodded and returned his gaze to the pool. Kushina and Minato also felt silent and looked back to their son, each silently praying for him and encouraging him, believing in him that he could pass this test. Naruto's mind was assaulted by the horrible and vile images of his past. The deaths of all he held dear, the blood of the innocent flowing like rivers, and the screams and cries for help and mercy. It was happening all over again. He had once again lost a loved one, and once again he felt so powerless. What good were his powers if he could not protect one of his loves? Had he truly failed? Was there nothing he could do? Naruto suddenly found himself in his mindscape, in Kayu's old chamber, the cage shattered and broken. But what was the most disturbing thing was on the far wall was himself chained and bound to the wall with a figure standing next to him. The figure looked as if it was made of pure energy, but it was a vile black and purple energy. Its face constantly twisting and shifting into the guises of Sasuke, Orochimaru, Madara, Pain, Kabuto and Danzo. It looked upon the chained Naruto with a sort of sadistic glee. Naruto was a bit confused. How in the nine hells did something vile like this get into him? Memories, the chained Naruto rasped out. Pain, death, destruction, despair, hatred, grief. The strange one hissed silkily in 6 different voices. A flash of crimson and a flash of black fire signaled the arrival of 2 more beings. They were exact copies of Werefox Naruto and Reaper Naruto. Wahoo, how the hell is this happening? Naruto yelled, angry and confused. I am Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, avatar of Shinigami-sama. I am the personification of your Reaper power. Reaper Naruto answered. And I am also Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, Nine-Tailed Lord. I am the personification of your demon power. Werefox Naruto said. Then the one on the wall is me? He asked and they nodded. Why am I chained? Kuku, that would be my doing. Answered 6 voices in unison. We are the embodiment of your past, the chains that bind your present. Unless you can defeat me you can never save you precious little Sakura-chan, her soul and life now depend on you, can you defeat your past your own darkness? As it asked this, the Dark One gestured with its hand and a pink sphere appeared above him, Sakura's ethereal form hovering in it, but it kept shifting between her as Naruto knew her now and that of the one he lost in his original timeline. You must defeat yourself, or rather your past, and we cannot help you this time, though we are you, our power has no hold here. Werefox said. Do you have the strength to overcome the darkness of your heart, to forget what has passed and look to the future, or will you let it consume you and dictate your choices? Reaper asked. Then both Werefox and Reaper faded from view and vanished from sight. Dark One laughed evilly and let out a terrible torrent of vile power surrounding the chamber in pitch black darkness. Suddenly Naruto was surrounded by Sasuke, who was wearing his Odo robes, Orochimaru, Pien, Kabuto, Madara and Danzo each grinning sinisterly at him. You defeated us all separately, dope. Sasuke sneered. But can you defy us as one? Madara smirked. You let your emotions rule you, boy, such a waste of a potential tool. Danzo taunted. We will show you true pain, Pain stated. We will show you true suffering, Naruto-san. Kabuto smirked. We will make you relive your worst memories and fears, then you will be ours to do with as we please. Orochimaru laughed. Naruto backed up 2 steps, his eyes narrowed and teeth gritted as he pushed down a surge of fear. Reaching for his swords he found nothing. Alarmed he looked down to see himself once again in that horrible orange jumpsuit, short and weak. Narrowing his eyes further he put his hands together. Release. He shouted and unleashed a large pulse of chakra. His younger self shattered and he returned to his true body. His blue eyes glowing a brilliant cobalt color. I will not be fooled so easily. This is my mind and here I am master. Werefox and Reaper suddenly reappeared and turned into pure energy before rushing into Naruto and fusing with him. A look of alarm crossed the faces of the evil ones present as a slight smirk appeared on the chained Naruto's face. Snap. One of the chains broke and rattled to the ground. How? Orochimaru raged. You may be the embodiment of my past memories, the darkness in my heart, but you all failed to realize one thing. What was that, dope? Sasuke asked angrily. I am not who I once was, the past is the past. I have been foolishly trying to judge everything I do based on my past when I should concentrate more on the present. In the past I was stupid, or rather lacked experience. The past can hurt, but those pains can be lessened in time and a lesson learned. I will no longer let my past rule me, never again. Naruto said strongly. How did you figure it out? Kabuto asked fearfully. Simple, I was asked if I was strong enough to overcome the past and darkness within myself to not let it make my choices. I once told Niji that fate and destiny were bullshit and I meant it. I am in control now and I have the power to defy fate and destiny, I always have, I just needed to remember that. Now be gone. Naruto roared. One by one the chains broke and fell, the Naruto there smiled in relief and shimmered out into a mass of blue energy and fused with Naruto. Naruto felt his power pulse and welcome of his previously locked away self. It was his potential. He had unknowingly let his memories limit himself. It was why he always felt so tired after larger fights and why he wasn't replenishing power nearly as fast as he should have. It was also the reason he had difficulty controlling himself in the heat of battle. Though he had won that fight against Gornak and Wave, he shouldn't have lost control of his darker nature as he had, nor should he have passed out from exhaustion afterwards. Sure, there were limitations, everything has some measure of limits to it, but how far those limits reach is dependent on the individual. The 6 evil memories yelled and howled in rage before fading and fizzling out of sight in a burst of inky black smoke, tendrils writhing in the air before vanishing from sight. The pink orb holding Sakura faded from sight with the present-day Sakura sleeping peacefully within it, a small smile on her face. Naruto's eyes flashed several different colors as they opened before settling back on their usual blue hue. He looked at Sakura and calmly used his senses. He could feel her soul still there within her body, though weak, it still remained, and as long as it was there then there is a chance. Naruto flashed through seals at incredible speed, his body surrounding in a golden and silver glow. Light release grand purification jutsu. Naruto barked as gold and silver hued chakra enveloped Sakura's form. The Kusanagi poison was forced out of her flesh and turned to ash upon leaving her body. The glow increased, almost to a blinding point, as the wound she had received from fighting the Uchiha began healing rapidly, bones mending, cuts sealing and color, slowly returning to her once gray flesh, returning it to her usual healthy cream-colored hue. Slowly but surely her heart began to beat as air once again filled her lungs. Her chakra levels began returning to their usual levels as Naruto restored them with some from his massive reserves. At one time this much power would have even exhausted him, but now it hardly bothered him. He remembered being told once that one only has as much potential as the limits they set for themselves. Naruto finally realized that he need not hinder himself with the burdens of the past, for now he was unlimited. As the glow began to fade, Sakura's eyes fluttered open, she let out a small moan at the warm feeling enveloping her. As her vision came into focus, she found herself gazing into the loving soft icy sapphire blue eyes with slitted pupils she had grown to love so much. She smiled as tears welled in her eyes. She didn't remember much after Naruto and Sasuke began to fight, but she knew that she once again owed her life to the man smiling down at her. "Hey there, Sakura-chan, how are you feeling?" Naruto asked tenderly. "Wonderful now that you're here, Naruto-kun," she trailed off and let out a small sob. I thought I lost you, I was ready to die so I could be with you again, I don't want to live without you." Naruto took off his jacket and covered her for her modesty and then pulled her into a comforting hug, kissing her forehead, something that she secretly took delight in every time he did so. "You will never lose me, Sakura-chan. None of you will, I will always be here for you and the others whenever you need me. I couldn't live without any of you either, each of you completes a part of my heart, you all give me strength. I love you, Sakura-chan." He whispered softly into her ear. "I love you too, Naruto-kun." She sobbed as she leaned in and kissed him. She was surprised as he parted her lips and deepened the kiss with passion she hadn't felt from him before. She moaned into the kiss, feeling her cheeks flush brilliantly. She did not care though, no, at this moment all that mattered was now, here with her and her lover, the man she would one day marry and bear children for. They stayed like that for a while, kissing and holding each other. Naruto had made a few clones, one to collect the scrolls from the remains of his blood clone and the others to keep watch. "Can you stand now?" he asked. "After kisses like that? I doubt I can even walk straight." Sakura thought, blushing slightly as she noticed his jacket had fallen and her breasts were speaking her mind for her. She didn't bother to cover herself though, she felt completely comfortable around Naruto, so she didn't care if he got a preview of things to come, and if the slight trickle of blood coming from his nose was any indication, he liked what he saw. She nodded and he helped her stand up, she was a touch wobbly, but it passed as she pulled out a storage scroll and unsealed one of her spare outfit tops. Before Naruto could turn, she shed her ruined top and calmly put on her fresh one. Naruto was too shocked to actually turn and nearly lost control of his jaw when she just smiled cutely at him and winked. Naughty thoughts, damn, the river is looking good right now." Naruto thought, suppressing his hormones. "Ready to go, Sakura-chan?" he asked, regaining his composure. She nodded and then looked thoughtful. "What happened to the team?" she asked. "He reaped what he sowed," Naruto answered. "I see." She shook her head. "Can't say I will miss him, thank you for protecting me." He gave her a small smile. "Anytime, Sakura-chan, anytime. Should we check on the others before going to the tower? I don't know if we can pass the exam now without a third member," she asked. Naruto reached out with his senses. Team 8 is already at the tower along with the Suna team and a few others. Tenten-chan's team is nearing the tower with Ino-chan's team close by. There are a few other teams scattered about but no one we know," he answered. "Odd, the Odo team is heading there too. HN and 2 of the 3 signatures have a taint about them. The bird, however, seems uncomfortable. Guess we'll see what happens." "Then we should head for the tower then?" Sakura asked. "Yeah, no reason to sleep out here in the forest, we should be able to reach the tower just before nightfall, we can explain what happened there and hope they let us continue," Naruto said. "Okay, let's get going then. I really need a nice hot shower," Sakura said and started off. Naruto chuckled and followed after her. He was glad she didn't let what happened dwell on her mind, though it might later. He would help her cope with it if need be. Chapter 19, Chunin exams, trouble in the tower. Sarutobi and Caillou sighed in relief as they watched Naruto and Sakura make their way to the tower. The power they had felt coming from the Forest of Death was truly immense, so much so that it had caused many members, even civilians, to get nervous. So Sarutobi brought out his scrying crystal and used it to watch what was going on. Caillou had mentioned that she wasn't at all surprised that the Uchiha had turned traitor. Honestly, Sarutobi hadn't been all that surprised either, but the kindly part of him wished that it could have been avoided this time around. Sadly, the Uchiha seemed fated to be traitorous and vile to their very cores. They had watched the fight. Caillou had grinned sadistically as Naruto overpowered and outclassed the arrogant Uchiha with hardly any effort. Sarutobi had winced at the finisher move of the battle. It was obvious to him that such a powerful technique would likely kill even a Biju. Caillou had confirmed the thought when she added that only an 8-tailed or higher stood a chance of surviving the Giga Buster, though they would be badly injured. "Caillou-chan, would you be a deer and summon a fox for me?" Sarutobi asked kindly. Caillou nodded. "Sure thing, Jai-san." She summoned a cute purple-furred 3-tailed fox kit that yipped in greeting. "Thank you, my dear," Sarutobi said as he began writing down an explanation of the events on a scroll with his official seal on it. This will ensure Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan will be able to continue the exam and inform the rest of the proctors of the young Uchiha's betrayal and subsequent termination. "Can't have our boy be denied his chance at becoming a Chunin now, can we?" the elderly man mused with a slight chuckle. Caillou giggled a bit. So, you intend on promoting him anyways, don't you? Sarutobi nodded. He has earned it and he is more than capable. Though I am still contemplating on whether I should just give him Chunin rank or special Jounin, since he's specialized in several fields. Honestly, I think he is too skilled to simply be Chunin, but he doesn't have enough team experience to be a full Jounin. That's true. Caillou sighed. He works well with others, but due to how he lived before being sent back by Shinigami-sama, he's used to more or less being a loner. The council will probably freak if he were made full Jounin though, since some of them still can't get the sticks out their ass. Indeed, Sarutobi agreed dryly. It is going to be hard enough dealing with them when they discover the Sharingan is forever lost to Konoha. As it is though, they can do little more than complain about it. I can't truly bring myself to feel too bad for the Uchiha. He had his chance to foster friendships and its redemption. I guess that clan was truly cursed. Sarutobi finished his note and gave it to the fox. The fox yipped again and vanished in a swirl of snow. Are you sure you wouldn't like to go meet with your mate? The elderly man asked kindly. I nodded with a small smile. I'm sure, he asked me to keep guard over you, and I will do as I promised. Besides, my bond link with him allows me to know how he is feeling, and I'm happy to say he seems to be more balanced than before, almost as if something changed for the better. I think he is either close to unlocking his potential or he already has. That is good. Sarutobi replied and then pulled out a shogi board. Would you care to play a game to pass the time? Sure thing, Jai-san, that is if you don't mind losing. She grinned foxily. Sarutobi chuckled and set up the game. I may not be a bride as the lion's share of the Nara clan, my dear, but I assure you I will be no pushover. Naruto sighed as he walked the halls of the forest tower. About an hour ago he had arrived and opened the scroll summoning both Kakashi and Iruka. He had been a bit surprised by his sensei's appearance, but shrugged it off. As he explained the situation to them, a three-tailed fox appeared with a message from Sarutobi. It explained how Sarutobi and Caillou had witnessed the event via the viewing crystal in the Hokage's office and to let both Naruto and Sakura continue the exam. Kakashi and Iruka weren't really sure just what to think of the Uchiha's death. A small part of them was sad that one so young had died, but other than that little glimmer of sympathy, they really couldn't bring themselves to care. Kakashi was actually beginning to think it would be best that the Sharingan died with him. Iruka honestly didn't like the Dojutsu. He always felt that it was a way for arrogant and power-hungry fools to steal other people's hard work. Sure, it was a useful tool, and it did grant other great powers, but the prices for those powers just weren't worth it in the end. Both had nearly shit bricks though when Naruto showed them the Kusanagi sword. It was but one more testament of Naruto's power and skill. Naruto had taken Sakura to their assigned room. Since he arrived a few days early this time, he found out that the early teams were given rooms to sleep and recover in. She was still a bit tired from her very near-death experience and wanted to take a nap. Naruto on the other hand was still wide awake and a bit hungry from using so much energy. So he took a quick shower and then put on a fresh set of clothes, just a pair of black cargo pants, his boots, his belt and blades, and a vest jacket that he left partially open, revealing his toned muscles. He let his hair flow freely behind him for a change, instead of putting it into a ponytail. After leaving his room he had wandered about for a bit and found that they had a training dojo in the lower levels, as well as a mess hall. Indulging himself a bit, he had 6 bowls of miso beef ramen for lunch, something he hadn't had in a while. He had then talked to Kiba, Lee and Shino for a bit while they also ate their lunches. Noticing Akamaru was hungry, he got the pup some fresh meat from the kitchens, chuckling as the puppy happily devoured the meal. Once he was finished there he began wandering about the tower, which brought him to the present. This area of the tower seemed quiet, too much so for his tastes. He had hoped to run into one of his ladies, but no one seemed to be about. He figured they must be resting in their rooms. Continuing on his way he caught an odd smell. It was quite faint, but familiar. He couldn't quite put his finger on it though. Curious as he was, he continued trying to figure out what the smell was and followed it. As he stealthily walked down the long halls the scent became stronger and was joined by the scent of blood. He frowned. Something didn't seem right about this. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his gut. MMMPPPHHH. Came a muffled sound about 2 doors down from him, followed by a sadistic snicker. The muffled voice was clearly female, while the laugh came from a male. 2 of them now that he really listened. This was followed by the faint scent of snake similar to Orochimaru but different, as if mixed with something. When a muffled sob came to his ears his eyes narrowed and he idly thought of summoning his Jagan, but dismissed the thought since he didn't want to be dependent on his powers. Going through several hand seals he whispered. Shadow release, shadow meld jutsu. His body shimmered and then phased out as it melted into the nearby shadows. This was one of the more useful shadow element jutsu, though it was only for short-range stealth. It allowed the user to melt into and travel through any shadow in a 100 square foot radius of using it. The downfall was that it couldn't totally mask one's signature, so it only really worked on non-ninja or inexperienced ones. Moving towards the noise silently, Naruto soon found himself in a slightly darkened room. However, what he found in that room made his blood boil. Kintsuchi of Itagakure was tied up to one of several torture devices in the room, both legs and arms bound by thick leather straps and a gag in her mouth. She had been stripped bare, completely nude as the day she was born, with several angry red welts marring her flesh, particularly around her breasts. Some had even began bleeding. Tears streaked her face, which was twisted in a rictus of pain, fear and shame. Dosu and Zaku were standing next to her. Zaku was tracing her curves with one of his hook-bladed kunai as he let out a sadistic perverted giggle every few seconds. Dosu, however, was violating her with his fingers while hissing to her about what a dirty little slut she was. Dosu snickered as he pulled his fingers out and showed them to Kin, her fluids dripping from them. "Such a wet and dirty little slut, aren't you? Perhaps you're ready for the my gurgle." He trailed off in a wet gurgle as blood began flowing from his mouth and the new hole in his neck, courtesy of the pronged end of a battle chain. Kin's eyes widened in shock and fear as Dosu crumpled to the flood dead. She dared not hope that someone was there to save her. After all, such hopes in the past had been easily crushed. "Wah. Fuck. Dosu shit." Zaku said as killing intent filled the room. "See, come out, you cowardly bastard. Come out or I kill the bitch." He stammered out as he placed his kunai at Kin's neck. 8 points. A demonic voice growled from all directions in the twilight of the room. Heart, spine, clavicle, jugular, brain, liver, lungs and kidney. So many delightful choices, but which to strike? Naruto snarled, doing a good imitation of Zabuza's favorite fear tactic. By now Zaku was clearly shaken, his muscles kept tensing and relaxing as his eyes darted about wide with fear. Sweat could be seen pouring down the visible parts of his face, soaking the bandages he wore. Before another word could be muttered or a move could be made, 8 spike-tip chains shot out from the shadows, impaling Zaku in each of the kill strike spots, sending a copious amount of blood splattering all over the wall and floor. The kunai he had been holding fell from lifeless fingers, clanging on the floor and coming to rest in the pooling blood. Kin watched with mixed relief and horror as her other tormentor fell to the ground dead. Her eyes widened in surprise as a familiar blonde figure seemed to melt out of the shadows on the wall, the chains impaling her former torturer retracting into his body and vanishing as if they never existed. She watched as he shot a scathing glare at the corpses before gathering a sheet that had been used to cover one of the other torture devices in the room, shaking it free of the little dust that had been there. Shame and embarrassment filled her once again as she realized that she was naked. This was followed by the horrible feeling of violation and uncleanliness. Tears once again streamed down her face as her muffled sobs came through the gag in her mouth. Naruto calmed himself so he could help the poor girl in front of him, though a part of him wished he'd used his Jagan to make them suffer before ending their loathsome existence. He walked up to Kin, ignoring her nudity and politely keeping his eyes on hers as he gently wrapped her in the sheet and secured it with a nod. "You're safe now, miss, I won't hurt you, I promise," he said in as kind and gentle tone as he could muster as he gingerly removed her gag and then began working on her restraints. Kin was stunned. No one had ever been this nice to her before or used such tones. Hell, he hadn't even ogled her when he clearly could have. Instead, he gently covered her modesty and began speaking soothing words to her as he freed her from her restraints. "Why?" she mumbled out through a sob. "Huh?" Naruto asked as he took off the last restraint. "Why are you helping me, being nice to me?" she asked sadly, looking away, her spirit all but broken at this point. I'm just worthless cannon fodder, I'm dirty. Don't say that." Naruto interrupted her in a quiet yet firm tone, making her jerk her head back to look him in the eyes, confusion written on her features. What?" she asked. Naruto gently pulled her close to him and hugged her, but not tight enough that she couldn't easily escape him if she became scared. She stiffened in fright for a moment as he hugged her. She just froze, not really knowing what to do. "You are not worthless or dirty. No, the ones who did this to you are the filthy, useless ones. I may not know you, but I do know that no one deserves what just happened to you, and every life is precious, except the ones of those who are tainted, those who would harm an innocent for their own sick pleasure," he said softly as she began to relax ever so slightly. "As for why I helped you, do I really need a reason to help someone in need? Besides, I could never let such a thing go unpunished. Those two are lucky that I didn't make them suffer before killing them for what they were doing. You're safe now and that's all that really matters." Kin broke down into heaving sobs as she cried into the chest of the mysterious man that saved her from a fate worse than death. Naruto gently used Shunshin to take them out into the empty halls and away from the dark room that now reeked of blood and death. "Shhh, it's alright now, I won't let anyone hurt you, I'll protect you," he said softly, trying his best to comfort the distraught Kunoichi. Let it all out, let it all out." After about 10 minutes Kin had cried herself into a fitful sleep. Naruto looked at her sadly as she still whimpered a bit, shivering in his arms. He cast another heated glare at the room. If it had been one of his ladies there wouldn't be a tower left, he hoped those two bastards were enjoying their time in hell. Sighing once more and cooling off his temper, he picked Kin up bridal style and vanished in a swirl of black flames and chains. Haku sat on Naruto's bed. She had come to check on her eventual sister and their mutual mate. Sakura had woke shortly after she arrived and looked a bit better. She had explained what she could remember of Sasuke's attack. Haku seethed at the prick's attempt on her friend's life and was glad their love had not only obliterated him but also saved Sakura's life in the process. Naruto appeared at that moment with Kin still cradled in his arms, shocking his two fiancées. "Naruto-kun, what happened?" Haku asked concerned. Naruto scowled, his tail flicking angrily. "I was exploring the tower when I noticed a strange scent in the area, so I investigated and found this girl being raped and tortured by her damn teammates. I killed the little bastards and then tried to calm her down. She cried herself out, so I brought her here so she would be safe. Her name is Kin, she was the kunoichi for the Sound Genin team," he explained. Sakura and Haku were aghast with horror. Neither really liked the fact that Naruto had killed once again, but given the situation they probably would have done the same. They found it was easier to handle as time passed and they went by Naruto's way of thinking. Dead rapists, criminals, murderers and traitors cannot come back to hurt anyone ever again. That's terrible. Sakura nearly yelled as she remembered what the Uchiha had almost done to her. Naruto nodded. "Haku-chan, could you please look her over and heal any wounds she has?" "I would, but it wouldn't really be proper," he asked, setting her down on his bed. Kin whimpered at the loss of the comforting warmth and began crying again in her sleep, begging for her savior to not leave her all alone again as she blindly latched onto his arm. Letting out a sigh, Naruto sat down on the bed and let Kin lay against him. Her crying stopped and she settled back into a more sedate sleep. Haku and Sakura looked on at Naruto fondly, both wearing small smiles at how tender and kind he was with the girl. Neither could bring themselves to feel jealous, being women themselves they could understand the need to be comforted by the one that saved them. "I'll get started on the healing," Haku said softly. "Okay, I'll just close my eyes then, tell me when you're done," and she's covered back up, Naruto said, closing his eyes. Sakura smiled, he was such a gentleman, Haku thought the same. Both girls gingerly unwrapped Kin from the sheet and began checking her over. After a medical scan jutsu they found her to be fine and the only damage done was the welts and to her mind. Haku, having more experience in medical arts, used her chakra to soothe the girl's mind and help ease the obvious trauma she had experienced. Sakura on the other hand applied a few simple healing jutsu to clear up the welts and bruises as well as ease any pain she might be feeling. Kin was soon healed completely and fell into a deep and much more peaceful sleep as the two girls rewrapped her in the sheet for her modesty. Haku then placed her hand on Naruto's arm. "You can open your eyes now, Naruto-kun," she said softly. He opened his eyes and gingerly got out from under the girl to let her rest. He was then surprised when both Sakura and Haku gave him a kiss at the same time. Damn near blew his mind. "That was a very noble thing you did for her, not many would do such a thing for a kunoichi," Haku said. "I agree," Sakura added and then giggled. "But that's why we love our fox boy." Alright, enough flattery," Naruto said, bemused. "Anyway, Haku-chan, was there any problems while we were here in the forest?" She shook her head. "No, things were surprisingly smooth." "Were you expecting something to happen?" Sakura asked. Not sure, to be honest. Guess all we can do now is wait and see what happens," Naruto mused. "And once this preliminary tournament is over with the snake hunt begins," he thought grimly, eyes flashing crimson for but a moment. Kin continued to sleep deeply, so Naruto decided to bunk with Shino and Kiba and send Hinata to stay with Sakura to keep an eye on her since Haku was due back at the hospital. Hinata was more than happy to go after spending some quality time with her fiancé. Kiba and Shino then met up with Shikamaru and Choji and met Naruto in the training dojo in the lower floors of the tower. Shikamaru wasn't too interested in training, neither was Choji, but Kiba and Shino were. Naruto gave both some pointers on jutsu and helped them train their respective styles. Word of the Uchiha's death in the forest got around quickly, as did the circumstances behind it. To Naruto's slight annoyance, word also got around about Orochimaru being about, though only a select few knew that it was actually Naruto that fought him before he fled. The two Oto genin, Zaku and Dosu's corpses were found later that day after Naruto spoke to the proctors of what he had witnessed and why he had acted. The proctors agreed that he was in the right and kept things covered up as a mysterious incident for the time being. Though several people did know about the incident, no one really questioned it due to its rather private manner. By the end of the day, all the remaining teams had assembled in the tower. The Rookie 9 had made it, minus Sasuke, Team Guy, Gaara's team, Kabuto's team and a team from Kumo. As such, it was decided to hold the preliminary rounds a few days early since all the participating teams were accounted for. This would give all the Chunin hopefuls a day and night's rest to regain their strength and get a bit more training in before the next test. Naruto, after everyone else had gone to sleep for the night, had unsealed the kusanagi and began studying it. It was clearly a masterwork blade on par with his Griever, Beowulf and Requiem swords. What some people took for a semi-sentience from the sword though, was actually some well-placed runic seals that would attune to the sword's new user each time a new person took possession of it. He also noticed that the alloy of the blade was strange, he hadn't seen anything like it before, but the sword wasn't quite as unbreakable or invincible, as the legend said. While it could stand on equal terms with Naruto's swords, his side, soul edge, could shatter the kusanagi easily. After about an hour of tinkering with the seals, Naruto had enhanced them by adding blood and chakra signature recognition seals, an acid manifestation seal, a locking seal and a bonding seal. But these seals added to the sword, soon only himself and Anko would be able of wielding it as the seals on the blade would attack anyone who didn't have permission from Anko or himself to use it by secreting acid onto the unwanted handler's hands. The blade's toxins and poisons were also enhanced by the acid seals, all one had to do was give the sword 2 chakra pulses to cover the blade in its toxins and acid. 3 pulses in quick succession would allow the user to shoot out darts of acidic chakra, laced with the poisons the blade made. After he finished the adjustments to the kusanagi, he had Kurenai deliver it to Anko, since she was back at the cage tower with Caillou and Kurenai needed to go there and make final preparations for the preliminaries. Not really having much else to do, Naruto went back to his quarters to check on Kin and get in some meditation. Tsuchi woke in a strange room. Normally this would put her on guard instantly, but her trained senses could not pick up any sort of hostility or malice in the air. She also realized that she was in a comfortable bed, albeit nude, she was quite warm and comfortable, her wounds were healed, and she felt rather pleasant. She clearly remembered the attack her so-called teammates instigated, it wasn't the first time they had tortured or molested her, but it was the first time they had intended to fully rape her, the thought alone sent a chill down her spine. Then she remembered him, the mysterious Konoha with the feral looks that had somehow melted out of the shadows and dispatched her tormentors like insignificant insects. Hin remembered his face well, ever since she first saw him in the academy classroom she had thought he was rather handsome and very powerful looking. She let out a slight sigh as she recalled how he freed her from the rack she'd been strapped to and then covered her modesty and comforted her as she lost control of her emotions. After that, she couldn't remember anything other than a really warm and safe feeling. Keeping the covers over her breast she sat up and looked around the dim-lit room. On a small chair next to her bed was some clothes, dark blue pants, a blue tank top, a fishnet crop top, some ninja sandals, and a pair of blue leather fingerless gloves. She also noticed her forehead protector was absent but felt it was good riddance, she never wanted to see Odo again. She did wonder where the clothes came from though, they weren't hers as they were of better quality than anything she'd been allowed to have before. As she quickly put on the clothes she noticed a figure sitting lotus style on the floor a few feet from the beds, a long busy furred tail lazily swishing behind the person. The long mane of blonde locks that matched the fur on the tail, combined with the whisker marks on the person's face, told her that it was her savior. His eyes were closed as different shades of chakra occasionally swirled around him. She found the view breathtaking. Naruto had sensed the girl was awake but had kept his eyes shut to give her modesty. Thankfully she had dressed quickly with the clothes Hinata and Haku had scrounged together for her. "I see you are awake now, do you feel better?" he asked softly so as not to scare her. Hin flinched a bit in surprise, but soon settled. "Why yes, I'm feeling much better now." She trailed off. "Naruto Namek is Uzumaki, you can just call me Naruto," he said, opening his eyes but remaining in his seated position. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Please, if you need to use a honorary with my name, just San or Kun will do. I'm not much for formalities," he interrupted. "Okay Naruto-kun." She flushed a bit. "I'm really grateful for your rescue of me. I can't possibly ever repay you, but I'll do my best," Kin said softly. Naruto sighed. "May I ask your name?" he asked. Though he already knew it, she had yet to tell him and he didn't want her to think he was some kind of mind reader. "Tsuchi-kin Tsuchi," she said with a polite bow. Naruto nodded. "It's nice to meet you, Kin-chan, and I only did what I felt was right. The best way you can thank me is to just find a way to make yourself happy. I'm willing to help you if you need it and I can get you instated as a member of Konoha, either as a civilian or a ninja, it's your choice, though I doubt you'd want to go back to Sound." Kin shuddered. No, I want away from that awful place." Can you really get me a place to live here in Konoha, maybe as a mednin?" she asked. Naruto stood up and nodded again. "Sure, 2 of my fiancés, Haku and Sakura, are aspiring to be mednin. They could help with your training. As for a place to live, I have plenty of room in my clan compound so you can stay there for as long as you need or want," he answered. "The 2 fiancés?" Kin stuttered. "Oh heya. Naruto chuckled as he scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. I'm the last of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans and have a new Kekkei Genkai, so I was put under the clan restoration law and have to practice polygamy to restore my clans. I wasn't exactly fond of the idea but as long as my ladies are happy then I don't mind. Gin looked at the young man and found that he was being honest. It surprised her that he didn't brag about having multiple girls like most males his age would have, in fact he seemed a bit sheepish about the fact. It also seemed that the happiness of the ladies in question was related to his own, meaning if they weren't happy, he wouldn't be either until he found a way to make them happy. It was something she was unused to, considering in Odo, females were little more than cannon fodder, sex toys or breeders. I wonder could I maybe have a chance as well? She thought distantly. Why don't we go get you some food, the next part of the exam starts tomorrow, though you won't be participating anymore, you might want to watch it. Naruto said. Gin nodded. Are Zaku and Dosu really? She trailed off half scowling half fearful. Yeah. He answered bluntly. Thank you. She said quietly. Naruto just nodded and showed her out the door and then led them to the cafeteria. Naruto let her enter first and followed behind. No sooner than he entered the door there was a cry of Foxy-kun. And an overly affectionate snake mistress once again tackled Naruto onto the floor. Gin watched the entire scene somewhat bemused at how such a talented shinobi as Naruto could so easily get caught off guard. Nice to see you again, Anko-chan. Naruto said with a sweat drop. Most of the other males in the room were watching the scene in rapt attention as the attractive older teen wiggled around on the bemused if not embarrassed young Hanyu. Several of them, Kiba and Kankuro, had to stifle perverted giggles as the special Jounin Proctor practically slithered all over Naruto. Great work fighting Orochimaru. I can't believe I missed you lopping off that Hibi team's arm. Anko said cheerfully. That got the attention of the Sunanin in the room, each of them, save Gaara, shuddered in fear. This kid had taken on and maimed a S-class missing ninja. I take it you're happy with your new toy then? Naruto asked as Anko led him to his feet. Anko grinned as she pulled out the kusanagi. Damn right I do. I don't know too much about Kenjutsu, but all the little adjustments you made to this little beauty has made me consider taking some lessons. I got to ask though, why didn't you just kill the Hibi team when you had him? She asked curiously. First, how'd you hear so much about my fight? He asked. The old man. She smirked. I should have known damn scrying crystal Naruto mumbled. Anyway the reason I didn't just kill the prick is because I had a more immediate problem to take care of at the time, you know kill a traitor, save my fiancé that sort of thing. Although Naruto trailed off as a predatory grin crossed his features as his eyes glinted red with bloodlust. What? Fun is killing the prey so quickly, better to let them stew in their own self-doubt and fear while hunting them down. Make no mistake Orochimaru will not live to see the Chunin exam finals. Anko shuddered lightly in a bit of fear and more than a little lust. The other Chunin hopefuls though, save his girls, were about to piss themselves. Even Gaara had to fight down a shiver of fear from the bloodlust laced into the Kitsune Hanyu's words. It was also painfully obvious that Suna's plans to have a joint invasion with Odo were not only a deadly mistake but clearly destined to fail miserably. At that same moment, Naruto was flying over the forest of death in his Reaper form, hunting for a snake. After the incident with Kin, Naruto figured against letting Orochimaru having enough time to possibly heal himself or steal another body, so he left another blood clone in his place at the tower so he could hunt. Flapping his four massive wings hard, he climbed higher into the air as his Jagan opened, the slit pupil widening as it searched out Orochimaru's tainted soul aura. Activating his Omnigan as well they turned a brilliant yellow color as he began using full telescopic vision. The forest below had quite a few tainted auras running around, but mostly coming from the monsters or lesser demons that roamed the forest of death. He finally picked up a trail of putrid purple and black chakra leading towards the northern fire country borders. With a devilish grin he took flight once more at an increased rate of speed his prey would soon be caught. One of the perks of having wings capable of high-speed flight was that you could cover a massive distance at twice the rate or more than a ninja could on foot running. In the Hibi team's case, being injured and low on chakra from said injuries, he was only moving at about a normal Jounin rate of speed. As such Naruto was able to catch up to the snake 10 miles from the fire country border. Naruto noticed with disgust that the freak had his arm back, meaning he had slain an innocent to repair his body. It was one of his viler jutsu, shedding an injured body like a snake sheds skin. Not that it mattered anymore for the snake was about to meet the mongoose a rather irate demonic mongoose wielding a scythe. Well, what do we have here? A cowardly snake slithering off without paying his dues perhaps that should be remedied don't you think Orochimaru? Reaper Naruto asked landing hard on the ground before him, his feet making the ground crater beneath them. You. Orochimaru roared in both fear and rage. You damn demon brat. You have ruined my wonderful plans and killed my next host. I was to be immortal you will pay for this, I swear it. He roared, going through several hand seals. Summoning arts, impure world resurrection jutsu. Orochimaru sneered. Two coffins rose from the ground, one holding the kanji for 4 on it and the other holding a swirling crest. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Who can play that game, team?" Naruto snarled, going through an odd length of hand seals. Grand summoning arts, god of death Shinigami. Orochimaru blanched as the coffins of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze opened as the two corpses stood there stunned to see their son. They weren't surprised, however, when the massive portal of swirling black energy appeared behind him as a ring of black and purple flames surrounded the clearing they were in. Orochimaru pulled out 2 kunai with his special seals on them and shot forward to impale his puppets in the back of the heads, restoring the former Hokage and his wife to what they looked like before their deaths. He stumbled back as Reaper Naruto let off an ungodly amount of killing intent towards the snake Sannin. Even worse was that his puppets were also leaking killing intent at him, which was not supposed to happen. Then Shinigami himself appeared in a flash of hellfire. The death god looked at the angry forms of Minato and Kushina and sighed. Perhaps the snake was a glutton for pain. "You called, my avatar?" he asked. "Yes, I thought you'd like to witness the end of Orochimaru in person before I present the bastard soul to you. However, I hadn't expected the snake to use most of his remaining chakra to summon my parents with his cursed jutsu," Naruto stated. "Yes, I had wondered why their souls suddenly vanished while we were enjoying our dinner." Kami was most upset. Shinigami growled, looking at the quivering snake as he snapped his fingers. Orochimaru felt his heart nearly stop in fear as the seals and kunai on his puppets shattered and the bodies of 2 Odonin crumpled to the ground as the ethereal forms of Minato and Kushina walked over towards Shinigami and the Reaper brat. How the hell was he supposed to know the two were on good terms with the death god? "Mom, Dad, I am sorry you had to be pulled into this crap. It is good to see you both, though I hadn't planned on it for a few decades when everything had settled down. Though this does save me having to summon Arashman Gate." Naruto greeted his parents. "We'll talk more in a bit, first I need to put down a rabid snake." The souls of his parents smiled at him and nodded. Naruto then turned around and summoned Soul Edge into his waiting hand, his tail of black fire swishing about behind him angrily as more killing intent and bloodlust filled the air, causing Orochimaru to cower even more. Orochimaru couldn't remember the last time he had truly felt this much fear. His only true fear for many years now had been death, something he had managed to cheat many times. But now a young man he loathed above all else was stalking towards him as a physical embodiment of death, lingering behind him, grinning sinisterly was the god of death himself. Orochimaru looked into the demonic purple eyes of the one who ruined everything he'd strived to obtain for years and shuddered as he saw only pain-filled death lingering within them. Even his third eye, the Jagan, had narrowed ominously. The thing that stung the most was that after all he had done, all those fools he had killed, all it took to take him down was one single boy not even half his age with power he could only dream of, power that should have been his. "Their crimes are many, Orochimaru, it is time for your judgment," Shinigami said, his voice filling the area eerily. Naruto raised his free hand, palm pointed towards the snake Sannin. A single barbed metallic spike came out as his flesh seemed to part for it, making the older man cringe in fear. "Get over here." Naruto barked and thrust his hand forward as the spike with chain attached launched. Orochimaru tried to dodge but the chain followed. He let out a pained gasp as the barbed spike impaled him through the right side of his chest and then wrapped around him. Naruto gave a hard tug and the Sannin was dragged towards him in a very painful manner. 4 more spiked barbs came out, 2 from each shoulder, and impaled Orochimaru by his hands and feet, destroying any chance at performing jutsu. The chains painfully hoisted Orochimaru into the air in front of the Reaper. The snake-like pedophile's eyes widened in pure fear as he looked upon Naruto, his wings spread wide behind him and eyes glowing with an unholy light. Pain continued to lance through the elder man's body as fear induced by the monstrous killing intent continued to beat him down. "No fancy moves, no jutsu, no second chances, Hebe team, you are far too dangerous to let live any longer and I will not be the one who makes that mistake. I should have killed you in the forest but I had other matters to attend to. Thanks for the kusanagi, by the way, Anko-chan likes it very much. I had planned on just beating the piss out of you until you begged for death, perhaps even toy with you, but that last stunt you pulled by trying to force my own parents to fight me, that was the final straw. Now, Orochimaru, you shall not only know and feel my own anger and pain but that of all those you have wronged in your miserable existence." Naruto sneered, bringing the bastard eye level with him. "Look into my Jagan and face your judgment in its gaze. Look within and see all those you have wronged, feel their pain, their grief, their rage. My last gift to you, the pain of those you wronged turned back upon you 1,000-fold." Naruto roared as his Jagan opened wide, glowing with the same unholy light as his normal eyes. Orochimaru was suddenly forced to look into the Jagan. He was then forced to endure the pain of others by his own hand as he relived all the wrongs and suffering he had caused with his own hands returned upon him many times over. Pain, ungodly, unbearable, excruciating pain ripped through him like torrent waves upon a raging river of blood, anger, grief, suffering and hate. Orochimaru screamed and writhed as wave after wave of unimaginable pain and torment surged violently through him. His screams were heard for miles around until his own voice box exploded from the strain. Now his pain was silent but nonetheless worse than before. Naruto just stood there watching his enemy with an impassive glare but with a glint of satisfaction in his demonic eyes. Behind him, his parents held much the same look in their eyes as they watched the worst traitor Konoha had since Madara Uchiha finally get what had been coming to him. Shinigami hovered forward and raised his clawed hand. "Come forth, Rashomon, Gate 9 and open." The massive gateway rose from the ground. It was obsidian with two skeleton giants clutching to the sides of the stone, their skull-like faces seemingly frozen in fear and pain. The double blood-red doors heavily chained shut until the chains broke and rattled to the ground. The Jagan's hold on Orochimaru ended just in time for him to witness the gates open. As they did, inhuman wails of pain and suffering echoed through the area, along with the stench of blood, burnt and rotting flesh and death. He would have screamed in terror if he could have when he saw a massive skeletal three-headed dog-like monster appear in the doorway, eyeing him with glee and blood-stained teeth. The beast had not skin or fur, just bone and raw muscle structure seeping acidic blood as black flames seemed to huff out the monster's nostrils. "This Orochimaru is Cerberus, he will be taking you to your new home in the darkest realms of hell. Enjoy your stay in eternal torment for your sins." Shinigami sneered at the terrified Sannin as he grabbed his neck and Naruto released his chains back into himself. Naruto spared the man one last look of disgusted contempt as he returned to his normal body. "Do not fear, Hebe team, you will not be alone long. I will send other deserving souls to join you soon. Now, Shinigami-sama, if you would remove this blight from our presence," he asked as if talking over evening tea. "Why, of course, my avatar. Cerberus, enjoy your new chew toy," Shinigami called as he hurled the snake Sannin through the gate. The last thing the others saw was a horrified Orochimaru screaming silently as three massive dog heads chomped down on his body and dragged him down into the brimstone as the doors thundered shut and the chains took their place once again. The massive gate shuddered and then sunk back into the ground, leaving nothing but a long scorch mark on the ground and the echo of the cries of those damned to suffer eternal hell for their sins. Minato suddenly let out a loud whistle. "Damn, son. What are you gonna do for an encore?" he asked with a grin. Chapter 20, Chunin exams, preliminaries begin. "An encore, eh?" Naruto mused. "Not too sure just yet, but I do have a couple more loose ends to tie up." "Like that brat Yakushi and the Jinchuriki Gaara, right?" Kushina pointed out. "Yeah mom, Gaara isn't actually any threat, I just need to fix his seal and get him to see the brighter side of life again. Kabuto, he's an annoyance at best, though that healing ability of his will make fighting him all the more fun since I can just keep pounding his ass into the dirt until he runs out of chakra," Naruto answered with a predatory grin. Kushina mirrored the grin. "That's my son. Show those bastards why you never fuck with an Uzumaki," she cheered. Minato and Shinigami sweat dropped like mother, like son it seemed. Naruto's grin faded. "So when do you have to go back?" he asked, a bit sad at only seeing his parents for such a short time. Shinigami frowned a bit and then sighed. "I am sorry, but we must return soon as souls cannot exist on this plane without either an anchor or vessel. As it is, Minato-san and Kushina-san cannot do this due to the time spent in the realm of souls. However, I cannot cut you off from your parents again. Last time I had no choice in the matter, this time I can offer a bit of help. It's not much but it will help. As both Kami and I have a soul link to you that we can speak through both telepathy and visit your soulscape, I will now allow the same for your parents. It will at least allow you all to communicate rather than Naruto having to summon the soul gate to visit the realm of souls." Naruto bowed. "Thank you, Shinigami-sama. I've wanted to get to know my parents all my life. Well, it is impossible to return to them what was taken. At least we can become a family again, even if only through telepathy and visits in my soulscape." "We thank you as well, Shinigami-sama. I did like that we were at least able to watch Naru-chan from the viewing pool, but I have longed to speak with my son," Kushina said with a happy smile. Minato nodded with a smile. "My thanks as well, it's more than we could have asked for, all things considered." "You are all very welcome, our young one here has proven to be more than worthy of this gift. Who knows, perhaps one day, when he's reached his full potential, we can do something more so that you may take a better role in his life. Who knows what the future might bring," Shinigami said. "Perhaps sooner than later, my friends, as Naruto has unlocked that potential. All that is left is for him to fully realize it with Kami's last gift," he thought as the young Hanyu and his parents chatted a bit. If there had been one thing Shinigami had truly regretted for many years now, it was the sealing of Kyuubi. It had been more than just a tragedy for Naruto, as Kyuubi had also been a victim. What had truly burned the death god and angered him was that meddling bastard, Madara, had purposely destroyed 4 lives that day, all because he feared what Naruto might become upon reaching adulthood. The prophecy that had been given to Jiraiya by the elder Toad Sage of the mountain was not as secret as many thought. Naruto had indeed been the child in that prophecy, the one that would either destroy the world or save it. The fact that the destruction of the world part became moot due to Naruto's personality didn't really matter. All that had mattered to that blasted Uchiha was the fact that a being with power that would surpass his own would be born, and he feared that his plans for domination of both human and demon realms would be stopped or everything would be destroyed by the prophesized child, hence that attack all those years ago. Madara Uchiha was powerful, that much could not be denied, as even Shinigami himself could not touch him due to the divine laws, and that cursed jutsu that granted the bastard immortality and godlike power. However, there was one little known loophole that even Madara hadn't known about. While a human wouldn't stand a chance against him, nor would a Biju due to his ability to control the Mei. Hanyu was beyond his control and more powerful due to having both chakra and yokai. Making Naruto his avatar, and the young man gained powers from himself, and Kami only solidified this. While it was true that the timeline had indeed changed and the events with Madara and his little group of criminals could no longer be predicted, Shinigami was certain that Naruto would stop them just as he did the last time, only this time around there wouldn't be the horrible losses he'd suffered. That wasn't to say that would be Naruto's only challenge. Akatsuki was actually small fry compared to the other group he would eventually face. A group consisting of rouge monsters, demons and devils. Their leaders the Sin Lords and their god Xanthus. That would be his avatar's true test, and Shinigami had faith that Naruto would win, though the path to victory would hardly be easy in any sense of the term. Unfortunately, time was up. "Well, son, good luck in the exams, I know you don't need it, but all the same," Minato said. Thanks pops, I won't let you down," Naruto replied. "We know you won't," Nari-chan. Kushina chuckled at her son's slightly annoyed glance at the nickname. "I want you to take very good care of your ladies now, I want lots of grandbabies to watch." Naruto sweat dropped. That wasn't going to happen for a very long while if he had anything to say about it. "I'll keep them happy and safe, mom, no need to worry about that." Kushina smiled with a nod. "Say hi to Kaio-chan for me." Naruto nodded as Minato and Kushina appeared next to Shinigami. They waved to him as the 3 faded from sight. The slight smile that had been on Naruto's face fell. That had been the first time he'd seen either of his parents, and he wished they could have stayed just a little longer. Still, he could speak to them whenever he wanted now, and that was better than nothing. Summoning his wings, he looked up into the now late night sky, leapt up and took flight back towards Konoha and the tower within the Forest of Death. He had the preliminary exams in the morning and wanted to be well rested for them. As he flew through the cool night air, he idly wondered if he'd be facing someone different this time, or would it be Kiba again. He hoped it would be someone different, someone fun, someone he could beat the shit out of and not worry about it. Early the next morning, Naruto woke with a slight yawn. He was about to stretch his arms, but found both pinned down. Curious, he glanced down and arched an eyebrow at the masses of pink and black hair pooled around his chest. Now, while it wasn't an uncommon thing for Sakura to do this, especially on missions, it did surprise him that Kin had snuggled up to him as well. Perhaps she had a nightmare about the other day. No one can just get over something traumatic like that so easily, even with medical jutsu helping to ease their mind. He mused mentally as he ran a clawed hand through Sakura's silky pink hair. Naruto still found himself surprised that all these girls were so affectionate towards him. He had truly thought at first he would have to spend a few centuries alone so that his name became nothing more than legend or myth, and then try to establish his life and find mates. With Kaio-chan returning to him, it had helped greatly, but also the love shown to him by Hinata made him realize that things would truly be better this time. He wouldn't change anything, not even if offered his dream of becoming Hokage in exchange. Sakura let out a cute yawn as she woke up feeling very warm and content as she felt Naruto's hand stroking her hair. She truly loved the level of comfort she had with him. It was due to this level of comfort that neither she nor the other ladies felt any kind of jealousy. Naruto not only treated them all like queens, but also helped them grow stronger, much more so than she would have become had she remained a damned fangirl. It still surprised her that all it took was one simple thing to change her opinion of her fiancé, that event that now seemed so long ago, but was just a few months past. "Time to wake up, Sakura-chan," Naruto said softly. "We've got an exam to do." Sakura groaned a bit as their cuddling was going to be cut off. She leaned up and gave Naruto a quick morning kiss and sat up to stretch, the large blue tank top she'd borrowed from him sliding off one of her shoulders, making her look all the more appealing to Naruto. He had to chuckle though, if the girls didn't try to cuddle with him in the buff, they always just wore one of his shirts. The only two he'd actually had any sort of sexual activity with was Caillou and Anko, though Caillou was the only one he'd made love to, yet so far for the other girls, they'd wait until they were a bit older they had the time, he would make sure of that much. After Sakura grabbed her spare mission clothes and went to the restroom to get dressed, Naruto sat up as well, with Kin still clinging to him a bit. As usual he was only in a pair of boxers, black with little chibi foxes on them, Haku had gotten them as a gift. Naruto-sama Kin mumbled in her sleep as she squirmed against him, also wearing one of his old grey t-shirts. Naruto's sweat dropped when he noticed Kin was blushing a bit and grinding herself on his leg. Obviously she was having a very pleasant dream. Distantly in his mind he could hear the perverted giggle of Shinigami, along with a chuckle from his father. Kin-chan, time to wake up. Naruto nudged her with his tail, causing her to giggle and latch onto it, much like a certain weapon's mistress. Always about the tail, isn't it? He asked dryly. Well, it is cute. Sakura said, walking back and dressed in her usual clothes. I think someone has a little crush on her savior. She added with a giggle. You're enjoying this, aren't you? He asked, giving her a deadpan look. Sakura grinned. Damn right I am. To think, the mighty nine-tailed lord is turned into a submissive little toy to a cute or beautiful girl. What would the other demons think? She teased. Naruto's eyebrow twitched, then he grinned and shot her a rather smoldering look. If you'd like, Sakura-chan, I can show you submissive. He purred as he got up, letting Kin hold onto his tail. Sakura turned several bright shades of pink and dropped her eyes demurely, unintentionally giving her a good view of his package. This in turn caused her to suffer a mild nosebleed due to the perverted thoughts going through her head and her inner self ranting about riding her fox boy like a stallion. Kin tiredly sat up, not noticing Naruto or Sakura. Aw, that was such a good dream too. Naruto-sama was so manly. She giggled. Naruto sweat dropped and blushed. Sakura giggled, though she had to agree, the fox boy was some hot stuff. Kin realized she wasn't alone and let out an eep of embarrassment as she blushed brightly and buried her face in the fur of Naruto's tail. Can I get dressed now? Naruto asked, trying not to be distracted by the fact yet another cute girl was fondling his tail. Kin quickly let go of his tail and Naruto walked off to get dressed, storage scroll in hand. Sakura glanced at Kin and chuckled. So, you like Naruto-kun too, eh? She asked. Kin floundered. Sakura sighed. I know he's told you that he already has a few fiancés, what he didn't tell you was that he can take as many wives as he sees fit to restore the Namikaze Uzumaki clan. You seem like a nice enough girl, and the experience you went through was horrible. In time you will meet the other girls, and if you really want to try for a relationship with our fiancé, then talk to us and we'll see what happens. She said, handing Kin some clothes. Grateful, Kin could only nod her acceptance as she hastily puts on the clothes given to her. In Otogaker, she had been sure she would either die young, never find any meaningful sort of relationship, or just be used as a sex toy. Her worst fears had nearly come true when Zaku and Dosu had tried to rape her. Thankfully Naruto had put an abrupt end to that, and she would be eternally grateful to him for that. Naruto exited the restroom dressed in a slightly different outfit than he usually wore. It was a sleeveless crimson trench coat with black flames on the bottom and no collar. Wrapped around his neck and lower face was a semi-long black cloth scarf with tattered ends. He wore no shirt under the coat, just black bindings that also adorned his forearms, hands and ankles. A pair of matching cargo ninja pants covered his legs, though the colors were reversed, with the flames being red and the rest being black. He wasn't wearing any boots this time, going barefoot with his slightly clawed toes for all to see, though the heel of his foot was partially wrapped in black bindings. His long mane of golden blonde hair was pulled back in a very thick braid, save for the unruly mop on top, with two small weighted balls attached to the end, making it possible to use his hair as a weapon, and his tail was slightly concealed by his trench coat. Walking over to the bedside table, Naruto grabbed his utility belts and clipped them on, along with Griever and Beowulf on either side of him. He quickly checked through the various pouches on his belts to see that he was well equipped. His Hiraishin kunai, 6 of them, were still in place. 20 kunai and shuriken were also there, along with 30 exploding tags, 10 demonic sutra seal tags, 5 stasis seal tags and 20 blank seal tags, along with some special ink and a brush for them, the ink in an unbreakable container. He did notice though that he was a bit low on soldier pills, only having 6 left, but he was doing fine with antidote pills, food pills and blood replenishing pills. He also had some herbs Haku and Hinata had collected 2 weeks ago, along with some of Hinata's healing cream and a few of the other necessities in his rear medical pouch. Given his unique abilities, he could probably match Tsunade in medical skills, though, had it not been for her in the previous timeline and the scrolls she sent him away with, he probably would have never learned that particular ninja art. Well, ladies, are you ready for this? He asked. They just nodded while silently showing their approval of his new outfit. They both had to hand it to him, he truly knew how to pull off the badass look. Ready as we'll ever be, Naruto-kun. Sakura finally added as she had checked her supplies earlier and her chakra bow was in her seal scroll, ready to be summoned at need. Naruto gave a quick nod. Good, Kin-chan, I'll drop you off with Sarutobi Jiji, he'll keep you protected while the matches are going on, along with Kayu-chan, Haku-chan and Zabuza-san. I'll meet up with you a few moments after, okay, Sakura-chan. Sounds like a plan, let's get going then. She said with a slight smile. About a half hour later found everyone in the tower arena. Team 8, 9 and 10 were waiting with Sakura and Kakashi. The Suna team was there with their Jounin sensei, Baki. Kabuto, Yoroi and Misumi were present, but no Jounin had shown up for them as their sensei it seemed. A team from Kumagakure was there as well with a young blonde female as their Jounin sensei who didn't look too happy about being there at all. Her students actually seemed to ignore her presence as well. They seemed like the usual genin team, 2 boys and 1 girl, but oddly, they looked about the same age as, maybe a tad younger, than the Jounin. Naruto was up in the cage box overlooking the arena and talking to the Hokage about something in hushed tones, along with the former sound Kunoichi that he had rescued. After a few moments the girl took her place next to a red-headed Kunoichi, Anko Mitarashi and Zabuza Mamichi in the cage platform. Naruto however jumped off the platform and landed on the floor with inhuman ease before walking up to join his sensei and teammate. As he walked up the stairs he discreetly looked about, finally seeing the team from Kumo. His eyes landed on a very familiar blonde with cat-like green eyes. Internally he was surprised to see her here as he didn't meet her until much later the last time. His face remained impassive though, showing no sign of even knowing whom the Kunoichi was. His only other observation was that her team seemed to dislike her very much as they seemed to radiate disdain being near her. They were also older than the other genin there, if only by a year or so, and their chakra levels were too high to be simple genin. Why are you here, Yujito-chan? What is Kumo planning by sending a team of Chunin or Jounin disguised as genin to the Chunin exams? It seems things have become much more interesting, Kayu-chan? Naruto thought to his first mate. Indeed, Naruto-kun. Though for some reason I can sense that Nibi-chan is distressed, some kind of strange energy is binding her, other than the seal she is in. Kyuubi replied. Reaching out with his senses further, Naruto frowned. Discreetly activating his Omnigan as he walked he used his now Byakugan-like vision to look her over and noticed a strange seal between her shoulder blades that let off a sickly aura, similar but different to the cursed heaven seal. In fact it was almost like the Hyuga caged bird seal. Shit, it seems Raikage team placed a mind-body slave seal on Yujito. The seal also seems to be assimilating Nibi's chakra as well and perverting it to cause pain instead of healer aid or host. But what does this mean? The seal might have been engineered by Orochimaru or by someone else. What is their plan? Perhaps they are helping Suna and Oto in the invasion. Either way I'm going to have to fix this problem soon since the invasion is already doomed to fail with the snake being Cerberus's new chew toy. That is possible, but they might also be making another play for the Byakugan. Should I say anything to Jiji? Not yet, let me observe the situation for a while. If they are after the Byakugan then chances are they might be after my Omnigan as well since they are the only 2 Taijutsu left in Konoha. Either way it will fail, I'll kill them before they get the chance to harm Hinata-chan or Hanabi-chan. Try to contact Nibi with telepathy if you can, your like as a Biju should still be intact, if you need to, pull some of my chakra through our mating mark to aid you. I will try, Naruto-kun, I hope we can help her, she was one of my few true friends. Naruto didn't reply further as Hyde, looking healthier than ever before, walked out and began giving his explanation. When he asked if anyone wished to drop out, no one raised his or her hand. Naruto did notice that Kabuto looked a bit uneasy though since Kin was now with the Hokage and the Hibi team was the Oto Jounin sensei in disguise, this time to tell him it was alright to back out. Obviously the little prick hadn't believed the rumors of Orochimaru's loss to him in battle. Naruto smirked, all the more entertaining for him then. Very well then, names for the matches will be given at random, please turn your attention to the screen to see who will take part in the first match. Height said, gesturing to the screen. Yoroi Adaku vs Kiba and Yuzuka. Well, this should be interesting. Naruto mused as both fighters made their way to the arena. Oh, why's that? Kakashi asked curiously. Let's just say I gave Kiba a few pointers in some of my special moves to enhance his taijutsu. Naruto replied. Kiba put on a pair of gloves with metal armlets attached. Both Kakashi and Sakura looked at Naruto a bit surprised. The make of the gloved gauntlets had his handiwork all over them, right down to the wolf head on the knuckle plates. Have you been making more weapons, Naruto-kun? Sakura asked. Yes, but that isn't one of the ones I made for you ladies. It's the one I was making Kiba for his birthday, he must be wearing the half-greaves under his pants. I figured our friends from the graduating class could use a bit of extra insurance, so I made simpler weapons tailored for Shikamaru, Shino, Choji and Kiba. You know I gave Ino-chan the Raijin, you have your chakra bow and those petals of yours, Tenten-chan has Ifrit, and Anko has Kusanagi Haku-chan also has her new weapon a bola whip called Shiva. I'm still tinkering with some projects for Lee, Niji and Kakashi-sensei. He answered. Kakashi blinked. Me? Yeah, I figured you might like a sword, if you want I can fix your father's chakra fang maybe tweak it a bit too. What how? Kakashi asked a bit stunned. Simple, I know where there is a deposit of adamant ore that I can use to reforge the blade, then I can add seals to it so that it eats and stores chakra from your opponents, as well as channels your own. Naruto smirked. Kakashi was about to say something when the match started causing his question to stop on his lips. The match if you could call it that was painfully one-sided in Kiba's favor. Yoroi had obviously been dependent on Taijutsu and his ability to leech chakra. Kiba on the other hand showed better skill in the Inyazuka clan Taijutsu, as well as the use of his new toys Naruto had given him which was discovered that once a bit of chakra was channeled into them a tanto-length blade slid out and locked in place from the armlet. That combined with the Inyazuka piercing fang move refined with Naruto's piercing cannon drill move dubbed the drilling fang well Yoroi would be lucky to ever walk under his own power again. Kiba strutted back up to his team happily, but not before thanking Naruto for the new weapons. The match that followed Misumi Tsurugi against Kankuro it was the same as it was the first time around, with Kankuro winning the match with his puppet crow. In all honesty, Naruto had to fight the urge to sleep during the match. That is until the next match came up. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. This could be troublesome Naruto thought as Ino approached him and Sakura. Well, ladies, best of luck to you both, but please don't try to kill each other, okay? He asked. Ino gave him a quick kiss. Don't worry Whiskers, this will just be a good spar for the both of us, right, Sakura-chan? Sakura nodded and smiled. Right, we're still best friends and also don't worry. Though we could make a bet. Ooh, sweeten the deal a bit, huh? Ino asked with a grin. Sure. The winner gets a special date with Naruto-kun. Sakura said excitedly. Ino grinned lecherously. Or, how about the winner gets to lose their virginity to Whiskers first? Naruto's sweat dropped and Kakashi began paying closer attention. Well now, this just got much more interesting. Kakashi giggled perversely. Aren't you two a bit young to be thinking about that sort of thing just yet? Naruto asked hoping to back out of it the girls were only 13. Not really. Sakura said thoughtfully. According to village law we are considered adults and have all the rights of an adult besides, we are engaged. We'll talk about this after your match. Naruto said a bit antsy since Tenten and Hinata were looking at him interested along with a couple other kunoichi. Sakura and Ino planted another kiss on the blonde Hanyu and made their way down to the arena with a bit more sway to their hips than necessary. Kyuubi and Anko had watched and heard the whole thing and were chuckling about it. Kin was blushing a bit as sarutobi discreetly wiped away a slight nosebleed. The bemused Hai then signaled for the two to begin their match. Both kunoichi leapt back from each other to give more room, each firing off some shuriken to start things off. The shuriken met with a loud clang before either girl landed. Both then began going through hand seals at the same time. Try this on for size, Sakura. Ino shouted. Lightning released Digger Bolt Jutsu. Ino slammed her hand down on the ground as a strong surge of electricity snaked toward Sakura. Nice try, Ino. Earth release mud encampment wall Jutsu. Sakura spat out a large amount of mud that covered her like a half dome, stopping the lightning bolt as she did another set of seals. Earth release stone spiker Jutsu. 8 large shards of hardened mud turned stone lanced out of the wall right towards Ino. With cat-like grace, Ino dodged several of the spikes as she brought up a chakra shield to block the one she couldn't dodge. Quite a few of the other ninja were stunned at the skill and power of the two young kunoichi. Naruto however just had a slightly smug smirk as he watched his ladies use the training he'd given them so well. Ironically, the 4 Jounin senseis, save Yujito, were more than a little nervous at the amount of skill they were seeing as it was higher than what even advanced genin should be. Sakura leapt up from her now crumbling wall of mud as she pulled out her bow, which she called Siren, as Ino drew Raijin. Sakura pulled back the chakra string of her bow, causing a shimmering arrow made of pure chakra to manifest. Dodge this. Scatter shot. Sakura barked as she let go her shot and the chakra arrow multiplied into many shards of energy. Ino cursed as the arrows impacted with her, a billow of smoke and a shredded log revealed her use of substitution. Sword Arts Volt Cutter. Ino shouted as she slashed with Raijin, sending out an arc of electrical charged energy. Sakura rolled under the attack, barely missing it, and shot up with a raising palm strike that Naruto had taught her from his own style variation of the Jyuken. Ino took the hit but used the momentum gained from it to launch a counter flip kick to her friend's gut sending both girls staggering back a bit. Both kunoichi grinned at each other as they put away their weapons no need to actually hurt one another, that much it was more or less for a bit of a show to the others. This to knock out wins, okay? Ino asked. Right, let's go. Sakura said, darting forward. As the two kunoichi began what looked like an all-out brawl of impressive skill, the other genin and jounin watched. Most of the males were enjoying what was most commonly referred to as a catfight, while the other females were carefully watching the two kunoichi while trying to analyze their moves. Though with the impressive speeds the two were moving, it made it a tad difficult for some that weren't trained to handle high-speed combat yet. Naruto sighed. Looks like Sakura-chan is going to win this one. Really, they look pretty evenly matched to me, kid. Asuma said. I agree with Naruto. Kakashi said, surprising the others. Ino is more ninjutsu based with madara kinjutsu and taijutsu training. Sakura on the other hand has been training almost exclusively in medical arts and taijutsu under Naruto. I myself have only trained her in a few ninjutsu and some jinjutsu, but Naruto taught her how to apply anatomy to an infusion of taijutsu and medical arts. Asuma winced as Kurenai spoke up. How is she at jinjutsu? She's pretty good. I originally trained her as a support specialist, but she can hold her own as a frontline fighter. Ino-chan can too, but she's better with ninjutsu and some kinjutsu than she is at unarmed combat. Naruto answered. Then I assume that Hinata's taijutsu and ninjutsu levels are your doing? Kurenai asked. Naruto shrugged. Some, Haku-chan has taught her a bit too. Hiashi don't know, and I helped her refine her Jyoken to better fit her own style, since the style itself seems better fitted to a male. Proudly, I can't take credit for the jutsu she created on her own though, nor can I take credit for her variation of using Jyoken with the tonfa I gave her. Hinata-chan is just that good. Kurenai chuckled. Oh, I'm sure you provided the proper motivation for those improvements. Maybe, but I know she has always been strong, she just had to realize it herself. He said, giving Hinata a wink that in turn made her blush prettily. The others turned as a pained yelp alerted them to Ino being kicked across the sternum and hitting the wall, cracking it. Dropping to her knees, Ino held up her hand. Proctor, I give up. She winced. I'd rather watch the matches than be out cold for the rest of the day, and Sakura-chan's punches hurt like hell. Very well, winner, Sakura Haruno. Hi, said as several cheers rang out. Rather than enjoy the attention though, Sakura walked over to her friend and began applying medical attention to the mild wounds and bruises. The elderly Hokage was very proud as he looked down on the two genin. Not only did they both show considerable skill, but compassion for their fellow ninja. Sakura and Ino walked back up to the genin stands, each getting a quick kiss and praise from Naruto for a job well done. Both kunoichi sported light blushes and slight smiles at the praise they got from Naruto. After all, when one as powerful as the Shinigami's Hanyu avatar gives you heartfelt and honest praise, it makes you feel proud of your accomplishments. Ogata Fukuyama vs Shino Aburam. Ogata was one of the Kumo genin. He had dull brown hair and beady black eyes, coupled with an arrogant smirk. However, what sent off alarm bells in Naruto's head was the way he glanced at Hinata. His eyes held a calculated lust within them, along with a vile gleam that hinted to the degenerate thoughts running through the prick's mind. Apparently Naruto wasn't the only one who noticed the glance as Neji, Tenten, Ino, Sakura, Kiba and Kurenai glared at the arrogant Kumonin, letting off just enough killing intent to let him know that if he tried anything, it would be over their dead bodies first. What made the boy scurry down to the arena was when he tried to give a cocky smirk to Naruto, as it was obvious that he and Hinata were an item. What the fool got when he looked at Naruto was a baleful glare through crimson-slitted eyes, the whites gone deepest black. It was a look that told Ogata of an unspeakable torturous death at the clawed hands of one Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. But what freaked him out the most was that there had been no killing intent broadcast at him, but he knew instinctually by those eyes, those horrible eyes, that, should he even try, no one would find his corpse. Shino watched silently and stoically bemused as his opponent, fool that he was, tried to intimidate the local Hanyu Reaper demon lord. Yeah, that guy's got the brains of a dead fish. The sad part was, the moron would be better off if Naruto was the one who got hold of him. For all the sweet and gentle kindness that was Hinata Hyuga, there was also a proud female warrior within her. And Kiba had the lumps to prove it. Once again the battle was little to look at. Surprisingly, Ogata wasn't nearly as skilled as his chakra levels made him seem. He relied heavily on taijutsu and a few Iwa-based jutsu that granted him rock-like skin and muscle tone that would be impossible for normal genin and some chunin to damage. Naruto figured his chakra reserves were so high due to the fact his armoring jutsus required a constant flow of chakra to maintain. Another fault was that the added weight of making himself statue-like slowed him down. In short, Shino was the worst possible matchup for the Kumonin, who so arrogantly proclaimed himself the unbreakable rockman of Kumo, who was now suffering chakra exhaustion due to Shino's kick-eye bugs eating his chakra, while Shino had just lazily evaded his admittedly clumsy attacks. Glancing to the side, Naruto hid a smirk as he saw the blonde Kunoichi Jounin palm her face at the stupidity of Ogata. Apparently, no one taught him the value of looking before he leapt. The female team member just laughed at her teammate's misfortune, while the remaining male looked bored. The next match wasn't much better. Naruto was so bored that he had gone to twirling one of his Hiraishin kunai while chatting with Neji and Hinata about current events with the Hyuga. It was Shikamaru against the Kumo Kunoichi named Himeko Shirazawa. The match ended the same way. Naruto remembered Shikamaru defeating Kin, but Himeko was more ninjutsu based and made liberal use of lightning jutsu and chakra wires attached to kunai. In her defense, she showed some decent skill, at least Chunin level, but she severely underestimated Shikamaru and the Nara intelligence. And she was one of those annoying types that whenever something doesn't go just so she throws a tantrum or tries something petty to get a one-up on her opponent. She tried to use moderate seduction tactics with Shikamaru, and he led her to believe they were working before he caught her in his shadow, knocked her out, and complained about how troublesome women were, which caused Asuma to sweat drop and Yujito to palm her face again. Naruto let out a yawn and then cringed slightly as Sakura and Ino chattered about if they should take turns with him or just share the experience together. Kakashi giggled perversely and Naruto shot him a look that said don't even think about it. The girls were making him a tad antsy as Tenten and Hinata had joined in the chat and Naruto really wished his turn would just freaking come up, he needed some stress relief. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kabuto Yakushi. How convenient, Naruto smirked mentally. Kabuto looked a little put off at the moment and seemed to be looking around for a signal of some sort. Not receiving any, he sighed and walked down to the arena. Alright, be back in a few. Naruto said as he grabbed the railing and hopped over. He landed and walked over towards Hyde as Kabuto neared them. Naruto's usual open expression melted into his stoic mask of indifference. Both Jounin and Spy were a bit stunned at this, though Hyde did admire how effortlessly Naruto could switch between mental focuses. Kabuto was just a bit unnerved with the situation. It didn't help that practically every female in the room was cheering for Naruto loudly. I see you have your own little group of cheerleaders, Naruto-kun, how sweet. Kabuto said with his usual false smile. Naruto just shot him a dull look. Tell me, Yakushi, what do your nin info cards say about me? I'm curious. Kabuto frowned and pulled out Naruto's card. As soon as he put a bit of chakra into it, it burst into flames as smoke in the shape of a skull rose up and vanished from sight. More than a little shaken by the strange event, Kabuto looked at the blonde and began wondering if the rumors were true. Had he really defeated Orochimaru-sama? The rumors, they are true, most of them. I am the former Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, becoming the new Kyuubi, hence the tale. I have a unique Kekkei Genkai, a Dijutsu called the Omnigan, and yes, before you ask, I defeated Orochimaru. Naruto said blandly and then chuckled wickedly. Right now the Hibi team is becoming intimately acquainted with a wonderful creature named Cerberus. Such a delightful way for one such as himself to spend eternity as the chew toy of the three-headed hellhound that guards the gates of hell. Bastard. How dare you to spoil the name of Orochimaru-sama? Kabuto roared. Naruto looked at him, a split on his brow opening to reveal the Jagan as he smirked. He probably wouldn't need to use it, but the intimidation factor it gave was a nice bonus. Because, little traitor, I can. Naruto mocked. I'll kill you. Kabuto snarled and charged Naruto with medical chakra blazing on his hands. Naruto dodged several strikes that were meant to not only be lethal, but also cause a large amount of pain. I'm sure you would if you could. Naruto replied, lazily dodging another blow aimed at his heart. Shut it, demon freak. I'll kill you yet. Kabuto sneered. Then I'll torture the life out of your whores, Kukikuku, so many interesting possibilities. Kabuto was gone off with his rant and crazed thoughts that he failed to notice the air temperature dropped to below freezing levels. The Konoha Genin and most of Jounin sighed at Kabuto's stupidity. Why most assholes thought that Naruto's ladies were some kind of weakness to him, no one really knew. What they did know though was threatening them always had one of two outcomes: hospitalization or death. A sudden surge, not a spike but a massive surge, of killing intent forced Kabuto out of his crazed rant and into a stark realization that he'd just pissed off a being with the same power levels as Kyuubi and some obvious skill to back it up if the now nine tails flailing behind a rather ticked off Naruto was any indication. Sarutobi sweat dropped. Some spy the fool didn't even consider looking into any of the rumors concerning Naruto. It would seem that Orochimaru's one-track minded habit passed over to his minions. Oh well. You know, I was just going to play around and humiliate you. Now I'm just going to fucking rip you apart. Naruto snarled. Don't blink or you'll miss it, Kakashi said dryly from the stands. Uzumaki's secret to jutsu pinball of death. Naruto intoned before vanishing from sight. Wark. Kabuto grunted as a fist out of nowhere nailed him in the gut, lifting him from the ground with great force. 20 shadow clones appeared in different points on the arena floor as the original Naruto appeared behind Kabuto, spun around and delivered a bone-shattering kick to the traitor's spine. Those in the stands could only sit and watch stunned as Naruto began a morbid game using Kabuto's body as a ball while he and his clone swatted him around with fists, legs, tails, chains and even a few Rasengan. Kabuto was being hit around at such speeds that his enhanced healing factor didn't have time to heal him, his body was literally a blur of motion between the many Narutos on the ground. "Let's finish this," Naruto shouted and motioned to one of his clones. The clone ran over to him as Naruto cupped his hands to give the clone a boost. Shooting the clone into the air, it let loose two of its chains as two other clones swatted the nearly shattered form of Kabuto at him. Guy, Lee, Neji and Kakashi gasped in shock as the clone wrapped its chains around Kabuto and began spinning at high velocity. Naruto snapped his fingers lazily as the clone and Kabuto began spiraling downwards, Kabuto's screams of terror filling the arena. "Final arts exploding lotus," the clone cried out. "Ooh. As soon as Kabuto and the clone hit ground, the clone detonated using a combination of the Gauken's initial lotus and the clone great explosion. The two hit hard enough to shake the foundation of the tower and erupted in a blast of red-tinted mist, spraying blood everywhere. At Naruto's feet landed a leaf headband, the broken plate falling off to reveal the musical note symbol of a Togeker. Naruto didn't even spare it a glance as he stepped on it, dismissed his clones and walked back up to his fellow genin, as if nothing had happened at all. After recollecting his composure, Hayate shuddered a bit at the sight of the blown-off hand, sitting 2 feet from the crater in the floor before clearing his throat. "Winner Naruto Uzumaki," he called out, getting several cheers and quite a bit of clapping. "That kid's such power, he's no mere genin." Yujito thought, more than a bit impressed. "Agreed, Kid-nan, he's quite the handsome kitsune too," Nibi added, causing Yujito to stifle a light blush. Gaara warily watched Naruto return to his friends. Shukaku was dead silent and, if Gaara wasn't mistaken, scared as hell. That in turn scared the holy shit out of him. He noticed his brother and sister weren't much better off, though Temari did seem interested in the blonde Hanyu. Kankuro was thanking every deity he could think of that he hadn't had to fight Naruto. Aki, their sensei, was stoic as ever, but a slight trembling in his hands told the pure fear he was holding back. It was obvious to them now the Sand Sound invasion was doomed to fail. This one boy had taken out 2 of their greatest allies in the planned invasion and did it like it was a mere annoyance. The bright light at the end of the tunnel that the Suna siblings could see was of Naruto's offer to fix Gaara's seal. With the display of power and skill he'd just shown, not even bloodthirsty Gaara had any intentions of harming a Konohinin, lest he end up like Orochimaru and Kabuto. Chapter 21, Chunin Exams Preliminaries End. After cleaning up what little was left of Kabuto, the arena was restored with a simple earth manipulation by an Anbu with a bear mask. Naruto remembered the man as one of the Hibi team's experiments named Tenzo, or as he liked to be called, Yamato. While this had been going on, Kaiu was finally able to make contact with Nibi via one of Naruto's sage arts, based off the Yamanaka Jutsu, and the mental link created between mates. It was known as Sage Arts Mind-Soul Link. It could be used as a temporary link or with a special seal, could be applied for a longer period for silent communication. Ayubi gasped a bit as she found herself in Yujito's mindscape. She could still feel Naruto's presence and strangely 2 others. To her eternal shock, Naruto, Minato and Kushina appeared in the mindscape as well. "And Naruto-kun how?" she asked, a bit stunned. Naruto smirked. "I replaced myself with a shadow clone I had waiting in the shadows when I noticed what you were doing. Mom and pops, it's kind of a recent development, but they can now come and go freely within my soul and mindscape, a gift from Shinigami and Kami for killing the Hibi team. I asked pops to come along so we could both inspect the seal and cursed seal and see if we could help Yujito-chan," Naruto explained. While he was explaining this, Kushina had glomped onto Kyuubi and began mumbling about wanting grandbaby soon, causing the vixen to flush. Minato just chuckled and gave her a wave. There was no animosity between them, as Kyuubi saw her sealing as a blessing in disguise. In a way, so did Naruto's parents. They might not be among the living anymore, but they now had eternity to be with their son and his soon-to-be large family. "Alright son, let's go find Nibi and see if we can help her out. If memory serves, she was one of the few Biju that weren't bloodthirsty monsters," Minato said. I nodded. "She's really nice, a bit on the independent and flirty side, basically Ino-chan, but a cat girl." Naruto nearly cringed and stuffed down a perverted though who didn't think catgirls weren't sexy or cute. Following the maze of tunnels, with only small torches lighting the darkness on the walls, they eventually came to a large central chamber. To their disgust, Nibi's cage was warped from the cursed seal and she was held up in chains stuck in her Hanyu form. Thankfully she wasn't in any pain at the moment. Like Kaiu, she was very attractive and seemingly the picture of female perfection. She had long black hair with an odd royal purple sheen to it and a set of beautiful deep purple cat-like eyes and a set of whisker marks on her cheeks. Her cat ears were on her head like Kaiu's fox ears, at the sides but leaning more towards the top. The ears had purple tips and light purple hair in them. Her two long and sleek tails swayed behind her. Had that damn seal not strung her up, she would have looked much better. Nibi-chan. Caillou shouted and bounded over to the catgirl with Kushina right behind her. Hey Kyuubi-chan. Thank Kami, I thought I'd never see you again, Ni-chan. Nibi said as a look of happy relief began washing over her features. Don't worry, Nibi-chan, my maid and his father came too, we're going to fix the seal and get rid of that damn cursed seal. Caillou said. Nibi then noticed the two blonde men come up. The older looking one joined the cute Reed and put his arm around her, while the other one, whom had 9 tails, cautiously began examining the seals. Millard, I am sorry that I am unable to bow to you. Nibi said looking at Naruto. The others looked at her in surprise, but Naruto just arched an eyebrow. There is no need to bow to me, Nibi-chan, I come here as a friend and to help free my mate's precious Wado sister. I may have 9 tails, but I am a Hanyu, more importantly I have little use for that sort of thing. He replied humbly, causing both Caillou and Nibi to smile and his parents to look at him with pride. Ops, this seal is a combination of a demon suppressor and a mind-body slave seal, with an array of minor bridging runes connecting to a standard demon containment seal and a master seal. I think there is also a 5-prong seal there as well. Naruto said looking over the seals. Minato stepped up and looked closely. You're right, son, good job spotting the 5-prong seal, it's well hidden by the master seal over it and the demon containment seal under it. Tell me, does Yujiro-san have chakra control problems? Minato asked. No, not until recently. That 5-prong seal actually didn't become active until Kuroto team placed the cursed seals and bridged them to my containment seals. Nibi answered. That old bastard is still in power? Minato asked and Nibi nodded. Adameru Kuroto was the 3rd Raikage and a rather unpleasant bastard to boot. He was the one that facilitated the Hyuga's attempted kidnapping. He ruled Kumagakure with an iron fist and was thirsty for anyone with a bloodline so they could experiment and breed super soldiers for Kumo. The man was an excellent fighter in both taijutsu and ninjutsu, but his true skill lay in seals. He had a fancy for making special seals to place on those who might be more powerful than himself, ensuring their totally loyalty and sub-service to him unless they wished to die a most painful death. Any clue why the jackass did this to you and your container? Kushina asked. Nibi sighed. Yes, he did this so Yujiro-chan would be his weapon and personal toy, whether she liked it or not. Her good friend, a young man named Kurabi, is the container for the Hachibi. To ensure her cooperation, he was imprisoned with some of Kuroto team's worst torture seals placed on him. Should she not obey him, he will be tortured and killed. Her mission here was to secure the byakugan if possible, but her main objective is the Omnigan, she's to obtain that at any cost. Has the Hachibi no Orochi been purified by the seal, or is he still a overbearing bastard? Naruto asked. He didn't want to have to fight that friggin' thing again, though last time it was because Akatsuki had sicked it on him. Hachibi-sen is fine, though if he is exposed to those seals for too long, they could corrupt him. As far as I know though, he's an ally and is on good terms with Kurabi-san. The Niko-onna said, tilting her head cutely. Shit, so, Akatsuki was the reason Hachibi attacked me the last time, not my position. That won't happen this time, I won't let Madara team twist any more of the Biju. It's bad enough Shikaku is a nut, but as soon as I reap the soul of that damnable nutcase of a priest stuck in there with him, he should calm down enough for me to talk some sense into him. If not, I can always knock it into him. Naruto thought. Kuroto team always was an overconfident and arrogant bastard. The moron would have better luck trying to convince Hiro Sennin to be Orochimaru's butt buddy than get my son's taijutsu. Minato snorted. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Bad visualization there, pops. The 3 females in the mindscape giggled, finding the father and son's antics to be rather amusing. Though it was true, anyone stupid enough to try would have to be suicidal, not to mention utterly stupid. If by chance Naruto's eyes were removed, they would just turn to dust while he regenerated new ones, and he could use his Jagen to see while they regenerated. The Jagen was impossible to remove, anyone who tried would be killed before they could do it, since only Naruto could control that power. All joking aside, I can only remove part of the seal array from in here, but that would be too dangerous to attempt. If the cursed seals somehow got overloaded, they might kill Yujiro, and disrupting the bridging links would cause a significant amount of pain. Nibi, I need you to have Yujiro seek me out after the preliminaries. I'll be at the Namikaze compound, just follow Caillou-chan's scent and signature or mine if you can. Tell her that I will aid her in removing the bad seals and fix the one containing you to allow you freedom and her Hanyu status as she wishes. We can work out some more details later, right? Now I need to get back since Chaoji just lost his match to that guy under Yujiro Hatsu, I think his name was. Naruto said. Nibi nodded. I will be sure to talk to her, she might not be so trusting though. But that means she takes being a Kunoichi seriously. If it's a sign of good faith she needs, then tell her I will cover her expenses for her stay here in Konoha, hers only, not her team's. Naruto said. Understood, thank you, Naruto Dono, this means a lot to me, and it will kitten as well. Naruto nodded, gave a quick wave and faded from the mindscape with his parents in tow. Kyuubi also said her farewells and vanished soon after. Nibi, despite being chained up in her seal cage, smiled. For the first time in almost 16 years something was going to go right for her and her kitten. Rock Lee vs. Gaara Sabaku. Naruto looked out of the corner of his eye as Lee excitedly made his way down to the arena. Gaara followed as well, but not before giving a slight nod to Naruto, ensuring him that he remembered well the warning. Shukaku may have been an outright crackpot, but not even he was insane enough to try to fight someone of Naruto's caliber. There was a difference between insane and suicidal, after all. HNN, it's going to be a long month until the finals. Naruto mused silently. If Gaara doesn't horribly injure Lee, then I'll fix his seal sooner. The invasion is pretty much a bust now with Orochimaru and Kabuto out of the picture, though Suna may still try something, since the Kazukiage is an ass. Let's see, I need to fix Yujito-chan's seal and remove that abomination from her as well, so she and Nibi don't have any more problems. The chakra crystal cores I've been cultivating should be ready in a little over a week, so I can get back to work in the forge. I'll need to fly out to Kaio-chan's old den though for the adamant ore for Kakashi-sensei's chakra fang. I'm also going to look into some more seals and tinker with a couple of medical jutsu and see if I can fix his sharingan. A bit of yokai and medical chakra fused into the right places and I might be able to fix it so he can turn it off if he wants, if not I could always make a chakra capacity storage seal and apply it to his forehead. A few minor adjustments and outer chakra absorption seal and Kakashi won't have to keep it covered up all the time and not have to worry about it draining so much chakra. I should also think about that Chidori variant I promised to make for Kakashi too. It shouldn't be too hard as it only has the ox, hair and monkey seals. Ox and hair ensure that a protective layer of chakra covers his hand and arm, while monkey sparks the electrical energy. It's a bit unstable though. Perhaps for stability I should add dog, cat, bird and then add snake for extra power, then dragon for a flow, that's it. Ox, hare, dog, cat, monkey, bird, snake, dragon and monkey. That would not only allow the protection but add power and a flow to the lightning. I think lightning release Chidori flowing current sounds pretty good and it would allow mid to long range attacks instead of short range. Naruto continued going over various seal formulas and sets in his mind while calculating the ratio of chakra to element alignment to control output as Gaara and Lee continued to face off in a well-demonstrated Taijutsu match. To Baki, Temari and Kankuro's surprise he hadn't used his sand once and was showing a fair amount of skill in Suna's rapid wind fist Taijutsu style. Kyuubi had listened to Naruto's inner calculations with a touch of bemusement. Never in all her centuries of life had she seen someone capable of just inventing new jutsu like Naruto could. He was obviously a prodigy in it and he did spend a fair amount of time brainstorming if the mountains of scrolls in his den filled with his notes and ideas were anything to go by. Still, he seemed to enjoy it, no matter the jutsu, he always had a thing for tinkering with them. It helped that his knowledge of chakra control and manipulation, jutsu and hand seals was immense. She smirked slightly as she noticed his eyes darting about as Gaara and Lee continued to pound on each other, both oddly grinning like madmen. While most may think that Naruto would be too occupied with his thoughts, she knew well enough that Naruto could split his focus several ways. It came from years of using shadow clones and traveling. The fight between Lee and Gaara came to an abrupt end when Lee overshot a haymaker at Gaara, who leaned back and lashed out with his foot, intending to kick Lee in the solar plexus. Unfortunately for the young green beast, he misjudged his leg length a bit and landed a solid blow to rock Lee's ahem stones. Most unyouthful. Lee squeaked out before falling over and clutching the twins, a tiny bit of foam coming out of his mouth. I think they touched my brain, he half mumbled, half squeaked. Gaara just looked down and blinked, a slight sweat drop forming behind him. Oops. He deadpanned. As Hayate declared Gaara the winner, there were bouts of barely concealed snorts and snickers floating through the air on Anko, and Zabuza's case outright belly laughs. I just stood next to his fallen student with tears streaming down his face. The path of a ninja is truly fraught with unyouthful perils. He exclaimed as two chuckling medics carted Lee off with Guy heading back up to the stands. Calmly, Sarutobi excused himself for a moment. As soon as the oak door to his sitting platform shut, a loud echoing and cackling belly laugh sounded from behind it. Hin blinked and looked at Kyuubi, a bit surprised at the cage's behavior. She smiled. You'll get used to it, interesting things often happen around here, at least you'll never be bored. Kyu grinned foxily. Hin could only nod, torn between shock and amusement, while most leafed down and let out quiet snorts. After the laughter died off, the Hokage re-entered the arena looking as if nothing had happened and motioned for Hayate to continue. Denton Kazuyama vs. Temari Sabaku. After getting a good luck kiss, a bit of tongue and a grope from Tenten, she practically bounced down the stairs followed by Temari, who had a slight pout at being left out of the fun. Kiba just snickered while thinking about getting with a couple of civilian girls he'd had his eyes on. Make no mistake, kunoichi were sexy in his mind, but civilian girls were loads easier to handle and less moody. His perverted giggle was stifled by a Gyuukin-class brain duster from Hinata who looked nonchalant. The tiniest movements from Shino's shoulders told them he was silently chuckling in amusement for his perverted teammate's misfortune. Naruto, who had finished his mental calculations, just sweat dropped at the whole thing. He remembered the last time, and the Chunin exams had been much less light-hearted, though Lee getting his twins busted was funny, especially compared to what had happened to him the first time around. The look on Gaara's face was interesting too. It looked like a mix of embarrassment and humor. Haiit signaled for the two kunoichi to begin, but instead of attacking at first they stood there for a second, as if sizing the other up. Temari was warily eyeing Ifrit in Tenten's hands, as it seemed to occasionally let off a flicker of fire. "Hey, Temari-san, what do you say we show these boys what true kunoichi are capable of?" Tenten asked excitedly, but with a kind smile she was known for. Temari loosened up and gave a smaller but no less kinder smile in return, as some of her tension left her. "Sure, no killing or permanently crippling blows though, okay?" Temari agreed, trying for a more peaceful setting due to her being one of the handsome blonde Hanyu's girls. "Okay. Let's go." Tenten cheered. Temari brought out her metal battle fan and charged with mid to high Chunin level speeds. Fan and sword spear clashed with a loud clang before the two lashed out with a kick and punch that blocked the other's blow. Finding the situation a stalemate, the two leapt back. Opening her fan, Temari unleashed her attack. Wind release, great breakthrough. Tenten grinned and smacked the butt of Ifrit on the ground. Earth release, earth encampment wall. The wall of rock held steady only for Tenten to shove the blade of Ifrit into it. "Ignite," she called out, causing it to burst into flaming magma. Temari cringed and swung her fan again, calling out. "Wind release, razor tempest." "Not that easy," Tenten yelled. Magma release, burning kunai barrage. Blades of wind and lava in the form of kunai clashed in a large explosion, causing a large amount of smoke to fill the arena. As the smoke cleared, the crowd saw that both kunoichi were standing next to one another, with a kunai at the other's throat and large grins on their faces. "Damn, this isn't getting me anywhere," Temari mumbled. "I can't risk pissing off her fiancé or Gaara will never get his seal fixed, and she's way more skilled than I had assumed she would be. I've never heard of magma release jutsu before." As they continued to trade jutsu, Temari continued to ponder her possibilities. The girl, Tenten, was very skilled in all ranges, and even if she disarmed her, the brunette seemed to be able to summon her damned weapon back to her. Temari knew she was one of the most skilled kunoichi of her generation in Suna, but apparently Konoha was teaching their ninja more than they had been told. And again the whole plan and invasion was shot all to hell. Now anyway, since the blonde fox boy killed Orochimaru, the Sound Team and Kabuto, and he scared Gaara, that was enough for the rest of her team to know that they should side with Konoha should Suna still decide to attack. None of them had a death wish. Temari's thoughts were brought to a halt as Tenten slammed the butt of her weapon into the ground, channeling a fair amount of chakra into it. "This is the end. Magma release, great lava prison," Tenten called out. The bits of magma in the arena swiftly swirled around Temari and shot up, making a very hot and crude-looking cage out of lava rock that was still burning in places, like it had been taken out of a volcano and formed. Temari sighed. "Proctor, I give up," she said. Haiit nodded. "Winner, Tenten Kazuyama." Tenten released her jutsu, causing the lava to retreat and fade into harmless dirt. After shaking hands with Temari in a show of good sportsmanship, both kunoichi went back up to the stands, feeling that they showed others well enough that women could be just as good a ninja as a man could. There wasn't a following match as the names Hatsu Mitsuga vs. Choji Akimichi was displayed and Choji forfeited quickly in fear. Apparently Team 10 had watched the Kumo team during their time in the Forest of Death, and Hatsu proved to be one of the more bloodthirsty, cruel and ruthless genin in the exams as he slaughtered a team from a megacure butt. Not before raping the kunoichi on the team in front of her crippled teammates and then slit their throats, leaving them for the creatures of the forest to feast on as they died a slow and painful death. Hatsu smirked to Choji as he walked cockily back up to his place in the stands. "Wise choice, Butterball, a weakling like you offers no challenge. Without a challenge, the thrill of the kill, the taste of the blood is lost unless it's a bitch, then I could get a good fuck before I kill." Hatsu sneered and ignored the killing intent being led off by several ninja. Though he did pause long enough to give Naruto a sneering smirk as he eyed up his ladies for but a second. "Try it, asshole, and I'll rip out your tongue through your ass after I use your innards for a jump rope," Naruto growled, letting off his own killing intent. Hatsu ignored him for the most part, but if you looked closely you could see the arrogant upstart had broken out in a cold sweat. You can try, demon, but father did give me the means to destroy you and the Nico team too if I so choose it. After all, no demon can withstand the power of Ichin's staff. After I pluck those eyes of yours out, I'll fuck your bitches into submission, make you listen to their screams before I slit your throat and bathe them in your blood. Hatsu thought with a sick grin. Naruto frowned as his eyes narrowed. Something is off about Mitsuga team, something vile and twisted, but I can't quite tell if it's demonic yet. He would be dangerous for the others to fight. He's got high Jounin level chakra and one can see by his walk that he's very skilled in combat. Final round, Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. Naruto wasn't too surprised at this. What did surprise him however was when Neji broke out in a cold sweat and grew pale while Hinata was more than a little cheerful. Several people's sweat dropped when Neji actually hid behind Guy muttering, "Fate sucks." What's got into him all of a sudden? Oh, I forgot. Naruto thought sheepishly. Ever since Haku-chan has been teaching Hinata-chan ice manipulation, she's been incorporating it into her Gyuukin and Tonfa Gyuukin. Tenten-chan told me that she's been using Neji-san as a test dummy air training partner. Heh, guess he don't like the cold. The others watched as Hinata walked down to the arena with a soft smile while twirling her tonfa, Neji a few steps behind, muttering about rotten luck and overly excitable cousins. Hai didn't really know whether to laugh or pity the boy since Hinata and Haku were noted as the twin ice princesses of Konoha. This was because, with Haku's help and a bit from Naruto too, Hinata could use ice, water and wind on a level par with elite Jounin. Her affinities were exceptionally strong, bordering on Kekkei Genkai level. The only thing she couldn't do was make demonic ice mirrors as those were unique to Haku, just like Flowing Blizzard, Gentle Fist was unique to Hinata. It was her adapted Gyuukin style. Don't worry, Neji Nai-san, this'll be just like our sparring matches. Hinata said with a smile. That's what I'm afraid of, Neji muttered with a slight whimper. His uncle wouldn't even spar against her when she used her element manipulations. Closing a Tenketsu stings like hell, freezing or ripping them using her style, hurts worse than salt on open wounds as she can destroy Tenketsu. The resulting fight did show a fair amount of skill between both Hyuga clan members. But unlike the last time, Hinata's skill levels were much higher and many attributed it to Naruto's support and training, along with Haku helping her with ice element jutsu. Hinata's self-created Hyuukin or icy gentle fist was by far more dangerous than even the upper levels of normal Gyuukin since she implemented wind and ice attacks mixed in with a couple of medical-based attacks. That in her 9 trigrams 200 freezing palm strike was extremely powerful and deadly if she put enough chakra into it. Neji had done admirable, deflecting most of her strikes with the Kaiten. But that all ended when Hinata brought out her tonfa and channeled chakra into them only to swat Neji, with his Kaiten still activated, across the arena. He hit the wall quite hard and the extra speed his rotation had gained from the blow had left him very dizzy and cursing the fact that Hinata had become so damn proficient in chakra manipulation and tonfa jutsu. He surrendered after Hinata came up behind him and placed one of her tonfa next to his jugular, a blade of ice formed on the end of it. After she had been declared the winner, she smiled at Neji and put her weapons up and began healing him with a few medical jutsu. Neji just chuckled at his cousin, shaking his head. She was still as gentle and kind as ever, truly. The iron fist clothed in a silken glove. He had to attribute this to his friend, Naruto. He had given all the Hyuga a new breath of life and hope with his special seal. Though the elders were still very displeased with it, especially since there wasn't any division in the clan anymore, he couldn't be happier. Naruto had taught him that while life can kick you in the ass at times, fate is nothing but a coward's excuse to explain their misfortunes and that it can be fought and conquered. The preliminaries had ended and the remaining genin picked numbers to see who would fight whom in the finals. Match 1 Hinata Hyuga vs Hatsu Mitsuga. Match 2 Kankuro Sabaku vs Shino Aburam. Match 3 Kiba Inuzuka vs Shikamaru Nara. Match 4 Naruto Uzumaki vs Gaara Sabaku. Match 5 Tenten Kazuyama vs Sakura Haruno. The 10 Chunin hopefuls had exactly 1 month to train themselves for the Chunin exam finals, which would take place in the Grand Leaf Arena, so people from all around could come watch the fights. After the Hokage gave his speech to the finalists, they were dismissed. Hatsu practically strutted out of the tower with an ever-present smug look on his features. His blonde Jounin sensei however glanced subtly at Naruto and Kaiu and gave the slightest of nods. Naruto returned the silent gesture and Kaiu winked. Hinata, Tenten and Sakura remained by Naruto, who went over to Sarutobi to hammer out the details of Kin's status. She would be staying in the Namikaze Uzumaki compound and be put on a brief probation under Zabuza and Haku before she would be given her leaf headband. She was more than happy to comply, especially since she would become the 3rd member of Team 7. Ladies, why don't you head back to the compound and show Kin-chan the way there? I have a promise to keep to Gaara. He passed my test. Sure Naruto-kun, Hanabi-chan will be coming by later, so don't be too late. Hinata said before pecking him on the cheek. The other two ladies followed suit. Kin hesitated for a moment but also kissed his cheek, making her blush brightly. As they left, with Anko and Kayu deciding to follow them out. Naruto bade goodbye to Sarutobi, Hayate and Kakashi and left to meet up with the Suna team, who were just getting ready to leave themselves. Kankuro nearly jumped out of his cat suit when Naruto appeared next to them in a swirl of burning feathers. Tamari flushed a bit at being so close to such a strong ninja, rank be damned, it also helped that he was one of the most handsome devils she'd ever laid eyes on, pun intended. Well, Gaara-san, it seems you have passed my test. So I will keep my word and fix your seal. I will also have to remove the soul of that insane priest sealed up with Shukaku. Well, that sand-ridden tanuki was always a few kunai short of a set, it was never as bloodthirsty as it is now. Once I get rid of the priest driving Shukaku insane, it should calm down and work with you. Naruto said with a small smile as the Suna team looked at him hopeful. However, he began in a darker tone. Orochimaru and his little meat sheath are dead, gone, terminated. The planned attack on Konoha between Oto and Suna is now pointless. If they should still try to press the attack, so long as none of you participate, I will assure your lives and safety if you side with that moron Kazukiage of yours, though, I will be forced to end you, understood? Why yes sir. Baki stuttered. This kid was scarier than Gaara. Excellent, I would much rather have you guys as friends than enemies. Naruto said in a lighter tone. You would have me as a friend? Gaara asked, a bit confused. Naruto gave him a kind smile, his eyes showing all that he had felt over the years. To Gaara it was almost like looking into the mirror, his eyes told no lies and spoke of knowledge of true pain and suffering. To the others, they cringed at the look in his eyes, the look of someone who has seen more horrors and wrongs in their life than anyone, even a ninja, should. But also swirling there within the pain was strength like no other, the will to protect all that he deems worthy and power to crush all that stand against him or his cause. He held the eyes of a seasoned warrior many times his perceived age, yet held within them the power of a person far beyond human limits. He could become their greatest friend and ally or their worst enemy and nightmare. The choice was theirs. Yeah, I too was once a Jinchuriki. I was hated here still am by the more ignorant villagers. But if there is one thing I've learned, it's that everyone needs a friend and a chance. It doesn't matter who or what they might be. Naruto said sagely. But how did you not break under it all? The redhead asked, needing the answers. My friends and loved ones, those few precious people who have, as of late, grown in number. They are the source of my true power. One can only gain true strength and power when protecting those precious to them. This power is called love. While hate and anger can be strong, in the end it will never match the power of someone's love, someone who would sacrifice anything and everything to protect their loved ones with all their power. There was a time, Gaara-san, that I nearly lost myself to the darkness of my heart. But a few special people helped me keep my sanity when I was otherwise alone, without a family and a pariah. It is for them that I rose above the hate and anger, shunned it, ignored it and used all I had to become a protector. Now you have that choice and I would be honored to be amongst the first of your precious friends along with your siblings and sensei who care for you deeply. So my friend, my brother, does that answer your question? Naruto asked, extending his hand. Damari, Kankuro and Baki were shocked to see a lone tear slide down Gaara's cheek as a small but happy smile made its way to his face before he accepted Naruto's hand. As he did so, a warm gold and silver glow surrounded them both. A writhing, vile black tendril of energy, screaming and wailing curses, seeped from Gaara's mouth and ears. The soul of the insane priest cursed and screamed one last time before being sucked into a small portal leading to the deepest pits of hell. Naruto then sent a gentle surge of chakra from himself into Gaara. He had seen his seal in his past life and at his level, he no longer needed to use special inks and such to add, fix or place seals. Soon the glow faded and the others noticed that Gaara looked much more relaxed and calm than before and the damage done from 11 years of no sleep had vanished without a trace. It is done, Gaara, you no longer need fear Shukaku. I used my chakra to inscribe several special seals on you and you can have a seal master look them over to ensure I speak the truth. The sand is now yours to control and will become a part of your bloodline, you will have total mastery over it. Shukaku has been put into a deep stasis sleep within his fixed seal. It will never bother you again when you sleep. You are free now, my friend, it is your life now, don't let anyone decide your path anymore. I will see you for a round. Naruto said kindly and then vanished in another flash of fire. Gaara, how do you feel? Tamari asked hopeful. Much better, Nichan, but I'm really sleepy. He yawned. Tamari looked ready to weep in happiness that her little brother had called her sister and what was more, his monotone was now warmer, it held a hint of peach and joy within it. Sensei Nichan I am yawn sorry for all the trouble I've caused zzz Gaara mumbled as he slumped into Kankuro's arms, sleeping with a small smile still on his face. I never thought I'd get to see this day. Baki said with a small smile hidden by his sand veil. It looks as if we owe Naruto don't know much. He has given Gaara back his humanity. Come now, let us get back to our hotel room and let Gaara get some much needed and deserved sleep. Tenkuro nodded with a grin and followed his sensei out of the tower with Gaara sleeping soundly in his arms. Temari just stood there for a moment, willing with all her might that this be not a dream. Pinching herself, she realized it was real. Their lives had changed for the better, and all due to a blonde who was supposed to be an enemy. Naruto-kun, thank you for giving me my little brother back. I don't know how, but somehow, some way I will repay you for this gift of kindness. She thought before following her team out and smiling as she thought of how their lives were going to be from now on. Ujito sighed as she sat down on the roof of the motel she and her team were staying at. Somehow the target had figured out what was going on. That arrogant-ass Godomaru Kuroto had even sent his adopted son personal weapon puppet to ensure she would get the job done. She hated that man and that little bastard Hatsu too. But with all the seals placed on her, she couldn't do anything more than talk to Nibi, and that was only if she really concentrated. The only bright spot in this whole mess was that their target had gotten into contact with Nibi. Apparently he was her new lord. Ujito noticed that Nibi seemed to trust this young man named Naruto, who was obviously a Hanyu, a very powerful one at that. I'm still not sure about this, Nibi-ni-chan. I mean, what if we end up in more trouble than we are now? I know you want to trust him because he's your new lord, the new Kyuubi, but if things go sour, Kurabi-san and Haruhiko Dono will pay for it. Ujito thought to her Bijuu companion. Nothing worthwhile is without risk, kitten, you know that. But I believe that Naruto-sama will save us both and help us free Kumagakure from Godomaru team. Kayuni assures me he is the real deal and she is deeply in love with him, not an easy feat considering how Bijuu females are picky about their mates. Though I must admit Naruto-sama is very cute with those tails, that muscular build and nice tight ass. Nibi giggled perversely. Ujito was flushed as she listened to Nibi, and she did have to agree that Naruto was very handsome and there was something about him that seemed to draw females to him, not all females, but certain ones. Perhaps it was part of being a Bijuu Hanyu. Nibi had once mentioned that Bijuu let off pheromones, sometimes to attract mates but only if they were an alpha, which Naruto obviously was. I guess we can go see Naruto-san tomorrow. If he can really get rid of those damnable seals on me, maybe I'll start to feel a bit more trusting. Ujito thought to her tenant. Nibi remained quiet, happy that her container and friend was considering this. Both of them were in need of help, in need of a hero. Perhaps Naruto would be the answer to their plight. Naruto sighed as he got out of the shower, dried off and put on a pair of boxers. He hadn't noticed, but his body had been changing again during the preliminaries. His ears were becoming more fox-like and now all 9 of his tails remained out, though on the plus side he could now fuse them into one tail and then hide it with a kitsune illusion along with his ears, making him look like a normal human again. It was honestly easier though to just fuse his tails into one until he wanted to show them. Everyone had gotten used to seeing his tailor tails by now. Another thing he noticed was that he could now easily use his Jagan without entering Reaper form and without limitations. He had talked to Shinigami and his parents about it for a little while and found out that it was his body maturing to better match his mental age. He'd never physically aged past his mid-20s, so it really didn't matter, and his body already looked like a mix of 12 and 16-year-old. Now he just looked 16. His ears would continue to change until they became fox ears, like Kai's. He didn't really mind since he was supposed to have this happen the last time, but never quite got to that point. Apparently a male Kitsune Hanyu's features show more as they prove their alpha status and combat strong opponents. Thankfully, his wings wouldn't appear unless he summoned them, no exceptions. That was a relief as he liked sleeping on his back at times, and having wings out all the time could be troublesome. All in all, he was pleased with the way things had been going. With Sasuke, Orochimaru and Kabuto now dead and under Shinigami and Kami's thumbs, he had saved himself a shitload of headaches later. Gaara's seal was fixed, and Shukaku shouldn't give him too many more problems, most likely a few demented ramblings, but the Tanuki was a bit of a nut job to begin with perhaps. Gaara could find amusement in it. Ujito and Kumo's appearance was a bit of a surprise, but nothing he couldn't handle. Perhaps a proper alliance could be made once he put down Kuroto team and helped put a proper leader in power. The finals would be a cakewalk. He was going to give each of his ladies some special training, all of them, just in case something goes sour. They would also have their own personal training sessions to better master their own personal techniques. Naruto had no doubt that they could all take this exam and win. He had faith that Hinata, Sakura and Tenten would all be chunin by the end of the finals. This time though he did hope Hinata killed Hatsu. That guy pissed him off and she looked like she wanted to introduce his ass to the sharp end of her ice lance jutsu. As for him, he'd trained some to keep his skills sharp and continue forging and constructing weapons for his ladies and allies. He also had a new chunk of land to work with as the Uchiha lands were given to him and Sakura as compensation for their teammates' attempted murder of them. His compound was on one side of the Uchiha land and the Hyuga compound was on the other. After talking to Hinata, Hanabi, Niji and Hiashi a bit they decided that it would become an alliance ground between their clans as Naruto had to revive both Namikaze and Uzumaki clans under one name now and the Hyuga branch families could use more space. Other clans that would be welcome within these allied grounds would be the Mamichi, Aburam, Haddock, Yamanaka, Haruno, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, Nara, Akamichi and Senju clans. It was all a precursor to Naruto's future plans for Konoha. A Konoha that had clans totally allied to each other, with full trust and seen as equals no matter skill levels or powers. Once he took the mantle of Hokage, he'd then take the current village council and dismantle it. Two councils would then be created. A civilian council that would only be allowed to handle civilian affairs such as the merchant guilds, they would have no power above that and still answer to the Hokage. The ninja council will contain the clan leaders from each clan, large or small along with the Hokage. Each would be given a special seal that Naruto was creating and swear an oath of loyalty. But the seal he was making, it would not only ensure total loyalty to the people of Konoha, but also stop any cloak and dagger bullshit within the village, as once the seal is applied, one could not lie about something or hide information if it was against the best interests of the village. The council would be allowed votes and advisory status, but all decisions would ultimately belong to the acting Kage, who in turn must honestly take any ideas or advice into proper consideration. Each of the ninja council members would also have a special duty to perform as well, such as tactics, intelligence, military status and the like. Naruto wanted to ensure that everyone would feel useful, but no one could harm the village purposely by their actions. It would take a while to properly plan all this to completion, but he would have much help with Sarutobi, Shikamaru, Hiashi and most likely Jiraiya and Tsunade once they arrived. As Naruto lay down in his bed after nudging Kaio and Anko over, he hoped that his plans were the right thing to do. He knew all too well that the path to hell was paved with good intentions so he would do his best to ensure that this would be a lasting thing that would benefit all, not just ninja or civilian. But those were thoughts for another time. For now he just wanted to get some well-deserved rest. Chapter 22 Chunin exams finals begin. Naruto yawned as he woke. The previous night had been fairly exhausting due to a pair of overly playful females by the names of Kaio and Anko. Though he had been surprised that Anko was a virgin, he hadn't said anything and he had given her the first mark she'd proudly display the mating mark. In time, all his ladies would have it but he felt the other girls were too young for such a thing yet, especially Hanabi. Getting out of bed to do his morning ritual, he gently brushed aside a ginger-furred set of tails and then 4 purple-furred tails with black tips. Stretching a bit he got up and began to make his way hold the ramen. 4 purple-furred tails. Whirling around and now fully awake he took better stock of his bedmates. Kaio was the same as she always was, one foxy ear twitching cutely as she slept. Anko on the other hand had a few new appendages, namely the 4 aforementioned tails, a pair of foxy ears of the same colors, whisker marks and slightly clawed hands. She had been hot before, but with foxy features she was now outright sexy. Well, that wasn't expected. Naruto mumbled, sweat dropping. Why can't things ever be simple? He added mentally. Though I suppose that answers the question about what will happen to the others once I initiate a mating bond with them. Well son, I guess this answers the question about what will happen once you've mated with your ladies. I guess this makes the Namikaze Uzumaki the first Kitsune clan, think of all the fun and pranks this could bring. Minato's voice chimed in. I suppose that won't be such a bad thing. The Kitsune aren't as in as many numbers as they once were, and being Hanyu, our demonic genes are dominant, so I guess our clan can serve as guardians once this world is safe and balanced again. Naruto mused as he went about his business. Oh, planning on dimension hopping or realm jumping? Minato asked. Most likely, help out another world here or there. Though our home will probably be in the realm of souls with you and mom. That's all far into the future though, I still have problems to deal with in the present. Naruto answered. Yes, Madara, Akatsuki and Gadomaru, though the later shouldn't prove much of a problem, more like a mild annoyance. Minato stated. Naruto merely nodded with his father's statement. Gadomaru was a mild annoyance at best. Madara was a patented pain in his furry-tailed ass. Immortals, especially cursed ones like him, always were. The problem with the ancient Uchiha was that he was not only immortal due to his cursed eyes, but the bastard was like trying to fight a freaking ghost. In the previous timeline it had taken Naruto in full werefox mode almost 2 days non-stop combat to wear the bastard down enough and trick him into a trap that sealed him in place long enough for Naruto to rake his claws across those damnable eyes of his, destroying them with an overload of yokai. Killing Madara after his trump card was gone was simple. Still, the fight wouldn't have been quite so troublesome if Madara's intangibility didn't negate Naruto's Hiraishin and Rasengan. After all, no matter how fast you are, you can't hit what you can't touch. One thing that grated on Naruto's thoughts though was since the Uchiha all had the blood of a mimic demon flowing through them, he had to wonder just where did Madara learn the ability to become intangible. It wasn't a common ability, even in demons or devils. Phantoms, specters and geists could do such things, but they weren't demons, rather they were in the monster class as supernatural, like zombies, ghouls and other undead or unnatural beings. As far as Naruto knew, the eternal mangyeko sharingan could not copy from beings of the monster species. Which brought him back to the mimic heritage of Madara. Mimic demons could copy such abilities, but for a half-breed like Madara to learn such a high level and supposedly pure-blooded level power of a mimic demon, well, it just didn't add up. Still, Madara wasn't invincible, just difficult to kill by normal means. Thankfully Naruto wasn't what even other demons could call normal. After all, being a reaper allows one to touch that which cannot be touched by mortal means. At any rate, the other Akatsuki members would prove to be some fun, but of little consequence, even that Janshin fanatic, Haiden, would fall easily enough. Letting out a sigh, Naruto shook all his thoughts of Biju and Akatsuki from his mind for the time being. He had no missions for a while, so now would be an excellent time to relax a bit, especially with Sasuke, Kabuto and Orochimaru out of the way. So, with a slight smile on his face, he went into the kitchen and began cooking some breakfast for himself and his ladies and Zabuza, with a little hope the man left some for him. The Namikaze compound was quite the lively place, even while Naruto was out training or running errands. Anko's new look was very well received by the other ladies of the house. Zabuza had pouted silently to himself as another male getting that much loving from various ladies didn't seem fair to him. Then again, he was more for civilian women himself, as Kunoichi could be troublesome at times. An odd bout of sneezing fits could be heard amongst the male members of the Nara clan within their district before each was bonked over the head by mothers, wives and/or sisters for being unsanitary. But 3 weeks left before the Chunin finals, the members of the Namikaze home had plenty of time to train and go about their business. News of Orochimaru's death didn't take long to circulate either, nor did the news of the Kazukiya's assassination. Apparently Orochimaru had killed him and had once of his own men acting as the wind shadow while he went about his plans in Konoha. The false Kazukiya was discovered when the corpse of the real one was found in a sand dune after a sandstorm, the impostor was killed and the invasion alliance was terminated with Odo. So far, no news from Itagakure had been heard, save for some of those who were in Odo, likely not of their own free will, had fled from Rice country. But the invasion stopped, Suna trying to regain trust from Konoha and Odo, little more than a den full of criminals without any sort of order, the flow of events had once again changed. Sarutobi informed Naruto that 3rd Raikage Godamaru Kuroto would be attending the finals tournament to see his adopted son in action. Naruto suspected the man would try an invasion of his own, since Konoha would be more relaxed, seeing as the previous one had been foiled, who would suspect it? Jiraiya had sent word via messenger toad about the Raikage setting up a small invasion force of Cloud Anbu. Their likely target was the Hyuga compound and Naruto himself for his Omnigan. Hence the reason the old pervert hadn't returned yet, he was busy with his spy network. Tsunade and Shizune were scheduled to show up a day before the exams, as they had been in far-off Wheat Country, which was across the ocean. She was making a haste in returning since Naruto asked Shinigami to speak with her, as the Senju clan was known for their abilities to commune with higher-level beings like deities and Biju. In an odd twist of events, something neither Shinigami or Naruto had anticipated, the soul of future Tsunade had somehow reincarnated with her past self, and she began to remember things via dreams, her complete memories returning to her when Shinigami made his presence known to her. In a small conference with Kami and Shinigami via Dreamscape, it was discovered that this happened due to Naruto coming back in time with the first Hokage's necklace. The green crystal not only suppressed evil coming from demons, but also acted as a sort of soul link with loved ones of the Senju line. This caused Tsunade's soul from the future to come back with Naruto and slowly begin awakening and creating a sort of bond between the Hanyu and Slug Sannin. Though the depth and level of this bond was unknown for now, though Kami said it could go one of two ways, create a deep parental bond or a lover's bond between him and Tsunade. That tidbit of information had struck Naruto stupid and caused Shinigami to chuckle madly. Burnt paradox is fun. Also during this time, Naruto had various shadow clones and a couple of blood clones working diligently in his forge and workshop. Having obtained the adamant ore from Kaiu's old den, he was able to fix Kakashi's chakra fang, making it stronger than ever before. He also added seals to it that would allow Kakashi to channel his 2 affinities into the blade, along with his normal chakra. Zabuza's sword, Kubikiri Haucho, also got a few upgrades to it, making it much more sturdy. Haku's Bola whip, Shiva, was also finished, and she took a great liking to it even if she did get a bit overzealous at times. One of her new attacks was named Call Me Queen. It made Naruto shiver. Hana and Yuzuka had also been coming over to the compound to spend time with Naruto, introducing him to her partners the Himeru triplets. Of course, Kasuki also came along as well, as she had an attachment to Naruto ever since he healed her several months back. Most would wonder how the hell Naruto could handle so many women. Shadow clones were useful to ensure he spent equal time with them, but blood clones filled in what shadow clones couldn't do, like strenuous training and making sure no one felt left out. Since both clones transferred their memories back to Naruto and the girls weren't overly demanding, a nice calm routine was eventually formed. All in all, the past few weeks had been busy and productive for the young Hanyu and his family. Naruto had just finished up his exercises in the Namikaze training grounds as Yujiro Nai walked in a bit nervously. The blonde woman blushed slightly as Naruto's training guy top was hanging off behind him, leaving him shirtless. "I take it you have come for the help I offered?" Naruto asked calmly. Yujiro nodded. "Yes, I spoke to Nibi about your offer in depth and at length. We need help. Kumagakure has become an unpleasant place to live with both myself and my childhood friends Kurabi and Haruhiko Sausen are no longer welcome there. Due to Nibi and Kurabi due to the Hachibi. Kurabi's older brother, Haruhiko, should have been the Raikage, but Kuroto team has kept a stranglehold on Kumo through an artifact called the Orb of Rigami. That damn orb gives him incredible powers over the lightning element and can manifest a weapon known as the Staff of Aikshin that grants the user similar but lesser powers. That orb also has some kind of hold over Biju, forcing them to become enslaved to it and through them, any Jinchuriki that contain them. Because of that orb, Kuroto team was able to place mind-body slave seals on both myself and Kurabi, which is connected to the orb via the Staff of Aikshin, to control our bodies if need be, leaving our minds free but unable to control our bodies. Please, Naruto-sama, please help me and my friends, I don't want to be a slave anymore. Yujiro began weeping as she remembered all the vile things she had been forced to endure as the Raikage's favorite pet. Very well, I'll do what I can to help you. I cannot leave Konoha until after the Chunin exams though, but that gives me a bit of time to plan out a strike against that bastard of a Raikage Kumo is suffering under. Since I am a Fuinjutsu master, I'll work on that seal the team forced on you, as well as tweak your containment seal holding Nibi. For you, I can fix it to allow her freedom and a tail's worth of her yakai, allowing you to become a Nico Hanyu. This will allow you to retain your current skills and abilities, but gain the ageless lifespan of a Hanyu and accelerated healing. Nibi will eventually regain her second tail though, so no worries about that. Naruto offered in reply. Yujiro blinked. "Ah no, am I going to have cat-like features like ears and a tail?" "Yeah, but you will be able to hide them using demonic illusion or true transformation. Nibi, Kayu-chan or myself can teach you that if you'd like." Naruto answered. "Okay, that doesn't sound so bad." Yujiro mused. Naruto then frowned for a moment. "By the way, where is Nibi's containment seal placed?" he asked. Yujiro flushed and unconsciously grabbed her shirt between her breasts. Naruto groaned. "Damn perverted sealers." He grumbled and then sighed. "Well, it's your choice, I won't force you to do something you're not comfortable with. At least that other seal in on the back of your neck." Thank you, Naruto-sama." Yujiro said a bit meekly since most would just demand to see the seal, regardless of the place it was put. "Don't worry about it, and you don't have to use such a stuffy suffix, sen is fine if you need one," he said as he began to analyze the seal on her neck, allowing his Jagan to also take in the information. The seal is done well, not a master's work, but not a novice either. The array has a few flaws in it that'll make it easier to break it down without any kind of pain. However, the failsafe to the seal is tied to that staff you spoke of if the energy reading is right. "Oh, can you remove it?" she asked hopefully. "Not completely, at least not yet. I have to destroy the Aikshin staff to sever that link, nullifying the failsafe built into the array. If I were to do so now, you could be badly injured or possibly lose your free will. I can however use the evil binding, null field and three-prong seal to modify it to bypass its functions and nullify the slave and punishment function of the seal until that is done. Then, once the staff is destroyed, the original seal array will disintegrate since its power source is gone, releasing the lock on Nibi's yakai. After that it's a couple of simple releases and you're free." Naruto answered. "Do it please," Yujiro said. "Very well, this will take a bit and it might hurt some, so be prepared for some discomfort," Naruto said as he began going through one-handed seals with left hand and tracing runic patterns with his right finger in the air above Yujiro's slave seal. It would be about an hour before he was finished with the counter seals, but thankfully there was little pain since the branch of Fuinjutsu Naruto was employing at the moment was faster and more precise than brush and ink, stronger too since it used chakra directly to write the seals. Yujiro was just grateful to have some help, as was Nibi, who was purring happily as portions of the slave seal restraining her were destroyed, countered or released. Nibi would see to it her new lord was properly rewarded once all the seals were fixed and she and the kitten could coexist without her being imprisoned in a seal. It was the night before the Chunin exam finals and Naruto stood alone at the top of the Hokage monument. He had to let out a slight sigh as he contemplated all the changes that had taken place since he came back in time. Most were good changes, though the future was now pretty much a void. He was sure some things would still take place, but no longer could he count on his knowledge of the timeline to give him a complete edge. This didn't bother him, not as much as it had the past few times he had contemplated it. The village was slowly becoming a better place, with various points of corruption having been eliminated by Naruto early on. The village as a whole was more stable. The civilians no longer seemed to fear him, and the vast majority looked upon him with respect, which he had earned through his deeds so far. A new treaty alliance was being set up between Sunagakure and Konohagakure, with Baki acting as the mediator as he was nominated the 5th Kazekage and would be training Gaara to take up the mantle as 6th Kazekage once he was of age. Part of the alliance was a political marriage between himself and Temari. He had talked to her and her brothers at length about it to ensure she wasn't being pressed into something that she didn't want to be in. Temari wanted to give it a shot though, so he allowed it after speaking to his ladies. Komagakure might be a problem, but all things considered, they wouldn't be much more than a slight annoyance. Naruto was surprised that the 3rd Raikage was going to be foolish enough to come and watch the finals, hoping that no one would catch his Anbu sneaking into the Hyuga compound, likely in hopes of gaining Hanabi and/or a male child for breeding stock. Naruto had a suitably nasty surprise laying in wait for them, a hidden Kitsune strike force, along with several able-bodied Hyuga fighters as their leaders. The Kumo Anbu would never make it out of the compound alive, and the same went for Gotomaru Kuroto and his vile little shit stain of a son. After that, then a little field trip to Kumo with a team under his and Kakashi's command, along with Yujito, would eliminate the rest of Kuroto's followers and liberate Komagakure, in the process, making another alliance, if such a thing was needed. Training for the girls, all of them were doing really well. The ladies attending the Chunin finals were all prepared and ready, while the others honed and fine-tuned their already impressive skills. Hanabi was the only one currently not on Chunin level or higher, though she was a solid high genin level, and Naruto found that she had lightning affinity. So Naruto was teaching her lightning manipulation, and Hinata was teaching her how to fuse her affinity into her Jaikin style. Itachi was quite proud of his daughters. The Hyuga clan as a whole was in much better shape. Naruto's new bloodline protection seal was placed on all members. The once dreaded cage bird seal had been done away with, along with a couple of more unruly members of the Elder Hyuga Council. Apparently the old fools didn't like their power being subverted, so they had tried to assassinate Itachi's daughters, making an enormous blunder of trying to hire Zabuza to do it, not realizing the man's links to the Namikaze Uzumaki clan. That night, just 2 days after the preliminaries, Naruto, Zabuza, Kakashi and Hiashi eliminated them. Without those volatile elements, the clan was easy to reunite under one house rather than a branch. A branch house would still exist, but without the slave status as they would be in 2 specialties, leaving 3 types of Hyuga. The first was the standard Hyuga with their Byakugan and Jaikin specialties. The second was to be the new Hyuga medic branch, specializing in medical arts using their Byakugan and refined medical jutsu. The final branch was for those with exception element affinities that could be fused into their Jaikin. All this along with their very open alliance with the Namikaze Uzumaki clan would soon bring both much prestige and fear from their enemies. Naruto frowned as a messenger bird swooped down and dropped a small scroll in his hand. The Hokage's seal was on the front of it. Naruto. The match's lineup has been changed. As you know, Hinata-sen was to fight against Hatsu of Kumo. But the 3rd Raikage made the request that his son be matched against you, with a bit of a side proposition. If his son wins, you are to relinquish your marriage contract to him, and Hinata is to marry Hatsu. If Hatsu loses, they are offering Komagakure Jounin, Yujito Nai, to as compensation for the stipulations and as a possible alliance via marriage. The Ashi-sen was most disturbed when this reached our ears 1 week ago. I am as well, since it is rumored that Hatsu knows techniques to weaken Jinchuriki. With all the other information we have gathered, I suspect that the Raikage plans to use Yujito's seals to control her if his son loses in hopes of gaining both Byakugan and Omnigan. I was forced to accept this deal since he informed us that he would not be held accounted for should his son get out of hand during his match with Hinata, should we decline. Given the nature of the Chunin exams and the charter rules, I am sad to say that Hatsu could kill or attempt rape and be within the rules as it is a simulation of actual ninja battle. Should that happen and one of our ninja acted out, then the Raikage could use it as incentive to declare war on Konoha. As such, Gaara is now scheduled to battle against Kiba and Shikamaru against Hinata. Gaara has been contacted and has sworn he will not violate our alliance or kill Kiba in combat, giving Kiba a sporting chance. I apologize about it coming to this, but to make up for it, I will allow you to kill Hatsu during your match, as I am sure you are capable of it. Good luck, Naruto. There is an Akira Sarutobi, 3rd Hokage of Konohagakure no Sado. Naruto's eyebrow twitched slightly as he rolled up the small scroll and then torched it with a bit of fire manipulation. Piercing blue eye ignited with barely restrained anger and power, blazing azure and violet flames could be seen dancing within them, giving them an eerie glow in the moonlight. So Hatsu and Gotomaru want to play hardball, do they? Well then I do hope their insurance premiums are paid in full, their burial insurance that is. Naruto hissed venomously to no one. Turning on his heel, he went back to bed to get some rest as his body shimmered and his more foxy appendages vanished. A handy trick all kitsune had, true transformation. It allowed them a completely human form, consumed little to no chakra, and could be placed or released at a thought. He would have to remember to thank Caillou again after the finals were over, since some of the villagers were getting nervous about the fact he sported 9 foxy tails and a pair of fox ears in place of his human ones. Caillou and now Enko had taken to using the skill as well, if for no other reason than to walk down the streets without being gawked at. As Naruto lay down, Caillou mumbled in her sleep and snuggled into his side along with Kin, who had joined them just for sleep, no other activities not yet anyway. Naruto let the presence of 2 of his ladies soothe his irritated mind and the blatant insult to both his and Hinata's skills and honor. As the young Hanyu Reaper fell into a restful slumber, he silently declared that the reign of the third Raikage was soon to be at an end. Unknown to anyone else, the Raikage had a nightmare that night about what could only be described as a messenger of death, an avatar of the Shinigami itself coming after him on a Shen wings to reap his soul and crush his power. The next morning, Konoha was filled with people rushing to go see the Chunin exam finals being held at the Grand Leaf Stadium. As both spectators and contenders made their way to the building, various stands and booths were open to the public, offering everything from snacks to betting pools on which ninja would win their matches or who would win the tournament as a whole. It hadn't taken long for the news about Naruto and Hatsu's match to spread around or the supposed prizes should one or the other win. A large number of people, ninja and villager alike, were less than pleased by Gotomaru's stunt. In the stadium stood Gaara, looking much less insane and more rested, Kankuro, Shino, Kiba, Shikamaru, Hinata, Tenten, Sakura and of course Hatsu, who had a rather smug smirk on his face. Each were dressed in their normal attire, except Hatsu, he was wearing an expensive-looking set of light battle armor and robes. In his hand rested a dark-colored crystal-like staff with sharp points at each tip. Naruto's ladies had been none too pleased when they heard about the situation, especially Hinata and Hanabi. Even now it took a great deal of self-control to not use her new 8-trigram 64 piercing eye strikes on the smug bastard. Sakura wanted to show him her razor petal vortex and Tenten wondered if he could outrun her rain of burning blades technique. Needless to say, none of the 3 female fighters were very thrilled with the arrogant Kumonin at the moment. Soon, Sarutobi showed up along with, to many people's surprise, Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya Kausen. The Raikage, Kuroto Gotomaru took his seat in a separate viewing box from the older cage, along with his 2 guards, a disgruntled-looking Yujito and 2 others known as Haruhiko and Karabi Sausen. Yujito was less than pleased that Gotomaru team had dragged her 2 friends along, both looking a bit roughed up and with their body slave seals in clear view of others. Obviously the man was trying to show his superiority, even going so far as to hold the orb of Rigami and stroke it like one would a precious pet. An arrogant smirking sneer plastered on his wrinkled pudgy face as his cold, greedy and beady eyes continuously swept over the area. The female Jinchuriki could hardly wait for Naruto to beat the shit out of Hatsu and then Kuroto team afterwards. The last person to arrive was Naruto himself, garbed in his usual trench coat outfit with Griever and Beowulf at his side. Some were startled to see him without his tailor-the-ears that had recently appeared, but they couldn't voice it due to the look in his eyes. They were like twin orbs of ice with a strange shimmer to them that spoke of untold power. So the half-breed loser shows himself at last. Hatsu sneered as he continued to eye Hinata with a lustful glint. Apparently, Kumagakure ninja under the third Raikage's reign never gained a shred of common sense or the man would realize that he was poking a sleeping dragon in the eye while standing in front of it. Enjoy your arrogance while it lasts, Naruto said in a cold monotone. I will enjoy beating it out of you before I kill you. Naruto then let his full, unrestrained killing intent out to prove his words. All the genin hopefuls save his ladies let out shivers of fear as they struggled to breath and that was just an indirect dose. Hatsu was getting the full amount of killing intent and looked ready to keel over any second, pale-skinned, sweating, uneven rapid breaths, and visions of various horrific ways Naruto was going to rip his existence apart piece by piece flashed through his head. Sadly, arrogance has a way of empowering stupid people, so Hatsu was able to pull himself together with the firm belief that he would win this battle with the aid of the Aikshin staff and his skills. Poor, foolish, little mortal. After Sarutobi gave his speech to the combatants and spectators, those not fighting in the first match made their way to the competitors' stand to wait until their fights came. Naruto and Hatsu remained on the stadium grounds with a slightly nervous Genma Shinrai as referee of the matches. Nervous because there was no way in the 9 hells he wanted to be caught in the crossfire of one of Naruto's many and highly destructive jutsu. Silently, the man cursed for drawing the short stick once again. As you all know, we are starting the Chunin finals with a special match. The spoils of the match have been set and agreed upon by the two combatants. This is a fight of honor and to the death between our own Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki and Hatsu Mitsuga of Kumagakure no Sato. Are the fighters ready? Genma asked, getting things started. I was born ready, tree hugger. Hatsu sneered. Genma had to fight the urge to kill the little bastard himself now. Begin the match, Genma-san, so that I may erase this stain upon mine and Hinata-chan's honor by destroying this pitiful excuse for human excrement before us. Naruto answered coldly. If there was one thing quite obvious, it was that Naruto was very pissed off at the moment. The other people that knew the young Hanyu almost pitied Hatsu almost. Fight. Genma bellowed and hauled balls out of the soon-to-be war zone. Before the word had even left the proctor's mouth, Hatsu had lunged forward and thrust Itachi into and through the center of Naruto's chest, with a sick grin and maniac glint in his eyes. This was followed by thousands of volts of electricity surging through Naruto's form, lighting him up like a Roman candle. Ai ha 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 ha, stop it tickles. Naruto finished in an icy tone. Naruto's cold laugh sent chills down the spines of those present. Others were stunned speechless at the fact he had taken what should be a fatal blow and laughed at it, not even bothered by the electrical energies pouring through him. Hatsu's eyes widened in horror, so shocked he was that he had yet to let go of Itachi's staff still impaling Naruto. What how can this be? Hatsu asked angrily, not believing that his power was so useless against his foe. Foolish little mortal, Naruto began darkly. I have but one word for you. And what might that be, monster? Hatsu snarled. Naruto smirked darkly. Boom. Ha-boom. Naruto detonated with the force of a blockbuster bomb, destroying the staff, shattering it into millions of pieces and sending its wielder end over end until he embedded into the far wall. Explosive clone, Genma muttered, admiring Naruto's tactic. Unfortunately for Hatsu, no one would know if he had survived the blast, as the real Naruto appeared next to him, Rasengan in hand, and proceeded to drill it into Hatsu's skull, making it explode into a fine red mist before the remains of his corpse crumpled out of the wall and onto the ground. Send Shinigami-sama my regards. Naruto muttered and began walking back towards the fighter's stands. Winner, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Genma stuttered out due to the quick and rather brutal means Naruto had used to win his fight. Must remember to never, ever, piss him off cause I won't make it out of the village alive. Genma thought and thanked Kami that the young Hanyu was a loyal leaf nin. Idly, Genma noticed that the other spectators weren't doing much better than him. Many of the civilians had paled to a sickly milk color. The other genin, while some didn't seem phased, some were a tad green, and some were a bit scared. The Chunin and Jounin spectators looked to be a bit surprised at how quickly the match was finished, except Anko, Kakashi, Kurenai, Ibiki and a grinning Zabuza. Naruto, before he went to join the others, made one last stop. In a flash of black fire and chains he appeared in front of Gadomaru in full Reaper form, scaring the holy hell out of him, his guards and several others who had yet to witness it. Kuroto Gadomaru, your soul is tainted by greed and arrogance, your hands stained with the blood and tears of the innocent. Naruto growled as chains shot from his shoulders, impaling the guards' heads before wrapping around the short pudgy cage. His Jagan opened and looked balefully at the now horrified man as Naruto grabbed the orb he coveted so and crushed it with his hands. Look into my Jagan, I feel the pain of those who suffered from your actions. Jagan and Omnigan met frightened beady black eyes and not a second later, Gadomaru's torturous screams and cries for mercy filled the air as his soul was tortured 100-fold by the souls of his own victims and the weight of his evil deeds. As the man's cries tapered off, Naruto dropped the soulless husk to the ground, the man's eyes now resembling burnt-out coals, his face frozen in a silent scream of inhuman terror. It is done, Yujito-san, you, Kumagakure and your friends are free. Naruto said and shunshine down to the combatants' area. Damn. D-AT was some fucking sick shit. Kurabi grinned at seeing his and his brother's tormentor dead. Even better was the fact that without that accursed orb, the seals placed on them no longer had anything to power them and began fading from existence. The fact that Naruto had just killed 2 Jounin and their cage just seconds after killing a genin of the same village was not lost on those in the stadium. Oddly though, no one really cared that Kuroto Gadomaru had just met his end as he had never been all that favored as a kage, especially after the bullshit he pulled with the Hyuga clan, causing the death of his Ashi Hyuga. Niji, Hiashi and several other members of the Hyuga clan had watched with grim satisfaction as their ally destroyed the man who had been a thorn in their clan's side for nearly a decade. For Niji and Hiashi though, it brought them a measure of peace, knowing that his Ashi was finally avenged. The lightning daimyo was glad that the man was killed. The arrogant Pansei had often tried to throw his weight about and had even tried to assassinate him once. Good riddance as far as the feudal lord was concerned, since now, he could have Haruhiko take his place as the fourth Raikage as he should have before Gadameru usurped his chances with that accursed orb he toted about like a prized pet. All, however, shared one thought. Naruto Namaki's Uzumaki was well beyond the rank of genin, in fact having him ranked as such almost seemed insulting. Obviously the boy was a prodigy on par, if not surpassing, that of the now infamous Itachi Uchiha and the dearly missed Minato Namaki's. Even though his Hanyu status was known to a scarce few outside Konoha, no one really gave his status much thought now, not with such a show of skill and power. The Fire Daimyo, of course, knew Naruto's status and lineage as Hiruzen had taken the time to inform him several months back. The man felt that Naruto should be ranked Jounin, special Jounin at least, for his skill alone. The Chunin proctors and Hokage felt the same. Those watching the matches soon settled down as Shikamaru Nara and Hinata Hyuga were called down to the arena to begin their match. Gadameru's Anbu team that had been sent to kidnap some Hyuga from their compound had met up with a nasty surprise in the form of a small army of multiple-tailed kitsune summons. The few that hadn't been killed by Naruto and Kaiu summons were swiftly dealt with by various members of the clan, now sans the caged bird seal, and no longer under the rule of the now deceased Hyuga Elder Council. As the last Cloud Nin fell dead, Hinata had finished her match against the Nara heir by sealing off several Tenketsu points and freezing his feet to the ground before he could use his shadow imitation jutsu. Naruto and his fellow competitors had sweat-dropped as they watched the ease Hinata had taking out the lazy Nara. The boy had honestly not put up much of a fight and it was obvious that Hinata wasn't even really trying if the slightly disappointed look on her face was anything to go by. She had wanted to prove her skills perhaps in a later match. Naruto wasn't overly surprised though, he knew that Shikamaru would take the lazy way out since he didn't really want to become a Chunin yet, something he had complained about a lot in the previous timeline. Naruto just gave a shrug and sigh as Shikamaru was taken to the medics to check for possible injuries. Hinata had shown enough skill to gain Chunin rank in the fight since she had shown a good amount of forethought and tactics by freezing the lazy boy's feet in place first and then using Shunshin to get behind him and seal several Tenketsu while Shikamaru stared dumbly at his frozen feet before giving up. She would have been able to show more of her skill had she been able to fight Hatsu, still, Naruto supposed saving her the trouble of killing the team was worth it in the long run. Naruto lazily watched Kankuro and Shino battle it out while Hinata, Tenten and Sakura snuggled up to him. The fight was drawn out but honestly not all that exciting. It basically consisted of a lot of strategic moves via the use of Crow, Kankuro's puppet and Shino's Kikai bugs. There were a few close calls for Shino until his Kikai had drained enough chakra from Kankuro that his chakra strings could no longer control Crow properly. Shino was declared the winner. Despite his former reputation, the match between Gaara and Kiba was fairly tame, though Gaara was obviously more skilled in jutsu than Kiba was and had a fair amount of earth, wind and sand jutsu under his belt. So after several failed attempts from Kiba, Gaara knocked Kiba out using a variation of his sand coffin to put the struggling Kiba into a sort of sleeper hold, thus winning his match in just about 15 minutes. The next match, however, was to prove to be interesting. Sakura and Tenten had been called down to the arena to begin their match. Tenten and Sakura took their places with Genma standing in the middle. Tenten had Ifrit strapped to her back and Sakura was the same with her chakra bow. Junin Finals, Match 5, Sakura Haruno vs. Tenten Kazuyama fight. Genma said and jumped away. Tenten started off by shooting a barrage of kunai at Sakura. Thinking fast, Sakura made the ram seal with her hands and channeled her chakra. The result was a flurry of red, white and pink-colored cherry blossom petals flowing out of the special seal pouch on the back of her battle dress. Ninja Arts Razor Petal Swarm. Sakura called out. Kunai met chakra-enhanced petals. The kunai lost as thousands of razor-sharp petals sliced them up into a fine metal powder. Tenten grinned and flipped through several seals. Earth Release Mud Flow Rampart. The flood of mud shot out and raced toward Sakura, who dissolved into water just before the mud could smash into her. Sakura shot up from the ground behind Tenten and delivered a powerful kick to her fellow Kunoichi's back, only for Tenten to also dissolve, this time into a pile of mud. Sakura brought her special petals back to protect her just in time to block another of Tenten's new moves, Ninja Art Senbon Rain. The Pincat quickly sent her petals back into their special storage pouch and used a seal-less replacement to escape the barrage of fireballs sent by Tenten from a nearby tree. Appearing next to the tree, Sakura turned and punched with tsunade-like force, nearly uprooting the tree and forcing Tenten to jump out of it before it toppled over. "Not bad, Sakura, but you won't escape this." Tenten shouted and flipped through seals. Magma Release Lave Prison. She slammed her palm onto the ground, followed by a spike of chakra. Sakura cringed a bit as many thick tendrils of molten rock spiraled out of the ground around her, making a crude but dangerous cage around her. Water release water encampment dome. Sakura called out and spat a large amount of water out and manipulated it into surrounding her and the lava tendrils, forcing them to cool to hard stone. "You're still trapped, you know," Tenten said a bit smugly. Until Sakura drew her bow and pulled the string back, making an arrow of chakra appear. "Dance for me, Tenten-chan," scatter shot. Tenten let out a slight eep of surprise as Sakura unleashed a barrage of blunted but still painful chakra arrows. The weapon's mistress cursed as Sakura continued the barrage. While she made the arrows non-lethal, they still stung like a bitch when they hit. However, Tenten wasn't a crack shot for nothing, and the stone cage that Sakura was trapped in had many openings for her to use as long as she could keep dodging those damn arrows, that is. Sakura was intentionally keeping Tenten busy in hopes she could split her focus enough to keep firing scatter shots and unleash her petals again to free her from her temporary prison. It could be done, but it was incredibly difficult to do so and put a strain on one's chakra pools as it required medic level control and focus to split active chakra while in use. Unfortunately, trying to gain such control took too long and allowed Tenten to find a pattern in her shots, allowing the brunette to use her own chakra molding skills to create a blunted kunai out of chakra. Noticing this, Sakura reacted with a more targeted shot just as Tenten made her own shot. The end result was both kunoichi being knocked out cold by blunted chakra attacks to the foreheads. Sakura was forced out of the prison from the force of the hit and Tenten was sent tumbling across the arena. Neither moved after that, but it was obvious both were still alive, though they did have a set of impressive bumps on their brows. "Neither fighter is able to continue, this match ends in a draw," Genma said, though he was quite impressed with the skill the two Gen and kunoichi had shown. Quite a few members of the crowds weren't very happy since both girls had shown a considerable amount of talent in their fields as well as cunning and patience. Still, even if neither could continue, it was obvious that whoever taught them knew what they were doing. Naruto, Kakashi and Guy smiled with a sense of pride. While neither girl won the match, they had both shown skills and abilities of true kunoichi of an obvious chunin level. It had also been obvious that both tried not to hurt the other badly, showing mercy as they were comrades. Kakashi was more proud than the other two though. He had been forced to train the Uchiha specifically and had entrusted Sakura's training to Naruto. This proved that Naruto could be a very skilled jounin sensei one day if he so chose to. It was also a relief since he had been worried that Sakura wouldn't get the training needed due to the civilian council's coddling of the Uchiha. Thankfully that was no longer a problem. Though he hadn't been able to teach either of his students much, especially Naruto, he was still proud to call them comrades and friends. Hiba, of course, had been beamed over the head by both Kurenai and Hinata for making a remark about a kunoichi catfight and a string of perverted giggles, so he missed most of it. Shino did quirk his lips in amusement though, as did Gaara. The girls were collected by the medics and taken to the med bay of the stadium to ensure no real damages were done. The Hokage then called for a 30-minute break so people could refresh or relieve themselves before the semi-finals began. The names for the semi-finals caused Naruto to chuckle a bit and Hinata to pout. Semi-finals match 1 Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki vs. Hinata Hyuga. Semi-finals match 2 Shino Aburam vs. Gaara Sabaku. "That is so unfair." Hinata pouted cutely. "I haven't even been able to beat you in a spar yet." "Just consider it another spar, Hinata-chan. It doesn't really matter who wins at this point as long as we show enough skills to be promoted." "That's true, but be gentle." Hinata purred and cuddled up to him. Naruto flushed slightly. Ever since Anko had moved into his compound, both Hinata and Hanabi had become more forward, which was scary in Hanabi's place. Naruto was no lollican, but when you wake up in the morning with a barely dressed 10-year-old, betrothed in nothing more than a large t-shirt, practically humping your leg and tail in her sleep, kind of puts a bit of pressure on the libido or. It would have had Naruto not fossilized on the spot with a horrified look on his face that the other girls found hilarious. Naruto sighed and gave her a peck on the forehead. I will be. And that marks the end of this story. I know the story seems incomplete and I personally would prefer it to at least end after highlighting the semi-finals and the finals, but hey, you can't do anything if the author doesn't complete it properly, right? If you guys made it this far and want more contents like this, comment down below to let me know. Also, don't forget to look out for the polls, you can vote for the story you want to hear next. Thanks for sticking out till the end. Keep supporting guys, we are super close to the 1000 subs mark. Anyways, I would gladly appreciate every likes, comments and subscribes I could get on this series. It only takes a minute and best of all, you can show your support for absolutely no cost. See you in the next one.